Kalimera. Hello, good morning and welcome back to the Ipsona Cricket Ground when we get ready for the start of day 4. The action has been coming thick and fast at the moment. There's been plenty of action, entertainment and drama here, and today will be no exception. 5 more matches coming up your way, and we're starting with a top of the table clash. I'm Rico Fool. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, and the action starts right here, right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode and Grizzly Bear Sports.
That's right, top of the table clash with the Nicosia Tigers take on the Napa Royal Kings. The Royal Kings, remember, yesterday beat the Tigers, so the Tigers are after a little bit of revenge. Let's join the two captains in the middle for the all-important coin toss.
So, Napa Royal Kings to call.
Head.
Heads is call. It's tails. Gonna bowl? Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Yeah.
All the best. Cheers. Thanks.
So the captain, Jahid Hassan from the Tigers, winning the toss and deciding that he will have a field first. I can sort of understand that first thing in the morning, because one thing that we have found, that first thing, that this deck, there's a little bit of moisture on it. I can feel that right now here. In the night and, well, during the night and also first thing this morning, there was a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms. Though we've had this covered, there is that dampness and that moisture. And first thing in the morning, what we have seen, that with the paces, the ball really does shoot up. So he's hoping to put a little bit of pressure on the Napa Royal Kings. Let's take a closer look at both of these teams. I think the Royal Kings, I mean, their captain, Hardeep Singh, is going to have to be key here today. He's got some key players missing. So with the ball, I think he's going to have to be numero uno. And also, I think he has to play a good part with the bat as well. Yesterday, I think it was his amazing performance with the ball that got them the revenge victory against the Ad Hocs. They're the team that beat them yesterday. Looking at the batting lineup, he's got the top batter in his side. Seren Ahmed has been absolutely sensational, 250 runs plus to him already. But he's got some issues in terms of availability. There is no Ikram Mohammed in the side. And also Ali Khan, who played so well in that victory against the M-Docs, he's not playing as well. So 1 or 2 players are going to have to step up for him. And also, there's no Tanvir listed. So he's really going to have to rotate his squad. No issues for Jahid Hassan. In fact, Jahid Hassan, he's been pretty low profile in this series so far. He's been relying on other players to do the work for him. I'd like to see him, though, do a little bit more himself, just to get back into sort of match fitness, if you like. Key players that he's got inside, well, Yesser Mahmood was fantastic yesterday. He single-handedly was the main contributor in getting that victory against Limassol Qalandars. Was a player of the match performance from him with bat and with ball. Captain, though, will be hoping that Zishan Mahmood and also Rahman Mazumdar come back to good form. If they're batting well at the start of the innings, well, they can pile on a lot of runs. And then if it's a Jamon, he's somebody, look out for him. I think that he's going to have a big day here today. It's going to be an absolute cracker to start off with. I know that Nish Bhatt is looking forward to this one. Nish, the news from the middle is that it's going to be an exciting match, but an exciting contest. The Nicosia Tigers winning the toss, and they are going to have a field first.
Thank you very much for that update, Rico. And once again, it's always great to hear from a true legend of European cricket as we are here in day 4 in Cyprus. Another great quintuple of matches coming up to you from this southern Mediterranean paradise as we take a quick recap of some of the games yesterday. We started off with that big top of the table clash between the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings. Of course, the Nicosia Tigers, their first innings was interrupted by rain. Rain coming in at the start of the 9th over to cut short what was a fairly poor innings from that point of view. The Nicosia Tigers, well, they purred like little baby kittens. They weren't quite their roaring self. And then the Napa Royal Kings absolutely annihilated them in that second innings out there in full majestic splendor. And of course, the schedulers would do a big favor to the Nicosia Tigers as they would see their favorite opponents, the Limassol Qalandars, who, of course, they've already beaten 3 times on the trot The Tigers would come out, post a slightly below par score of 93. But the Limassol Calendars would simply show nothing with the bat. The only contribution of note by their skipper, Mohamed Farouk, who would make 30 runs. In the end, the Nicosia Tigers found their form again and beat the Limassol Calendars by 26 runs and got back to winning ways. And of course, this one was the match of the day. What an absolute thriller. This was the closest we've come to a golden ball all tournament, as the Napa Royal Kings would post a par score of 109. And then the Limassol Calendars, they came out, they reshuffled their batting lineup after all those batting woes they had, and then Patel and Ahmed, they would post a 98-run partnership that would absolutely have the Napa Royal Kings on their heels. They were 7 runs away from winning in that last over, and guess what? Manzarelli would come out, he would give up just 4 runs, and somehow the Napa Royal Kings, with a bit of daylight robbery, managed to pinch that one. Of course, Napa Royal Kings' winning start would finally come to an end as they faced their first defeat against M-Docks Cricket Club. Of course, the Napa Royal Kings came out, made 97 runs, largely led by Ikram Mohammed, but then M-Docks, well, they were at their explosive self thanks to Prithaj Deol's brilliant half-century. But like any great team and any monarch that faces a challenge, the Napa Royal Kings would come right back and crush any threats to their reign, as this time around they swatted M-Docks' side. Ali Khan, Sarah Ahmed with a solid mid-innings right at the top to help them post 102 runs, and then M-Docks simply couldn't get it going with the bat, and some of their concerns, some of their frailties were exposed, as of course they would not really get any runs from that top order, which meant they could only make 84 runs. As we take a quick look at the standings for Group A, so the Nicosia Tigers sitting pretty at the top right now. As we said, we're starting off with that top of the table clash between the Nicosia Tigers and the Napa Royal Kings. The Royal Kings, of course, have a game in hand over the Tigers, which is why they're at 8 points. Both sides have only had 1 loss so far this tournament, so this is going to be a crucial matchup to see who tops this group. And really looking forward to it, of course. Already discussed how yesterday's match went. And let's have a look at the fantasy dashboard. So a couple of players missing for the Napa Royal Kings, and we'll see how that affects today's result. But of course, the main man, Sarah Ahmed, the leading fantasy scorer for them, is still there. Mr. 571 points. You can't not have this guy in your fantasy team. We saw him use him well yesterday with the ball in hand, and I expect more of the same today from the Napa Royal Kings. And then for the Nicosia Tigers, well, look at who's the points leader for them. Oh, it's Zishan Mahmood. No surprise. He's so good with everything. He bats well, he bowls well, and he's even shown his ability with the gloves in hand. And then, of course, Roman Mazumdar. We'd like to see more runs from him, of course. We know what a classy batsman is. He's brilliant with those flicks. He plays with the full face of the bat. And today, we hope he can finally get some runs. And, of course, I'm Nishay Putt here, and once again with the great privilege of being joined by Rico from the commentary box.
Hello, good morning to everybody, or Kalamira, as I should say. Kalamira to you. Great to be here. Looking forward to a bumper pack day. And the good news is the sun is out. Yeah, this is going to be a great match. You can see targets against Napa Royal Kings, 5-1 and 4-1. Let's have a look at some of the key players in this one, Nish. And of course, you've already touched on the fact we both have that the Napa Royal Kings are missing some of those key players. Who stands out for you there? Who do you think is going to have a big day?
Well, again, with those key players missing, with Ikram Mohammed not there, as you mentioned in your introduction, this just puts even more pressure on Sarah Ahmed. He's just going to needs to have a big day, very similar to the one we saw him on day one. He needs to have half-century after half-century, really, to guide this Napa Royal Kings side through what is an extremely busy day for them today.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. I mean, you're right. I think Ahmed, though, I mean, he's got to bat a little bit more responsibility here today, because he can give a few chances early, because you can see, apart from him, and he is the leading scorer, by the way, in this series so far. Zishan Mahmood, the man on the other side, is behind him. You can see it's a big difference, but I think for the Napa Royal Kings, somebody like Kanveer Singh maybe could step up to the mark. He plays a nice shots yesterday. You see Gundeep Singh might feature up in the order, but one man I think who definitely has to be up there is Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh's a little bit reluctant to go up the order. He says himself he may choose to not play a few matches today himself, because having played 4 yesterday, 4 again here today, he's already said that he's pretty tired. But I think when he does play, he's got to be key with the batting order. If he clicked, he can score runs pretty quickly. But you can see how good he's been with the ball for them. He's got 4 wickets as well as Sohail Ahmed, and then you've got Ali right at the top there. But of course, Ali is missing. Over to the other side, well, Nicosia Tigers, they're full strength.
They're full strength, and when this side's at full strength, they're a really dangerous outfit to go against. And you look at those stats, Roman Mazumdar just 75 runs. I think he can do a lot better than that. We've seen the technique, a lot of cheap dismissals from his point of view. He's just popped up a lot of soft catches to fielders inside the ring, and if he gets going, we've seen on day one, he can get those big scores.
Yeah, I think the likes of Zishan and also Mazumdar, I think they've got to be just a little bit more respectful to some of the bowlers. I think not every bowler is going to give you what you want. I think you've got to be prepared to play some nice shots and be prepared to play shots of merit. It just seems to me that every time they're not getting the ball in areas that they're getting themselves out. But I think this is a good opportunity for the Nicosia Tigers to bounce right back after the defeat, and the only defeat that they've had in this series, and it was inflicted on them by the Napa Royal Kings. The umpires have made their outs way out there, and it's nice to see umpire Sujith and Taranga are there. And the third umpire will be Abdul. Of course, all the match officials led by the man who was out there in the middle with the coin toss, Stefan Gooch. So looking forward to a very good and exciting days of cricket.
Yeah, this one should be a real biggie. And of course, both these two umpires also play some domestic cricket for the Sri Lankan Lions. We will see their home side on action next week in what should be a very exciting slate of games when we go to Group B. But we're still here with Group A action so far, as it looks like Iftikhar Jaman is going to bowl this first over. An interesting call by the skipper Jahid Hassan. Of course, he does have a wealth of options, but he's really relied on Iftikhar Jaman, who is an experienced campaigner. He's been slightly hit or miss throughout this tournament. We've seen him struggle with wide, struggle with his radar a little bit, but when he does get going, of course, you see that full potential, that full ability he possesses. As here we are at the start of the power play, so just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring.
Yeah,
and,
big match.
Looks like the skipper is going to send himself to long off, and he's also giving Jahid Hassan a little bit of protection with Bikash Race, that man who owns that fine third man position.
Yeah, Nicosia Tigers, one thing they did really improve on yesterday, and what they had to improve on, was the extras. The last match they played, they only gave 2 extras away. And this man, Jaman, he got a lot better as well. So we're ready for the start of this day 4. This is match number 16. Hello to a lot of people on the chat. We've had people from all over the place. New Zealand. Hello to Rob Thompson from Pakistan. Ifran's been on the chat as well. And also Nick Devonshire from Northern Ireland. Lovely to have you all with us, part of our global family. And I hope you're going to enjoy the cricket as much as I'm sure we are. As we get ready for the first ball. Here we go. First up, Jaman to Gundeep Singh. See, just reaches at it. Just plods it out onto the offside. Be interesting to see how the outfield is this morning. I mentioned to the viewers that we had some tremendous thunderstorms all through the night and early this morning. We've had a lot of rain. So the covers certainly have played their part on the pitch. But the outfield, I mean, it will be pretty wet in places, though I have to say that it's like a sponge. It's absorbed everything that's come its way.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Cyprus's soil seems to be a natural super softer itself.
Jaman once more to Singh. Oh, he spoils a wide there, doesn't he? And I think then he's forced to take the run as Seren Ahmed calls him through. Interesting that Seren Ahmed, I mean, I think he's one of these batters that says, I'm number 2 batter. I mean, even though he's the key batter, I'm number 2. So he's got to really, for me, I think, take a bit more ownership. I think he's got to face the first ball. He faces the first ball, who knows, the over could go big, and that gives him the perfect start. Sometimes, though, he's stuck at the other end, and it's only a couple of runs come off the over, and he hasn't even had strikes. So I think he's got to take more initiative, and he's got to open up. Here we go, Seren Ahmed now. Top run scorer in the series so far. High up in the air, he always gives a chance early is what I said, and he gives one early here, and it gets put down. It was up there forever, up there for an age. It goes down, well, he's got something in his eye, but that is a huge opportunity. And I think that's Yasser who puts it down as well.
Yeah, your call was absolutely spot on. You've been telling this to us throughout the morning that Watch out for Saron. He's going to give a couple of chances early this innings. I think you see a Tigers, normally so clinical. Drop that one. And that's a wider delivery by Iftikhar Jaman. Of course, we saw him ball a very wide delivery to Gundeep Singh on his second ball, which Gundeep rather needlessly poked his bat out. Of course, it's not the first time this tournament we've seen batsmen in this country reach out at wides that they really don't need to. And of course, we're joined by Michael Pocock from New South Wales. Great to have you, Michael.
Oh, well, this one goes for the field. He gets hands to it, takes the pace off it. They want. Oh no, he's been kebabbed. Is he going to get there? And he does. Well, he's been barbecued on the grill as a non-striker. Well, I mentioned that it could be a little bit slippery. Look at this. This is bat ejection and everything. Look, watch. He gets there, and when he goes, he's on the skewers. He gets up, he runs, and he gets there, courtesy of not a great throw. Well, that could have been disaster for Gundeep.
Yeah, Gundeep really getting away with that one. I think the little extra bit of moisture in the air is even making that bat handle a bit too slippery for them.
They do get two, courtesy of the midfield. And now this one being hit pretty solidly out onto the onside. It gets past the mid wicket and it will go to the boundary. But I think we are seeing that it is just a little bit slow in the outfield because of that the downpours that we've had overnight. But still, makes it all the way. The first boundary of today, cuatro carreras.
I just love the way Munna Rahman runs. He's got his hands out in front of him and he sort of swings them side to side. Not the perfect sprinter's technique.
Well, we were listening to a little bit of Thriller this morning, but there was a bit of Thriller dance moves there in that running. But not able to get there. A boundary for Gundeep Singh. That's really well played. Good in-swinging Yorker. He's going to get four, you know. Well, I was saying that the outfield slowed down a little bit, but not slow enough to stop this going to the boundary. Could be the cricket. It's a really good delivery. I have to say that Gundeep, he plays that really well, and he guns it down to the boundary on the leg side. That'll be the end of the first over, and it's a productive one for Napa Royal Kings. They end up with, well, a couple of boundaries in that one. The score goes to 13 without loss.
Yeah, great delivery, but also a slightly risky delivery with a fine leg inside the ring. As we take a look at the bat and ball comparison, the Napa Royal Kings currently 6-run favorites. I think that's a fairly favorable assessment considering that nice win the Napa Royal Kings had yesterday. They've been averaging 115 runs, which is well above par and a healthy sign for Napa.
Yeah, I mean, you went through of course, the matches yesterday, and they had a big day. And you know what? With a 3-1 record in the day, I think they came through it really well. So, new bowler comes charging in. It's going to be Fahad Mahmood. Starts with a bit of a gentle full toss, but the batter, Ahmed, who's so lucky to still be there when he was dropped Skyer by Yasir, and he was on 0. So how many will he go on to make today after that opportunity? Here comes Mahmood once more. Hits this well, and this is going to go over the fielder. Probably goes all the way. Bolle, kinna zona. Buenos dias, good morning. That's the first 6 of the day, and it comes from Rana, who after being dropped in 0 does what we know comes next. Hits a big 6.
Yeah, Saron Ahmed, just giving our viewers a nice look at the bluer skies we have today. Of course, yesterday was a rather overcast day and looks much brighter today. That was a very, very high 6, hung in the air for a long time. But Saron Ahmed, of course, you drop this guy. That's what he's going to pay you with. Great shot.
Opting to come round the wicket here now to the left-hander. And the long on back of the boundary, and it's a miscue. Another chance. Will they get him this time? Yes, they do. No mistakes at all from the captain. Jahid Hassan takes the catch, and right on cue, as I said, he's going to give you a couple of chances before he gets going, and you got to take him. They don't take him first time up. Well, Yasir's blushes have been saved as he only goes on to add a further 6 from when he was dropped. That is a huge wicket, and when you think of the players that they have missing from their side, they haven't got the depth that they normally have in the batting. That is a major blow for the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, that's a poor wicket to go away for Saron Ahmed. Going exactly back to the point you made. They're without a lot of key players. He needs to recognize that he must be there until the end for his side, presenting 2 easy opportunities in the space of 4 deliveries is simply not acceptable for a batsman of his quality. Of course, our very own Diana Oros pointed out in the build-up to this match that, well, he should be warming up before the match, not during the innings itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, isn't it? I know a lot of batters, that's the way that they are. They'll go out there, they'll swing a few times, and once they get into the groove, they'll get going. You could probably argue that maybe Zishan Mahmood is a little bit similar, but yeah, I mean, when you know that you're short of several key players, there's no Ali Khan in the side, there's no Ikram Mohammed, so you're light on batting. You really got to perform well early up. And see, the new batsman comes out, and it's going to be Kanveer Singh. This is a man that I mentioned that I said could play a big part here, Kanveer. Let's see how he gets on. He's out there now with Gundeep Singh. Just floats these up there. He's a bit deceptive as the throw comes in and the batter Kanveer gets sent back. Yeah, his pace is deceptive. You think he's going to be a little bit quicker than he is, but he sort of floats it up in the air. So the batter's really having to wait for it. Dot ball.
Yeah, nice sound of the roosters crowing in the background as well. Of course, it is 8:42 local time here.
Kanveer swings in hope. That's a dot. So after, you'd say a good start, 13 coming off the first. This one is pretty tidy over for Mahmood. Has got the big wicket, of course, of Ahmed. More of the same here from Kanveer. Like what he's trying to do, but he's not moving his feet. As a result of that, he's just swinging and missing. End of the second over, and the score 19 for 1.
Yeah, some of these batsmen just trying to swing a bit too hard at some of these shots. We saw from M-Docs yesterday, you don't need to overhit a lot of these things. As we take a look at the standings, of course, this is a top-of-the-table matchup with the Nicosia Tigers currently sitting pretty at the top. The Royal Kings, though, do have that game in hand.
Okay, so here we go. I was expecting to see this earlier. Zishan Mahmood going to have a ball. Zishan, this guy's so talented. I mean, he can bowl the ball that swings in. He's got a great cutter. And watch out for him. He can certainly make some magical things happen. A great all-rounder as well, Zishan. Starts with one on the leg side, and thank you very much for Rico Fool, because he just absolutely snookered me, gave me the commentator's curse. Gundy ball on the leg side, but they still have to be put away. I like the way Gundeep has played on the legs. That's another boundary with the ball that's drifted on the leg side.
Yeah, you can see what he's going for. He's aiming for that leg stump Yorker, isn't he? Zishan Mahmood, and he gets it slightly wrong, and it's a risky delivery. There's a big risk and reward with that one. If you get it wrong, it's going to be a pretty simple shot off the pads, and you can just see the captain's responded to that. He's got out himself to deep mid-wicket. The other fielder outside the ring is at long off. Very tight field on the offside.
This time just played out gently on the offside, which is where the field is, and set for, so that's better. Yeah, I think Zishan's probably another one that could have taken Raluca Oro's advice and warmed up before he started, because that was a real loosener. And he seems to be back in the rhythm now. Cockerels in the background. I'm sure you can hear them on the chat as well. This one's pretty full. Strikes it well and gets it through the inner ring. And a slight fumble in the deep there from Jarman, but they'll just take the one. So brings Kanveer back on strike, and I think Zishan's happy about that. He's certainly going to work away at Kanveer and try and remove him before he adds any score on the board. High up in the air. Does he get enough off this? I think he does, and because of the wet outfield, there's running all over the place, but that's a good call, I think, from the non-striker Gundeep. He's saying, hey, there's two there. Come on, get a move on. Kanveer reluctantly goes I mean, he's following the ball, isn't he? He's not looking at his partner much. He's saying, hang on, stay there. Then eventually, Gundeep says, what do you mean stay here? There's two. Come on, get going. It's not the best of runners. We've already seen him almost, well, he's already hopped off the grill, hasn't he, this morning?
Yeah, so ball watching, as you said, by Karanveer Singh there. Needs to be sprinting during that first run. This one's tucked away by him towards mid-wicket. Of course, Jahid Hassan moved himself into that position at the start of the over, and that means he's now there to cut it off.
He's got a good eye, I'll give him that. I mean, this is a good delivery. He's Ishan thinking, well, if I get it on the stumps, I might have him. But he's watches the ball well, makes good contact, Karanveer. So he is up and running. So these two starting to get a little partnership together. The ball to go in this, the third. And that's nicely played. And this will go all the way down to the boundary. Could we have an early morning goal? And it gets past the line. Goal! And 4 runs as well. A nice start. And you have to say, Nish, not a bad power play. They get into the 30s, 31 for 1. And one thing that they'll be looking to do, if they can get to the 100 here, they'll back themselves.
No, they certainly will. And Gundeep Singh making the case to play for either Chelsea or Napoli last night, who were both goalless. As we see our first goal of the day, of course, that's the first set of runs we've seen go through that third-man region. Of course, you've been calling for a sweeper throughout the tournament in that area, and it's good to see the Napa Royal Kings exploit it as well.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, though, when how the Kings deal with the batting of the Nicosia Tigers, because their batters certainly will be looking to go in that area. I wonder if they'll start with the man out there straight away. And a lovely part of this ground that I like, Nish, is, and you don't realise it from when we're here, but if you take a walk around the outfield, there's all sorts of animals around. We've got horses down on the far side, so sort of deep third man is where we've got a few horses out there. We've seen turkeys venturing in and out of the olive groves. As this one, well, I mentioned turkey. Well, this is a terrible delivery. This is a, I don't know, turkey, but this is a bit of a draft ball because you don't even see it. It slips right out of the hand of the bowler, and it's a Rahman Muzumdar who we didn't see feature with the ball at all yesterday. And this time's hit down the ground. Doesn't quite get the timing right, but it'll take the single. Muzumdar. It's played in. They're pushing hard. I like that. And yeah, I mean, Gundeep, you can see he's got the right idea. He wants to turn these into twos, and I think there are twos there. But Karanveer, his running is very suspect. I mean, because he slipped once already, he's just a little bit hesitant. We'll have to wait and see. But Karanveer on strike. Shorter. He gives it a good whack. He's trying to hide that area, and he does. He gets it to the boundary in the mid-wicket zone. And a good contact. Gets a good bit of bat onto this, and he exploits that gap. 4 runs.
Yeah, very poor bowling by Roman Muzumdar. This is incredibly unlike him. We saw the first one just slipped out of his hand like a bar of soap, and that might be playing on his mind because he digs this one in really short. Normally a very disciplined bowler. Not the case these first 3 balls. Boy, that was a rankful toss, and he somehow managed to get away with that. So shake of the head from Roman Muzumdar. You can tell he's really annoyed with himself.
Slices this. No mistakes from top fielder Bikash Chestra, who says his wife loves our commentary and loves watching. So hello to Mrs. Shrestha. Hope you're enjoying the performance of your man out there, because I'm sure he's going to have a big part to play in the cricket here today as well, once again. Oh, this has been absolutely clean. Will it go all the way? The fielder has taken a really good catch. What safe pair of hands has Jahid Hassan got? I mean, we've seen him take a good catch there before. This one has been hit pretty well by Karanveer Singh. We know that he's got a good eye. He hits it well, but is not getting past Jahid Hassan. And this is why I was surprised that they didn't use Muzumdar yesterday, even though he's not bowled at his best here today. But when he gets it in that area, even if you hit it pretty well, because there's no pace on it, the ball is not going to the boundary. Top catch from the captain.
Yeah, he got a feel for Karanveer Singh. That's the first shot. He's really middled throughout this innings, and he picks out the best fielder on the Nicosia Tigers side. So really tough luck for him. He was really struggling out there. I mean, missed out on the full toss in the previous ball, and in the end, he's not quite able to capitalize on this promotion to number 3. As of course, we're going to see a slightly new look Napa Royal King side. So it's going to be a lot of opportunities for different players. It's going to be a long tournament, of course. So Napa are going to need multiple different players to chip in at different points. So this is a good chance for them to let some of their junior players gain some experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think, I mean, they've gone with who's come out there now, Saprit Singh. So it's very much all-out Singh attack at the moment. Hardeep Singh, I suspect, may be coming out next. I don't think he want to leave himself too low in the order. Hits it hard and gets it over Zishan. He absolutely clubs this Captain Caveman style. Well, Gundeep's the name. Well, maybe he is a bit of a gun because he loads and fires. And Zishan, he does well for a big man to get up in the air, but he's no match for that 4 runs.
Yeah, first time we're seeing Rashidul Hassan bowl this tournament. Some of our older viewers might remember him from previous European Cricket Series here in Cyprus, but not the way he'd want to introduce himself to this tournament. Gives way too much width, and Gundeep Singh, who's looked really solid at the start of this innings, cuts that one away.
Now he plays another beautiful shot. This is better than the shot before. This is a beautiful shot. And, well, the bowler's not going to be happy because A is gone for 4. Secondly, it works his way into the area where the covers are. So I reckon this ball is going to come back pretty wet. That's a lovely shot from the gun.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. And you could just see the precision. He was looking right at that spot when the ball was being delivered, and he knew that that's the gap. I've got to find it. And with laser-sharp accuracy, he just picks that gap between the 2 fielders. And once again, now this has forced the captain to make an adjustment, so he's brought deep cover a little straighter. He's moved Zishan across as well.
Better delivery, and well played, and good bit of running also from Gundeep. That's what's impressed me about Gundeep Singh. He's been very active out there. He's alert, he's awake, and not only has he played some delightful shots to the boundary, but he's running well as well. So nicely played. And what's he on now? So he's at 6 fours. And that's superb batting from him. And this one will be called a wide. And the bowler just having a look at his footing there. I think he's suggesting that he's had a little slip as he's come through. Marches back to his mark. So Hassan, Rashidul Hassan, not quite the start he's wanted, but it could change this one. I think if the batter was able to just step inside it, maybe he would have taken a wide. Saprit Singh is the new batter. He looks very similar in the way that he's playing to what we saw from Karanveer. I think if it's in the slot, he can probably get a fair whack to it, but I think anything pitched up, he may struggle a little. As a few clouds just start to come over. Good thing about it is it seems to be one humongous cloud, but afterwards it looks clearer behind it. So, it's a swing and miss. So Hassan. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. They're chancing a tight single, but that's well run. Good cricket all around. This is very good cricket. As we get to the halfway point, the score moves to 49, so they're just behind here. And so it's an opportunity for us to say good morning to you. Good morning to our global family, wherever you are around the world. It's a great pleasure to be here. Got Nish here with me on comms as well. We've got the local experts. So lovely to have Nish here. Nish, of course, knows a lot of these players, and it's great to have his insight. And it's lovely to have you with us. We've had people from all over the world tuning in. New Zealand, from Ireland, from Pakistan as well, from India. I mean, our family going all the time, and we thank you, our global viewers, for tuning in. as we return back to the action. This one just gets blocked out. They'll take another good single. Well, they could go for overthrows. It's a really good throw. And they're going to, I think, check this. Yeah, they're going for a line review. I get the feeling, I mean, he's sliding his bat in. It's not very good running. Look at that. He takes his time. But does he just get there? Only just. But got to say, that was really lazy running.
Yeah, that was poor running by the Napa Royal Kings. They've done a lot right this inning, so they just need to keep that momentum going. Gundeep Singh is playing spectacularly here, and all of his partners need to focus on providing good support to him.
Jaman, it's a swing and a miss. And asking the question, I didn't see anything there myself. It's a good delivery in the right areas.
Yeah, look at that one. Just swinging and missing. Rather wild swing. Of course, Gundeep showed a lot of class today, so could easily have just opened up the offside there. This one's played off his pads. It's just directed a little slightly inwards by Iftikhar Jaman, so good response by him. This is a nice little tit-for-tat going on here between the batsman and the bowler, enjoying this competition.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I mean, basically, I think this is Napa Royal Kings saying, okay, we haven't got our explosive batters here, so we're not going to be looking to hit every ball to the boundary. We'll take the singles, we'll put the pressure on, but if we do get a delivery that we can go after, if it's a bad ball, we'll take it on. So I don't mind that at all. And this one just creeps up on him, and the wicketkeeper just can't get there. It's a slightly quicker, shorter delivery angled in. That's Cyprus Singh. Singh, to his credit, goes for the shot, just slices it up in the air, but the wicketkeeper unable to get there. 16 off his spell so far. 2 more balls in the spell. Pitched up and hit down the ground. But there is a fielder placed there. He'll deal with this quite well. I mean, they've been more or less at the 10 and over of NRK. Just falling a little bit behind that here now. Get a boundary to the last ball, they'll be more or less there. But then at the same time, they have seen off one of the key bowlers. So, Iftikhar Jaman. And he fires one down the leg side. That's good batting. I'd like to see that and more off that. And Cyprus Singh is spot on there. He knows it's going down the leg side. He doesn't spoil a wide, steps inside, and he says, there you go, buddy. Bowl it again.
Wait.
One more time. Cyprus Singh. Oh, this is even worse, and it's going to be probably a minimal 5 off the best, especially if you're Napa Royal Kings. Well, maybe they're struggling to get boundaries. Well, this will help them no ends. He gets this completely wrong, and you can see Sagar Rahman saying, what am I supposed to do with that? Is the gundiest of gundy balls, Nish.
Yeah, that's the first minimo of the morning, and Iftikhar Jaman, you know, old habits die hard. We've seen how much he struggled with that throughout this tournament, and right at the end of the spell when he'd been doing a spectacular job, he just sneaks one of those in and slightly spoils his figures.
And then he comes back with an absolute gorgeous delivery right in the stump. I think maybe sometimes I think he just tries too hard. He loses his shape. I think he's probably thinking, all right, to Saprit, I'm going to try and get a Yorker in there and try and really create problems. But all he's done, I was just saying there, halfway through that, or not even halfway through that over, with 2 balls to go, that Napa were a little bit behind. They were going around 10. They're going to fall behind it. Then all of a sudden, 5 wide. Thank you very much. We're right back on track.
They certainly are, and of course, you've been mentioning this. They're going at 10 and over, and this is perfect. If they can keep this up for a couple more overs, keep in mind they still have their skipper, Hardeep Singh, to come, who's a very solid cricketer, and then Manzoor Ali. I know he's not made a lot of runs this tournament, but we did see that one great 24 of 11 from him earlier back in day 1, so they still have some hitting left despite the fact that, you know, they don't have the usual depth on their side. So this is a pretty good platform. I've been impressed by how Napa, this renewed Napa side, are still getting the job done so far.
This gets past the keeper, so Rahman can't get to it.
I mean, if Napa do manage to win this game, this would be extremely demoralizing for the Nicosia Tigers because we saw them get crushed by a full-strength Napa side, and if they don't manage to beat a slightly short-handed Napa team here, that would be gutting for this team.
Yeah, I mean, full credit. You're absolutely right. Full credit to Napa Royal Kings. I mean, they know they're below strength, but well, the players are not showing that at all. So this one's, yeah, it doesn't quite get to the pitch of it. But that's one thing that the Nicosia Tigers haven't done. They haven't got the ball regularly enough in those areas. If you look, no disrespect to these batters, apart from Gundeep Singh, who's probably been kept off the strike too much for me. He's only had 16 deliveries for the 32 he's got, but apart from him, the other batters haven't been using their feet. So, I mean, this one's high up in the air. Could be the end of him. No, it's dropped. Well, that is a huge, well, letdown for me, because it's Bikash who puts the catch down, who's the super fielder. Well, he is human after all, and it's Gundeep that he puts down on 32.
Yeah, this is the second big drop of the innings for the Nicosia Tigers. Of course, they didn't have to pay as much for the Sarah Ahmed drop because, as you said, he's owned that position out there and deep third man, and this is really, really unlike him, man. Could this be costly for the Nicosia Tigers?
Yes, Sabrit, and this is going to be a wide. Yeah, going back to what I was saying, I think the other batters, apart from Gundeep, they haven't played well on the offside. They're just swinging anything that's on the stumps. So if you get it, and what the bowlers have been guilty of is trying to hit the stumps and get them out. Whereas if you just went to keeping the rate down and bowling outside off stump, you probably find that they wouldn't have got too much bat onto ball. Let's see if Saprit can demonstrate that here for me. So this one is on the stump, so he'll get bat onto it, and they'll take a single. But I think because the way he's batting, if anything is outside the off stump, he's going to play the same shot and miss it.
Yeah, and of course, one thing we saw yesterday in the third and fourth match of the day was how M-Docs were not looking to overhit the ball. Pritesh Dale and Gaurav Sagwan, they just looked to play straight batted drives, and that worked perfectly well. They managed to go at a run rate of 15 with that, so you don't have to smash everything in T10 cricket.
Oh, this is right on the lid. Oh, this is one that hit Gundeep right on the helmet. Well, Gundeep, he's been gunning them down now. Well, he gets a cannon and is right on the helmet. Thank goodness he's wearing that lid. That hits him on the grill, pops him on the top of the head for good measure, and it will be one for the over. But look, we saw a nasty one yesterday, and it was, I think, Shahid Khalid that got one. And haven't got any updates on that, but we know that on the ground he was fine. He probably did go and get a concussion test. But we'll give you any updates if we do get it. But yeah, I'm glad to see that batters are starting to wear helmets, and that's one thing that the European Cricket Network will say, and we'll keep reiterating it as well. If you're going out to the bat, we're a lid.
Yeah, we take a look at the stats gone for this match. Of course, so far in 2023, we've seen here this FanCode ECS in Cyprus as sides batting second.
Yeah, I mean, that's the information there, that it's all about batting second, winning, and that's a real difference in 2021 and also in 2020. So, and you can see, it just seems to me that teams are much better in just chasing, and maybe it's because they know their opponents pretty well now. I must admit, I like the way those graphics are now coming in and out. We're getting a little bit funky with them.
As of course we see Mahmood enter into the attack for his second spell. His first over was a stellar one. Gave up just 6 runs, and of course got that all-important wicket too.
Yeah, you got to feel a little bit for Yasir, because pretty well and didn't get any luck. This has been clobbered and it's not going to be stopped. That's a fantastic hit. It really did absolutely clobber it. This one is 4 runs, so he's now starting to get going, isn't he? And I'm liking this. So Saprit Singh says it's time for me to start to open up. This is in the slot. Doesn't get. This is one thing that's, I think, that the Napa Royal Kings have done so well. The amount of singles that they've taken, they really have eliminated dot balls.
Yeah, that's one thing you notice when star hitters are often taken out of a side. A lot of these teams that don't quite have power hitting make up for it by running quick singles, and that's one thing I like about what Napa have done. Yesterday, they were probably guilty of not running enough quick singles, and today, without a man like Ikram Muhammad there, emphasizing those smaller issues. And Bikash Reza drops a second catch. Well, that is extremely unlike him. I hope he didn't rub his hands in grease before heading out to the pitch. Normally, such a clinical fielder, but he's having a rough day out there to start off.
Well, Bikash, he's dropped Gundeep now again. So he's dropped him on 32 and now dropped him on 33. Bikash. Well, what is going on with Bikash today? This one has been absolutely clobbered. Manos arriba, 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 árbitro. Porque eso es una grande. Eso es 6 carreras.
What an absolutely massive shot. And this is huge for this Napa side. They're getting boundaries from someone not named Gundeep Singh. Sarpreet really needs to support his partner here. He's hit his 6 and 4 so far this over, and this is extremely encouraging for the Napa Royal Kings.
They're bowling right in his strand, and this one is high up in the air. Will this one be taken? No, it just drops in front of the fielder. That comes running in. So, but at least this one, look, it wasn't on the stumps, and that's what I'm saying. Don't bowl at the stumps to him. You bowl at the stumps. He's got a good eye. He gives it a good clobber. End of the over. And they're moving along really nicely here now. So that one takes him on to 77. So they're staying up with this sort of 10-run per over mark. They're looking to bring the 100 up.
Yeah, of course. They'll be aiming for about 25 to 30 runs in these last couple of overs. They've actually set them up into a very good platform to explode at the end. They've got 2 settled batsmen with 2 overs to spare, and that's a great, great position to be in as a batting side. So they can see the Tigers are going to have to be very smart these last couple of overs. We're maybe going to need to see them bowl a few variations, slow the ball down a bit.
Well, you've got Fahad and, of course, Yasir Mahmood, the 2 men that just bowled there. And here comes Yasir back, who bowled a really good over. Chance maybe, but very, very good backing up again from Gundeep. Yeah, he's been dropped on 32 and 33. Let's see if he can continue here now, make the most of these opportunities. But, yeah, 2 brothers in the side. Yasir Mahmood and Fahad Mahmood. And this is Yasir, who he's pretty unlucky, isn't he? Because he should have had a wicket. In fact, his brother should have had a wicket as well. So the brothers, a bit unlucky this morning as the glorious sunshine starts to caress the ground. Oh, this is a delightful shot. He hits it up and over, 1 bounce, 4 runs, beautifully done. Gundeep Singh, I've been so impressed with the way he's batted today. I mean, under pressure, big batters missing. He loses Saran Ahmed early, but he hasn't been bothered at all.
No, he hasn't, and this is the point of this. He's stepping up with the opportunity provided to him, and of course, you could say his side is short-handed, but that also means this is a big opportunity for several other players, and Gundeep Singh, well, he could play a big innings for them in a knockout match.
It's time just into the deck, and what I've been impressed about, and I know I keep harping on about it, is they haven't been bothered. I mean, when there's a single, they're not bothered taking it. When there's half a single, they'll still take it. It's not the case of, I want the strike, I want to own the strike. And Gundeep, doesn't matter which partners come out there with him. He just said, hey, it doesn't matter. You've got a bat in your hand. That means you can bat. So if it's a single, we're taking it. Mahmood. Sarpreet. Oh, he clobbers this. He hits it hard. How far will it go? It will go all the way. Balle. Kinna Sona. And not even the captain, Jahid Hassan, can get his hands to this.
Yeah, he would have had his heart in his mouth considering he was going to the mound. He's already caught a couple of catches so far this morning. Jahid Hassan is such a good fielder, but he just maybe blew a little bit at it, and he managed to get it over Hassan's grasp. And boy, that's a hard hit. And that's a fast bowler's response to being hit to his 6.
Well, yes, Mahmood saying, "Tu minnu marunga, main tenu marunga." And this one, well, thappar lag gaya. But once again, he's wearing the lid, and he just seems to be unfazed. He just thinks, don't worry. I'll just get to the other end, and I'll take the leg by. And, well, that was Sarpreet Singh who gets clonked on the lid. And, well, he's just taking time. Just took the lid off for a while. He says, let me thoda thanda ho jama. Places out, gets it past Zishan. Here's a sweeper out there. Will make the stop. That's Roman Mazumdar. Interesting enough, they didn't go back to Mazumdar. He went for 12 in his over. No, he didn't actually. He went for less than that. It was a tidy over, in fact, just 7. And interesting how they haven't gone back to him. They haven't gone back to the likes of Zishan either. So interesting the way that the captain has used the bowlers here. End of the over, and well, they just keep going, moving along nicely. 91, 2 wickets down into the last. So can they get the 100 up? If they do, I think you got to say that the Napa Royal Kings have stuck to their plan and executed it well, and they'll certainly get the runs on the board, and they've given themselves something really to bowl at to see if they can do the double over the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah, they've gone with 6 different bowlers so far this innings, and I know it's often a risk to bowl a spinner in the final over, but I would have still gone with Roman Mazumdar. He's you just know what you're going to get with him. It's a very consistent bowler, and Rashidul Hassan, who was a little bit wayward in his first over, he was, in my opinion, a little bit fortunate to just give up 11 runs, but the captain has the faith in the experienced operator, and he's going to charge him with bowling this final over.
Firmly struck, should be just the single. And, it's well picked up by the fielder as well. You can see once again Gundeep is quite keen to take on the fielder, but I think Saprit Singh says, Rande main marunga. Well, he's saying, leave it to me, let me have a hit. Hassan. Yeah, I mean, Zishan, all right, his first over wasn't the best, but they don't give him a second. They don't give Mazumdar a second either. Hits this hard. This has gone a long way. What a hit that is. Well, it's hit long and hard. It goes all the way. This is sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 more.
Yeah, fantastic shot. And these two, I love the way they've played. They've really complemented each other out there. We saw Sarpreet. He was really slow to start his innings. He was batting at 8 runs of 10 deliveries. Since then, in the subsequent 7 balls, he's made 24. And that's what power hitters can do. They can get out of a rut very quickly.
Misses out on this, but the ball escapes the keeper. So Sagar Rahman couldn't get hold of it. So they'll get a bye from it. And moves them on to 99. 3 balls to go. 3 very important deliveries. I don't think the batters, they've done so well, they won't want to waste these. Sandeep Singh batted beautifully. Good hit, good placement, 4 runs, and they just can't stop him, can you? And listen, with 2 balls to go, he moves to 45. It would be so fitting and really deserved half century if you could bring it up here. 45 of 26, 100 on the board now, 103 for 2. 2 balls in the innings. Go Gundeep Singh, go!
Yeah, if ever a player deserved a half century, it's him.
And, oh, he's going to be caught and bowled. And it's great work, you have to say, from Ruhidullah Hassan. He does really well. He hits it straight and hard. Probably would have gone to the boundary if it wasn't. It gets one hand to it, the right mitt, pops it up in the air and takes it the second time round. So Rashidul Hassan will pick up his first wicket. And it's Gundeep, who's batted brilliantly for his side, will go for 45 of 27 deliveries.
Well, it seems to have just cursed him. And, well, that's just proof, a testament to what this sport is like. You don't always get what you deserve. That Hawk really deserved to get to the 50 mark, but regardless, he's going to get a nice round of applause at the dugout. Well-deserved, 45 runs for him. He stepped in, replacing several key players and done the job. And regardless, I'd be very encouraged by this Napa innings, no matter how they finish this one, as the skipper's going to face the last ball. Let's see if he can strike a boundary.
Well, he hit it well, and where's this? Is high up in the air, but he's going to go first ball. No mistakes from Yasir, and Yasir, well, we saw him drop one earlier, which could have been important, but it ended up being not so, as he was the man who dropped Ahmed, but no mistakes from him this time. Hardeep Singh, you can't blame him. The captain comes out, he's got a ball to go, he's looking for a big 6, and it just slices off the bottom of the bat. We're looking for it around cow corner, but one man who didn't miss it was Yasir Mahmood. Takes the catch, so it's Rashidul Hassan who will pick up 2 wickets at the end of the innings. He finishes with 2 for 22. But Napa Royal Kings, under strength with key players missing, make a very respectable 103 for 4.
Yeah, 12 runs off that last over, and that's not taking into account the fact that the last 2 deliveries were wickets. And those dot balls, if we take a look at the highlights of this innings, of course, usual, Sehran Ahmed was presenting a couple of opportunities, and that was quite a hilarious slip for Gundeep Singh. That's about the only thing that went wrong for him this morning, as it was a near perfect day. as we saw him show a vast array of shots. It wasn't just the power slogging, but it was also the brilliant placement. As that would be about the only boundary Serhan Ahmed would hit before he would present an opportunity to the skipper of the Nicosia Tigers, who was in fine catching form. Anything that came to him was gobbled up.
Yeah, didn't he catch well? And we'll see one on the boundary a bit later, which was unfortunate for Karamveer Singh, who also played his part here. I mean, when the Serhan Ahmed went early, he needed them to come together, and they did. And Karamveer played some really nice shots and supported Gundeep Singh well until the catch was taken there once again by the captain Jahid Hassan. But you know what? Another guy came out, Sapreet, and I have to say, and he won't mind me saying this, he didn't look the part, but then boosted by those 5 wides, all of a sudden they went back to 60 at the 6 over mark, and they went back to 10 runs and over, and then he sort of clicked into action and he hit some big ones. That was absolutely almighty. And I just like the way that both of them put a great partnership on together. And from nowhere, you know, he ends up 32 not out of 18.
And he was helped by some of those drop catches by Vikas Shrestha, very unlike him. And the Nicosia Tigers, of course, they'll be a little bit disappointed by their fielding effort. 3 dropped catches. Of course, the first one didn't cost them much, the Serhan Ahmed one, but they're going to look back at this and say, we let a real opportunity slip past us.
Yeah, I mean, this was the wicket right there towards the end. It's a really good bit of work from the bowler, Rashidul Hassan. He takes the catch, good and bowled, and then you saw the captain, Hardeep Singh, come out. He had one ball to face. He wanted to go for glory. He wanted to get as many more on the board as he could for his side. He failed as he got caught by Yasin Mahmood. But I think he will know that, well, his batters, the ones that went out there, really played well. Just have a look at the scorecard here. Top work from Gundeep Singh. I think he batted beautifully. Almost made it all the way through the innings, just fell with 2 balls to go. And then he was supported well by Karamveer Singh, who made a fine 8 of 11. And then also Sapreet Singh, what a good innings from him as well, 32 of 18, which means that they got their team to the 100 mark. So they've got a score that, well, you know what, on their day, if everybody bowls well, they are able to defend.
Yeah, as we take a look at this Nicosia Tigers bowling card, of course, an expensive day for Iftikhar Zaman. He really ruined his spell with a couple of bad deliveries at the end. He started off all right. The pick of the bowlers for me was Roman Mazumdar, who surprisingly didn't get a second over again. He's been criminally underused, in my opinion, by the Nicosia Tigers. But one key thing is they're improving with those extras, down to 11 after being as high as 29 and 34 at the start of this tournament.
Yeah, 11, and remember that 5 of them came off 1 ball, so that's a much more improved performance from them when they're out in the middle. But this match is very evenly poised. Match number 16, the first of day 4. 5 matches coming your way, and we said we're starting with this absolute cracker. And remember what I say on this pitch, a score between 100 and 110 to me always has a little bit of a tingle about it. Will we start the day, a nice sunny day I have to say now here in Limassol, with a golden ball? Well, there's only one way to find out. Stay tuned as we return for the conclusion of match number 16. We'll be back in just under 10 minutes time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back, cricket lovers, to what I think promises to be quite an exciting conclusion to the very first match of the day. We've seen the Napa Royal Kings, despite having a few key players missing, put a very good performance in with the bat. They finished with 103 for 4. Mainly thanks to a great partnership between Gundeep Singh, who almost batted all the way through the innings, 45 of 27, and Sarpreet Singh, who was 32, not out of 18. It means they've got runs on the board, and certainly if they bowl well here, they've got a good opportunity to perhaps do the double over the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers, they're 5-1. The only match that they lost was yesterday to the Napa Royal Kings. So this is going to be pretty exciting. And you can see there that the bowler is ready to go. And it's not going to be Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh is just going to keep himself back. Ready for the start of this one. And it is going to be Roman Mazumdar and Zishan Mahmood, the two big guys opening up.
Yeah, we did mention that Roman Mazumdar would need to be a key player for the Nicosia Tigers today. Of course, it's a bit short of runs these last couple of days. We saw him on day one. He has a couple of solid scores around the 30 region. We know he's capable of making big runs. He's technically one of the more gifted batsmen we've seen so far. And this is an important day for him to make his mark.
Not a bad delivery. It's a little bit high, I think. Probably would have gone over the stumps. And, well, the bails are down here. Now, what's happened here? I wonder if we can see anything on the bowler side. Let's see what happens here. Do those bails come off from the bowler? If they do, I mean, look, the bails are down now. If the bowler's not this down, this surely is a no ball. So, I mean, we don't see that there. So, this one is short and straight back at him. Well, nothing's been signaled, so maybe they just came down with the, sometimes just the vibration of the follow through. I certainly haven't seen anything come through on that one here. So, yeah, it must have been just a vibration that knocks him over. So, and you can see no runs on the board, so it's just a dot ball.
Yeah, yet again, Roman Mazumdar batting well outside his crease. This has been a strategy he's employed. And this one time, it's taken a couple of paces in front of his popping crease.
Well, are we that close to the sea that we can hear? Is that a cruise liner or something in the background? There's a huge, I mean, can you hear that in the background, folks?
And if you just take a look at that, I mean, Roman Mazumdar moves so far forward, he's not even in the frame, and it's good bowling there by Munzer Ali just to dig one in. And
what's that noise?
I believe it's coming from that tank there. It's filling water into some of the porta potties.
Okay, well, I thought, well, maybe we had a cruise liner that was turning up. Maybe everybody from Ayia Napa after partying were coming back. Well, this one, talking about partying, is partying time for Zishan, as this is a short delivery. He deals with it, no issues at all. Speaking of short deliveries, we were asking the question about how our man from the Limassol Qalandars was. And remember, we were talking about Shah Khalid, who got hit yesterday with well, it wasn't a bouncer really. I think it was one that came off the bat and went onto the side of his head. The news is that he's okay. There's no internal damage. He did go to the hospital. See this one here. It's going to get away from the keeper. It might go all the way down to the boundary. I think it will. It's going to be 4 byes, which is not what you need after you've been clocked for 4. It goes for the shorter delivery. Now, there's no issue with the height on it, but the wicket keeper is not able to keep hold of this, and that's always going to be an issue because, I mean, there's Gundeep that's doing the work behind there, but the regular keeper, of course, is Ikram Mohammed. He's not in the side, so somebody's got to fill that gap. 4 byes, yeah. Going back to what I'm saying, Shah Khalid, no internal damage. He seems to be okay, but he has had to have 8 stitches. And but the news is that he may even play today if he's not in pain. Well, that would be something sensational if he turns up today and plays after being clonked on the head yesterday.
Yeah, that's a great bit of courage, and of course, it's testament to a lot of these players who are sacrificing a lot to get their team some wins, and that is beautiful by Zishan Mahmood. Just moves to the leg side to open up the offside, and he slaps it behind point. Of course, you've been calling for a sweeper in that region all tournament, and it doesn't seem like the Napa Royal Kings are interested. Zishan Mahmood hits the third boundary we've seen through that region already in so far as action.
Yeah, he's lovely to watch, isn't he? When he's in flow, he does play shots to all part of the ground. And the first over comes to an end and the score moves to 13, very much like it was in the first over from the Napa Royal Kings. 111 matches now since the Golden Ball.
Yeah, it's a 1-1. Of course, became very close to breaking that streak yesterday in that thrilling match between the Napa Royal Kings and the Limassol Calendars. But the wait goes on. And of course, looking at this total, of course, this is a par score between two quality sides. This could easily be another nail-biting finish. So hopefully we can break that streak very quickly. And of course, look in response, they finally moved the sweeper out to that region behind point. The Napa Royal Kings, the other fielder outside the ring is that long off. It's the skipper himself, Hardeep Singh, and we're going to see Roman Mazumdar here line up.
Well, I heard those sounds and I was getting pretty excited. I thought, well, maybe that the cruise liner that was going to take people to Ayia Napa was pulling in. But I'm thoroughly disappointed because it's not. It actually is the team of people that turn up with the machinery to sort of sort out the portaloos. So it's not as exciting as I thought. And now, so there you go. So it's well, at least they're going to be nice and clean. I'll give it that. Anyway, back to the action here. Had a chance to have a look at the field that's been set. I go with long on now. Hardeep Singh himself will go back to the boundary, and they've got a sweeper on the offside. That's a Gandhi delivery. Does he get something on this? No. He hits the edge of the pitch and goes for a wide. So not the best of starts. This from Saran Ahmed.
Yeah, Saran Ahmed, you were calling for him to bowl a lot earlier yesterday, and the Napa Royal Kings did bowl him just at the end of the power play, and today they brought him inside the power play, so we like this move.
Yeah, it's not the best of starts from him. Let's see if he can get it right with this one. And just dropping short of the fielder who comes, and the batter, you can see Zishan says, nah, just keep it a one. I'm not chancing any risky second runs. You can see Saran Ahmed is saying to the fielder, hey, come on. You need to catch those. And listen, keep an eye on the screens because every so often you'll see fast flying objects low to the ground. And these are the birds that are flying all over the place here at the moment. The swallows, did we say they were? Did we say they were swallows? Or the starlings? I don't know. But they are absolutely, this time of day, they fly low. And there must be something. There we go. That's exactly as I'm talking. You see one there. Oh, well, this one is low flying as well, but it's actually a kookaburra, and it goes to the boundary. It's going to be more buys, and this is hurting the Kings at the moment. They're leaking too many runs.
Yeah, Gundeep Singh after a brilliant innings. That's not fair on him, of course. It's well out of his grasp, and Saran Ahmed has started this over rather poorly. He's not quite been able to find his radar, giving up a lot of unnecessary runs. And let's see if they're gonna make any fielding changes. No, they seem content with what they have so far. Zishan once again opens up some room. Is he going to find the boundary? He certainly will. That's a chase in vain for the fielder, but the Nicosia Tigers stringing together some boundaries early.
Yeah, well, once again, I mean, we've touched on this a bit. Hardeep Singh has put himself to Zishan. They're out on the boundary long on, but I reckon the thing is difficult, but if the bowler bowls the correct line, if the bowler gets the ball where he should be, then Zishan will be playing shots in the offside. I think he's far better having, in this point in the power play, maybe one more out on the offside and sort of sacrifice a set straight boundary. And, well, this is exactly what I'm talking about, and that's why it underlines my point perfectly well, because Zishan, he's going to target that area. Look at the way he bats. He goes to the leg side. He creates room for himself, then hits over in the offside. So he's got to have a think about this pretty quickly. Otherwise, this game will get away from them pretty sharpish.
Yeah, and of course, the thing with Zishan, as we've pointed out throughout this tournament, is that he doesn't have much foot movement. So if the bowler went over the wicket and just angled it across him, tried to bowl just inside the guideline, you could get a few dot balls in. He's just bowling it right where he likes.
This one gets played out to mid-wicket. But you can see there, yeah, you're absolutely right. Now, that one there was a little bit fuller. It's a bit more fuller, so he hasn't got the room to move down the leg side and play it out in the off. Just watch this. So because he can't play it there because the ball follows him, all he does is he plays his out. He tries to get it through mid-wicket, and it's just a dot. So, and we've said this before, get him to drive, bowl straight, get him to drive, or get the ball going outside the off stump to him, but not too much width. You basically want to get the ball there about 30 centimetres short of a length outside offside, and then because of his movement, he's taking himself away from the ball, he gets tucked up. That's where you got to bowl to him. That's going to be a wide, that's too much width. And well, you can see the bowler just having a few issues with whatever that is he's landed into. No, there were no cows grazing on this field last night. That is just all to do with the thunderstorms and the heavy rain that we had. So you just got to watch that patch.
But you can see what Saran Ahmed's trying there, and I actually like the attempt. He might not have executed it, but that's a much better plan to Zishan.
And once again, out there on the off, and this one will go all the way. They just keep feeding him, and if you keep feeding him, he's going to start hitting you in those areas. And I think Hardeep Singh has got to make a decision pretty quick here about the field. He's got to have another man out there. That's only 2 overs gone, and they've raced along to 34 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to you've got to sympathize with the captain in that kind of situation, because Saran Ahmed's not really helping him with that kind of bowling. It's overpitched. It's right where Zishan likes it, and he's pretty much going to eat that up all day. Of course, we take a look at this standings. The Nicosia Tigers currently at the top of the table. Napa Royal Kings just below them, but with a game in hand.
Yeah, game in hand, which remember, the Kings, they've got 4 matches today, so 3 more after. In fact, the finish of the day is going to be brutal for them. They're off the next match. In the next match, we're going to see the Nicosia Tigers in action against Everest. So they've got back-to-back matches. But their chance, and oh, it's a really good effort this from Manzoor Ali. And he's diving to his right. It's staying low, but it's still a chance. And sometimes, well, moments like this could turn a match. And it's just dipping. And the interesting thing about that was the over before, when Ahmed was bowling, that's exactly where the player was. Hardeep Singh has moved him slightly, and the ball's to his right. A great effort, but he's not able to take it. Out in the off, well, that's going to be cut off from the field. Will they go for 2? Zishan is taking it on, so they target his hand, and he probably just gets there, does he? The umpire on field of play says not out. But Zishan, not often that he goes for these 2s. He backed himself to get there. And he does, but only just. But remember, Zishan, that's a big moment, that half a chance, when he gets put down on 25.
Yeah, and doesn't seem like much has changed from yesterday. The fielders are still finding that gap to the right of Jasdeep Singh. And Skipper has inserted himself inside the power play for the first time in a couple of days. This one's taking a thickish outside edge. Is the fielder going to catch it on the ricochet? No, he won't. Manages to get a hand up to it, but it's another opportunity presented as Mazumdar is living dangerously in this over.
Mazumdar now gets given a chance. He gets dropped on 4. This one is unfortunate. It goes pretty quickly. He gets hands to it. It pops up in the air, but he doesn't know where it is. He can't find it. And Sapreet Singh, who batted so well, he puts that one down. Hardeep is bowled well. He's had chances, but no luck. Now he goes full, and this has been stroked out to the man who's solo still out there. And he keeps it to 1. Yeah, just keep an eye, mental note so far. The one man that they've deployed in the power play that is straight. So he's standing at long off. At the moment, he's not had to field 1 ball, not 1. And look how many times the ball has gone to the boundary on the offside. And this is where teams have to start doing the homework. High up in the air, and, well, it's once again to that man at mid-wicket, so he doesn't go as big as I thought. I thought it was going to be looking to go over cow corner. In fact, it's only pulled us along to mid-wicket, so he doesn't get to this at all. Hardeep Singh, good over from him so far, the captain.
Yeah, and good point by Mayur Patel. Mayur Patel pointing out that Hardeep Singh really should be opening the bowling himself. He's proven to be an adept bowler. Love the way he bowls.
And then he goes for a short one, and this will get put away. I think this is going to be 1 bounce 4, and well, we've barbecued him again. We just mentioned about his bowling. I don't mind this delivery, to be fair. I think Mazumdar hasn't really got going. He's been dropped on 4, and I think Hardeep saying, well, I'll try something different. I'll go for the short one to see if he If he miscues it, well, he doesn't. He gets it right, and they go to the boundary 4 runs. So that's the end of another over. The power play is at least complete. It does mean that the Kings can start to spread the field a little bit, and they're going to have to do so because they're motoring at the moment, 42 without loss.
Yeah, I've been hexing players left, right, and center to start off this morning. It's full Medusa mode, of course, on the island, as, of course, the Nicosia Tigers, 42 for no loss at the end of 3 overs. They've started off very strongly, and this is an extremely concerning power play.
A couple of big days today, I want to say. It is Passover, which is celebrated today. So this Jewish holiday is celebrated by Jews in family gatherings where they eat a special meal known as Seder. So, yeah, happy Passover to everybody that's celebrating around the world. And the new bowler gets ready to come in. It also it's a big day in the UK when Grand National Fever hits. It's a festival which is normally April the 13th to the 15th. So the Grand National, of course, is a national hunt horse race in Aintree. And it occurs over a distance of, I think it's 4 miles. Horses jumping 30 fences over 2 laps. So if you've had a little bit of a bet, well, good luck on the Grand National, which is, of course, over the next couple of days. And it's just some of the days that are being celebrated today. I'll tell you which one of these 2 teams, though, will be celebrating this morning. But, more on big days later as we return back to the action.
We're going to see Karnveer Singh come into the attack. We struggled with the bat in hand, so we'll be hoping for something better here.
Start short and well fielded. Now, I don't mind this. I mean, he's going to take a bit of time to get his confidence up and get the ball in the right places. But one thing that I did say yesterday about the Napa Royal Kings in the 4 matches they played, what they missed is a spinner. So they have a spin option, and it's a Karnveer. Let's see how he fares. That's not bad at all. So he starts well, and you can see straight away, no pace in the ball makes a difference.
Yeah, and of course, the other big thing, of course, with having a spinner is that you can get through your overs a lot quicker. Every side is going to keep an eye on the clock. Of course, we haven't seen too many issues with penalty runs since day 1.
Yeah, so Karan Singh it is. And this one gets cut away, and the Lone Ranger out there on the offside does the fielding. Shaba. I'm liking this also. Good support. Shaba put Tony bowling. Yeah, really good bowling. Keep it up. Comes down at him and gets played away. Once again, I think where the issue could be for Napa Royal Kings again, it's all because of selection. And no Ikram Mohammed in the side. The wicketkeeper standing back, and look, both batters are thinking, okay, if you're standing back, we'll just come out to the spinner. There's no risk involved at all. Look at Zishan, look where he is. He has a look. He's already outside the crease. I mean, the wicketkeeper going deep. I know he's probably just filling a spot, but he's got to do better. And I think the captain, Hardeep, has got to do better as well. Look, we're outside the power play now, and yet still he's reluctant to put another player out on the offside.
Yeah, a lot of protection on the leg side where we haven't seen too many deliveries go. So, I mean, as you mentioned earlier in the broadcast, the man at long off's pretty much been having a cup of tea throughout this innings.
He's not touched the ball as yet. I can understand long on being there, but, well, not long off, because, again, you'll see this is going to be targeted in the same area. It goes through the fielder this time, but there's no support behind there. There's nobody sweeping. There's going to be 4 more. And Zishan Mahmood is probably thinking today it must be his birthday, because they're bowling the balls that he likes to play, they're bowling the length that he likes to play, and they're not even sending a field to it. So he's having a field day at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly does. And of course, with a left arm spinner who's turning the ball away, you'd expect more protection on the offside. Instead, they've got a packed leg side field, which would make more sense to a batsman bowler is turning it back into the batsman. As we take a look at this graph, the Nicosia Tigers currently well above that red line, so they're cruising to a victory at the moment. And this is a fantastic response after getting a drubbing at the hand of this side this time 24 hours ago.
Yeah, it's a good response, isn't it? It looks like they're going to, once they struggled to score runs, they got to 83 for 7, and of course the Napa Royal Kings knocked them off by winning by 10 wickets. Now that was DLS as well, because we did have a little bit of rain. They needed to score 75 off their 7 overs. In the air, this is the big moment, and the catch has been taken. Nicely done, nicely held. It's keeping the pace off. That works again as Jasdeep Singh, well, cracking ball from him, and he gets the breakthrough.
He certainly does. He floated that one up. It was a well-flighted delivery, and we just said the man at long off has had hardly anything to do all day. Well, it takes a lot of focus to be there, because as soon as he gets that opportunity, he gobbles it up, and this is the discipline you need when you're out in these sort of fielding positions. You might not see much action, but when you do, you have to be ready. That's a great catch by Saran Ahmed. We know what a difficult time he had with the ball in hand in the second over, but he's contributing to his side's cause over there, and that's a big wicket. As Roman Mazumdar once again gets dismissed for after a fairly poor innings, just the 11 runs of 12 balls. We haven't quite seen him hit his potential.
Yeah, a bit of a buzz around there now. It's almost like, you know, when you have a mother's meeting and everybody's chirping away and making a lot of noise. Well, that's what's happened there, because they've picked up that wicket and they're feeling here now, right, okay, they still got 50 runs to try and get. We picked up a wicket, one of the big fish. If we can get Zishan, anything can happen. But look, the man who comes out to replace him is somebody who had a fantastic day yesterday, and it is Yasser Mahmood. He scored 22 of 14 in the defeat to the Kings, but then we saw him with a player of the match performance when he took 2 for 13 and scored 46 when they bounced back to beat the Limassol Qalandars. So he's been in very good form at the moment. It's catching a shout, but it looks like it's going to get past Singh. Well, he does everything he can, Hardeep Singh, the captain, to try and get there, but he can't. It will go all the way, and Yasser Mahmood opens his account with a Maximo.
Yeah, that's very smart cricket by Yasser Mahmood, targeting that shorter boundary. He backs himself to clear the fielder. Once again, Justy putting a lot of tossing the ball up, so it's there to be hit. And I think the men at long off and long on will be very busy throughout this over.
Good comeback from Jasdeep. So one thing they have done, I mean, they've probably gone back and watched and learnt, and they've said, yeah, maybe we should. We've got bowlers that can bowl spin. Why don't we try it? So far, it's not been a bad thing at all. This one's well bowled as well. Like the way he floats it in. He's got the 2 men straight, which he needs. And, well, one's taken a catch and one's only just been beaten. So Jasdeep here is just pace off, floating it up there and saying to the batters, it's there if you want it, but remember this, 2 men are waiting. Zishan, as we know, he will still goes to eye up the offside, and that's the difference, isn't it, with Zishan? Even with that delivery there, he still walks down the leg side, he's still trying to hit it out the offside. So I do think that Hardeep Singh, there's one thing, I mean, they've been very good here today. Remember, they've had a few issues in terms of personnel, a few players missing. But the one tip of that I would give him is just to have a look at the way the batters are playing and just to set a field accordingly. And if it means that you have to move fielders around for one batter to the next, then do it. Don't just keep a field set in place, because that's the one that you're going for, because that's what you've seen in the book. Make the changes to accommodate the type of batters that you've got out there.
Yeah, both Jasdeep Singh and Hardeep Singh have had good overs, and I wouldn't mind if Hardeep Singh came right back in here to bowl, because got a little window opportunity here to sneak in a few wickets, but instead he's going back to Karan Singh. He was bowling quite well until the last 2 balls of his over, which both went for 4, but he has the left arm spinner, and it's a similar field again. This time he finds the man at deep points. Of course, with this kind of bowling, with the bowler turning it away for the batsman, you'd like a lot more protection out here on the offside, and instead we've got a long off, a long on, deep mid wicket, and a deep square.
He hit well, and it's a great stop from the fielder. Well, I'll tell you what, he's earned his pocket money today. He's has to cover that whole boundary. All right, sometimes he's been a bit fortunate, he's been hit right at him, but that was not an easy one to field. Does superbly well. Well, here he is again, and this time it's an easier one. Gentle underarm back. So he's going to be a busy player out there, and well, we know already that Sarpreet Singh has played a huge part in this match, in that 34 that he scored, and now doing great work in the field. Quicker delivery. Look at the difference here with this ball compared to some of the others bowled to Zishan. Look at this one. Look where it is. Once again, it's not wide enough for him to play the shot. It's a little bit closer. It's coming into him, dot ball. That's where his weaknesses are, and I think good teams will exploit those. And this time he decides to come down the wicket, and of course he's got the leisure of being able to do that because the wicketkeeper Gundeep is not standing up. I mean, he's not out and out keeper, so you have to acknowledge that. He's filling in, if you like, taking that place. Of course, he's not going to be overconfident standing up, so he's there really to try and stop any runs going past, and if there is a chance to take a catch, to see if he can take it. He's in that good areas again, really well bowled from Karan Singh. That's a great spell of bowling, and I like this from the Kings. They have found a spinner, Karan Singh. I think they need to be using him more, and so far I've liked what Jasdeep has done as well. Now I'm here with you now. I mean, you could go with Jasdeep, but I certainly would go with Hardeep Singh, and I think this is the discussion that's happening here now. I think Hardeep Singh is saying to Jasdeep, you bowl. Jasdeep is saying, no, you come on the bowl. They're having this conversation here now. And I would go with what Jasdeep is saying and what you said earlier, Nish. I'd go with Hardeep Singh, but it looks like Hardeep Singh is saying, hey, I'm the captain. I've got a plan. I want you to bowl this. I think this could be a mistake. I think the type of bowler Jasdeep is, I think if you're a captain, you use him. If he gets you one good over and it's pretty tidy, you take that and you say, right, you've done me a job. Thank you very much. Because sometimes when they bowl the second, they can be carted all over the place.
No, and you'd really like to see Hardeep Singh bowl because Zishan Mahmood's the one on strike at the start of this over. If he could get his wicket, this would be a huge turn in this game because keep in mind, after 34 runs in the first two overs, the Nicosia Tigers have slightly slowed down, so a little window of opportunities opened up here.
Yeah, let's see how it goes. I mean, I could be completely wrong, but I just get the feeling that this one could be an error. Let's go. Let's see. Hits it hard, and it will go to the boundary, and it's going to be 6 runs. It goes all the way. Manos arriba arbitro. Zishan, just as I thought, wants to attack him, and he goes, and he gets the 6.
And once again, umpire Sujith with those really nice 6 calls. Of course, leaps up on one leg.
Yeah, Mario Patel agreeing with us as well, saying, yeah, definitely you go with Hardeep here. Now he goes outside the off, and this is just easy pickings, a little bit too short from Jasdeep. Well, I'm liking that bit of action as this ball gets hits out. And just have a look, the next team waiting to come in. I don't know if we've got this in camera. We don't have it. And it was Arjun. And Arjun Sahil, as he's practicing out there, well, he hits it back into the field of play. Nicely done. Okay, Jasdeep now under attack. Goes really wide, but this is hit out to the field. Oh, wow, that's a nasty one. This one pops up, and I think this slides up his body and clunks him on the chin. Let's have a look at this. So what's this ball do? Here it comes, and yeah, it just gets him right under the chin. Okay, at least he's got a different batter to bowl at now. Yes, here. Yes, here. Now cuts outside the off. Good pick up by the fielder. At point, gets down, keeps it to 1, but that just means that Zishan, the hard hitter, comes back on strike.
Yeah, he did say that. It seemed like they had managed to get away with that first over of 7 runs, already 12 off this one. So Jasdeep Singh's going to need to pull something out here to save this over.
Gets away with this one. It's an interesting shot attempted by Zishan. This one is just the bounce on it. I think it's slower. I think Zishan's probably a little bit slow moving in the right position. You see, he doesn't move at all. And probably because it's in an area where he normally likes to move to play this shot, so he's not good at moving the other way. Let's see if it's in the same area. Well, this one beats him as well, so he finishes with a couple of dots. 12, as you said, do come off the over, so it's not that bad, even though it started pretty dangerously. And in the meantime, we've just seen that the score moves to 77, and also Zishan Mahmood, well, he picked up a sneaky 50 there as well. He brings his 50 up, so well batted to Zishan Mahmood. This is what's coming up next. The Nicosia Tigers, well, this one is evenly balanced. You would think they're favourites to go on and win it, but they'll be hoping to take that win into the next match against Everest. Going to be good to see Everest back. They're 0-5, but they're a team that have entertained us, and I'm hoping that they can get their first victory in this European Cricket Series this time around.
I mean, how good was that last match between the Nicosia Tigers and Everest? That one came right down to the wire. Nicosia Tigers needed 20 runs up those last 2 overs. It was a real nail-biter. We thought a potential golden ball contender, but then, of course, it all fell apart for the skipper Bimal Ranabhat at the end, and he's going to want to make amends. I bet he's circled this fixture in, and he's been waiting for it eagerly. Of course, Everest finally got a rest day yesterday after having 2 tough days of cricket to start off the tournament, and now we see Hardeep Singh. This one's just played towards third man. It's a gentle nudge by Yasir Mahmood. This is going to be a very important phase in the game, of course. It's evenly balanced right now, and they can see Tigers need to go at just 9 and over. That's extremely attainable for any batting side, especially with all the wickets they have in hand. But some good, tight, disciplined bowling here by the Napa Royal Kings could see them through. This one's played straight down the ground. It's going to split the fielders. No, it isn't. Good work by Saran Ahmed. He got to it quickly, and I also like how his partner, Karan Singh, was right there behind him, backing up. So everyone's got to be on their toes right now in the field. Every run's going to count from here, and I like this change. Of course, we had a deep backward square. It was pretty much doing nothing throughout the course of their game, and now they've added a bit of extra protection to the offside boundary.
Yeah, this will be key when you're bowling to Zishan. Zishan miscue, big moment. Can he get there? Oh, it just dropped short off the fielder. He wants to take 2 on. The throw comes in. He's going to be out. He will be out. Well, they do get the wicket. It's Yasir Mahmood that will go. I just wonder, though, whether the fielder, I mean, if his arm was strong enough, had the option to go to the keeper's end, because I think either way they went to, there could have been an issue. It is Yasir that will go, so a new batter will come out here. I wonder if it's going to be the captain. This is really well done. Look, picks it up, just darts the throw in hard. That's Manzoor Ali. Look at Zishan. Look where Zishan is here. So even if it's going to the other end, I think Zishan would have struggled as well. But Hardeep Singh gets the wicket, gets the run out. That could be so important.
Yeah, but I think the Nicosia Tigers will take this. It's worth going for that risk for the second run. As long as Zishan still stays out there, you want this man on strike and facing as many deliveries down the stretch. So in the end, I don't think that was too bad an outcome for the Nicosia Tigers. Yasir Mahmood was barely going at a run of ball 11, so it's still really in the Nicosia Tigers' favor, I would say, heading into these last 15 deliveries.
Yeah, I mean, have they gone for the captain or have they gone for Jarman, who comes out there? Probably, I suppose they could go with either one. Wouldn't mind either one. Here's the delivery first. And it's a swing and a miss from Zishan. And, well, in fact, it's Razidul Hassan that comes out. So the captain, Jahid Hassan, is saying, well, Razidul, it's the first time we're seeing you. You made an impact with the ball. You took 2 wickets, picked up a wicket of the last 2 balls of the innings. Now, well, he has a chance to have a hit.
Yeah, Jaman just hasn't quite had the impact with the bat so far this tournament, so instead the skipper decides to give Rashidul Hassan, who's featuring for the first time this tournament, an opportunity to try to win the Nicosia Tigers this game. It's a good ball. Is that an edge? Is there something there? The umpire shakes his head, and he's absolutely annoyed. He's calling for a review. That simply doesn't happen, I'm afraid. Mr. Hardeep Singh.
He's pumped, isn't he, Singh? He thinks he's got his man. Let's see if he can pick up anything here. It's full, and well, it's so hard for us to tell. There's nothing we can see here. Let's see if we pick anything up from this angle. You can see why he goes up. Look, everybody goes up, but you can see the umpire. He shakes his head straight away, not out. I mean, the umpire is in the right position and the best position. And the thing is, though, I mean, we've seen 2 angles of that. There's nothing that we can pick up on it. So Zishan will survive. Controversial moment, maybe, but you got to go with the umpires. The umpires have been really good. And you see Taranga there saying, nope, I don't see anything, not out. And Hardeep Singh is, well, he's pumped up. And you can see the umpire saying, hey, Skip, calm down, just calm down. One thing that I would like to see here, though, and we haven't seen it at all, I don't think, in this innings. I want to see a pitched up Yorker delivery. I think you get one right in the block holes to Zishan Mahmood, you can get him. He's on 51, not out of 25. Can Hardeep get him with the last ball of his spell? He goes for the same areas. It's well hit. They should deal with this. And they do. And think about 2. Well, they don't. Actually, Zishan doesn't move. You can see that Hassan does. End of the over. Really well bowled from Hardeep Singh. And you can see Hardeep Singh and Zishan, they're having a little bit of chat and a little cuddle there at the end. I think Hardeep is saying, "Mainu pata, tu mari ta mari." And Zishan is saying, "Umpar nu puch, umpar ne kiya nahi, nahi." Well, they're just having that conversation. Did you snick it? I think you snicked it. Zishan is saying, well, no. The umpire says, no, no. Jeffrey Maguire, hello to you, sir. Hope you are well. And he's saying good throw. And hope you're well. Hope your bat is getting much better as well. And CNF lovers, is Napa back in the game nicely. Yeah, the thing is though, have a look at that. It couldn't be any closer there. It's a downward slide here, isn't it? But that is all courtesy of some really good bowling, clever captaincy as well, I'm going to say. Thing is now, who is going to bowl them out? This is where it could all go pear-shaped. It all happens in the ninth. This is the ninth. It is 80 for 2, 12 balls to go.
Yeah, real dilemma for the skipper to decide who was going to give these last few overs to. Saran Ahmed went for 21 in this first over, so I seriously doubt he's going to trust him to bowl the final one. This one's popped up in the air. This is a catching opportunity. This should be a dolly, and it's going to be taken. Zishan Mahmood has to depart after popping one up. We thought he might have nicked one. Is this the cricketing gods delivering some justice for the Napa Royal Kings?
Yeah, well done to Sandeep Singh. Everybody shouting, catch it is the last thing that you need when you're the fielder. Look at Hardeep Singh. He's talking to everybody. Calm down, Mundir. Calm down, calm down. Don't get too excited. The game is not done yet, but Zishan, once again, all of a sudden, they get things right, don't they? It's almost like they've taken an age to do it. All of a sudden, they put an extra man on the offside, so he's not getting the boundaries there. All of a sudden, they're bowling a much better line to him. They're tucking him up. He gets tucked up. He gets frustrated, hits out, gets caught. Game now back alive. And you know what? That tingle I was talking about, surely there's got to be a tingle out there now, people. There's got to be a tingle out there now.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolutely thrilling finish yet again to start the day. And there's that man, Iftikhar Jaman. He is going to come on strike, and this is a big, big story. Of course, he's struggled for form throughout this tournament despite being a very accomplished batsman. And this is his moment. This is where he can brush aside all that bad form by coming out here and delivering what would be a sensational victory for his team.
Well, we know the way that he bats, Nish. He's not one to hang around. He's going to go out there. It wouldn't surprise me if he smashes the first ball for 6. That's the sort of player that he is. So at the moment, I think the Napa Royal Kings, they've got themselves back in this match, but they've got to see out this man. Also, it's just worth mentioning that that rate pretty quickly has gone from just under 10 to 13. Ali. And he goes big. How far? Well, it just drops a couple of times before the fielder comes in from the long off position and fields it. Just the 1 run. They'll take that. Will the Kings? They'll take that.
Yeah, Jamal just staring at his bat, wondering why his bat couldn't quite power his way over the boundary rope. But this is 2 new batsmen out there in such a tough situation. So things have sort of been set up nicely for Napa. This one's a great ball by Manzoor Ali, just choking Rashidul Hassan for room. And what a fantastic start to the over. 3 deliveries so far, a wicket and just 2 runs.
Yeah, Manzoor Ali, we know that he's a bowler. He doesn't mind banging it in. He bowls the ball pretty quick, pretty short. He's right at the batter. Went for 13 in his first, but he's going to try and choke Jarman here. But Jarman, I think he knows he's going to be short. I think he's be expecting it. Let's see. Good contest, this. Oh, he hits it, and just as I thought, he bangs it out of the ground. It goes all the way, goes into the olive trees. It goes into the area where the snakes are waiting. A big hit. And, well, this is what this man does, Jaman. He doesn't hang around. We saw he went to hit the first ball for 6, slices it. Got lucky as he went for a single. That one is clean out of the middle. Big hit, big 6. Manzoor Ali now under attack. He's got 2 balls to bowl here. And we get to a point where it's 22 required of, well, 16 now required of 8 deliveries.
Yeah, and you look at Hardeep Singh's reaction right after that went for 6. He was clapping. He was telling everyone, just calm down. It's 1 blow. We're still in this game. And he wants everyone locked in and focused. He needs to make sure his team doesn't let 1 moment completely derail their chances. As look at how even these 2 sides are at this stage. Nicosia Tigers 88. The Napa Royal Kings were 89.
Manzoor Ali, I don't think he's going to pitch this one up. Here we go. Okay, miscue. He's going to get lucky 1 more time. And he'll get the single. Everybody comes in from everywhere. Quite fitting that the captain, who's been so good leading his guys, is the first one to get there. He runs all the way from long on and gets there. And you can see he's talking there to the bowler saying, calmly, calmly, get this 1 ball through. The equation 15 of 7. And it's going to finish with a dot. But it's going to be the big man on strike, Jarman. So we go into the last, folks. And, well, anybody got a tingle out there? Well, maybe I've got a little bit of a tingle. Well, when we get a single, we're talking about this golden balls. It is our tiebreaker. If the scores are tied, we go to the golden ball, and that means that the batting side, any batter that's not out can face one ball, and any bowler can bowl it. 2 required for victory for the batting side. If they don't get the 2, the bowling side wins. Overall, all time, it's 17-26 to the bowling side. This year, 2023, we've had 6, and it's 3-3. Will we see one here? We're in the last 15 of 6 balls.
Yeah, and this is going to be a real dilemma here for the captain. And I wonder who he's going to go with. It looks like he's going with Saran Ahmed, so this is a huge gamble. We saw Saran Ahmed go for 21 in this first over. How's he going to do here? Angles this one in. This is popped up in the air. This should be a catching opportunity. Will it be taken? It is somehow taken. Hardeep Singh has pulled it off.
Oh my word, the captain Hardeep Singh says, I said it's mine, Media. Look at the fielder when we see this again. The other fielder is saying, no, it's mine, stay away. And you can see Hardeep Singh saying, no, I'm the captain, I'm the man. You're my team, you listen to me. I'm the one who's going to lead us to a victory here. This is a sensational catch. How does he catch this, Nish?
This is incredible. Just take a look at this one again. It's up in the air. He's like, this is mine, and he almost pulls it out of his teammates' hands. He's like, I'm leading this team, points at himself. Everything goes through me. And we talked about the gamble to throw Saran Ahmed in, and he gets a wicket off the very first ball. Jaman has to head back to the dugout.
Oh, wow. That is an amazing catch. Catches win matches. That's what we say. That should be a match-winning catch. And then the bowler bowls a Gundy wide. What are you doing, man? What are you doing? Oh, my word. So 15 of 5 becomes 14 of 5. Oh, what a catch. The chat is buzzing. Well, Mehul Patel, Jeffrey Maguire, fancy a golden ball. He's talking about what a massive first ball. What a catch. He takes a deep breath, does Ahmed. He's got to get it right. He does get it right. And Gundeep makes no mistake. He takes it. It's a dot. 90 for 4. 14 required of 4. What a game. What a match. Are the Nicosia Tigers going to go down again to a team, the Kings, the Napa Royal Kings, who under strength have so far put in an amazing performance?
I mean, what courage as well by Ahmed to pitch it up at this stage in the innings.
Cooks him over, Chagde style. And it is Saran Ahmed that comes back with the perfect Yorker. The first time that we've seen it in the innings is right on the money. What a delivery. And now the equation goes to 14 of 3 deliveries. It ain't over yet, but it's almost there.
I mean, it's slipping away from the Nicosia Tigers again. They just can't beat these guys. Let's take a look at this perfect Yorker angled into the leg stump, and it's the captain, Jahid Hassan, who has to look back at a shattered set of stumps. This is some excellent bowling by Ahmed right at the end. How has he turned his fortunes around? We know how tough this game started off for him. Made just 9 runs with the bat in hand, was clubbed all over the park, giving up 21 runs in his first over, but his captain kept his faith in the big man. And this is the thing, form is temporary, class is permanent. He's delivered when it mattered most.
Yeah, what a delivery. And this is the thing, we talked about this a little bit yesterday. Being a left arm round, he creates that angle. He's a bit of a slingy action, but when he gets it right, when he gets it full, it's so difficult for a batter to pick because you're not used to a ball coming at that angle as a right-hander. Okay. This one is a huge delivery. They need to get something from it, don't they? They have to get something from this ball to stay in the contest. Hit it well. The fielder under pressure, but the captain is Mr. Cool at the moment, isn't he, Hardeep Singh? He has managed the situation so well. They get one from it. 13, 2 sixes take us to a golden ball. 13 required. Hassan on strike. Hits it well. Will this keep being number one? It is. It goes all the way. Balle. this game is still alive. We go to the last ball. 7 to win. A 7 up could do it. 6 with tie, and we go to the golden ball.
I mean, we are one big blow away from the Nicosia Tigers sending us to the first golden ball here in ECS Cyprus. We saw how close we were to it yesterday. Will we get a golden ball?
Here we go. Well, he hits it well, but he's not going to be a 6. In fact, it's going to be a tremendous catch. Saran Ahmed has taken the wicket, but it doesn't matter as long as that ball doesn't go to the boundary, doesn't go for a 6. The Napa Royal Kings have won an absolute humdinger of a match. And Hassan, despite his efforts, will go. And look at them there. Look at them all coming together. This is what it's all about. Well, teamwork makes the dream come true. And they all come together. And this is a magical moment for the Napa Royal Kings. What a start to their day. That team there, they got 4 matches today. They'll have a little bit of a break here as the Nicosia Tigers will have to pick themselves up in the match against Everest. But then the Napa Royal Tigers come back to play the last 3 matches on the spin. It's a huge day for them, but what a start. What a victory. I take my hat off to them and the captain. And remember that catch on the boundary by Hardeep Singh. It wasn't his. You can see the other fielder, Karan Singh, saying, Mera, skipper, stay away. The skipper says, no, this is the big moment. I'm going to take this catch. I'm going to win this match for us. That's exactly what he does. What a match. What a moment.
I mean, we sat here, we said they were short-handed, but despite being short-handed, they've handed a loss to the Nicosia Tigers. As we take a look at some of the highlights of this inning, of course, Zishan Mahmood was in his usual form. He led this chase for the Nicosia Tigers with his brilliant half-century where he hit 8 4s and 2 6s. Look at some of these shots. That was very unfortunate. We're taking a look at that first Saran Ahmed over, which went for 21 runs. And of course, we were questioning whether he should get the last over or not. Certainly I was, but his captain kept his faith and he delivered. And look at this by Roman Mazumdar. He presented a couple of opportunities, a couple of tough chances. That one was when he was at 2 runs. That one when he was at 4 runs. But Roman Mazumdar simply didn't make the Napa Royal Kings pay, as of course he was dismissed, making just 11 runs of 12 balls. That was the only boundary he hit all day. They had a lot of fun, of course, on the offside. These Nicosia Tigers, that's the catch which Roman Mazumdar provided to the Napa Royal Kings. And right there after that wicket, suddenly we felt like Napa were gaining momentum.
Yeah, I mean, it's a topsy-turvy, wasn't it? But again, one thing I really like, and I give credit to Hardeep Singh for this, the introduction of spin. Karan Singh, I think, bowled beautifully. Jasdeep Singh, his first over was good. He went with him. He had faith. There was even that little debate. There was that argument between him and Jasdeep. Jasdeep saying, no, you should bowl it. Hardeep saying, no, Jasdeep, you were the captain. Now I'm the captain. You need to bowl it. It does go for 12. But what he was able to do was hold himself back a little bit longer, a little bit deeper. Then he bowls this over. They think they have Zishan. That was a big moment. Zishan at that time had already put his 50. He wanted to have it checked. He was pumping. He was fuming. He was angry. But in the end, he had to be cool. He became cool because the catch, when it mattered, got taken. That was a huge moment for Sandeep. Sandeep made no mistake. Zishan had to depart on 52, and that allowed them back in the match.
Yeah, Jaman clubbing that one big 6, but this was the moment. This was the big moment. The skipper took the catch, pointed at his chest and said, this is mine. This is my team.
Yeah, I like the way he says that. Mera catcha, meri team. This is my moment. And he looks up back at the fielder and he says to, I think he says there to that man there, Curran, well done, you left it for me. And then we saw this absolute humdinger of a Yorker. But if we thought it was over, it wasn't, you know, because though he got that Yorker in, then there was this hit which went all the way to the boundary. 6 was needed at the last. This gets smashed hard. How about that for a catch? I mean, I know probably it doesn't matter too much, but that was a sensational catch as well. Jahid Hassan, the captain, had to hit a 6 to win. Hits it pretty well, but what a good catch that was from Sahan Ahmed.
That was a great catch, and in the end, a gutting defeat for the Nicosia Tigers as the Napa Royal Kings managed to hang on for the victory. They take this one by 6 runs. As we take a look at that Nicosia Tigers scorecard, outside of Zishan Mahmood, unfortunately, they struggled to find runs. None of their big batsmen clicking for them, and this is starting to become a concern for the Nicosia Tigers. Mazumdar making just 11, Yasir Mahmood 11 of 10, no real scores of note. Rashidul Hassan, of course, he hit that 1-6, same with Iftikhar Jaman. Outside of that, nothing really of note. The captain departing for a duck. And We have a look at the Napa Royal Kings bowling effort here. Sensational stuff. Sarah Ahmed, I know he went for some runs in his first over, but completely ignored those stats. He did it when it mattered.
Yeah, he did it when he mattered. You know, Sharon Ahmed, 3 wickets he picked up, but Mansoor Ali, I think he bowled really well as well under pressure. That 9th over was so important. He kept his cool. But it was just a sensational performance, and I think, you know what, I'm going to sum up this as we get, as I leave you with the match summary. For me, I'm going to sum this up by a team that believes, a team that plays together, a team that wants it despite all the odds, and they play for each other, end up always coming up on top. And Nicosia Tigers, they had all their stars there, but I think the Napa Royal Kings, I think led by their captain, they played as a team, and a well-earned victory for them. As we know, the next match coming up in just under 15 minutes time, Nicosia Tigers have to pick themselves up, and Everest are searching for their first victory in this series. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return in just under 15 minutes time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers. Well, what a start that we had to day 4 here when there was once again the Napa Royal Kings doing the double over the Nicosia Tigers. They've got the captain here with me, Hardeep Singh. Hardeep, you must be a very proud man at the moment.
Yes, sir. I am very proud of my team. Some guys is not for this team is no have is sort of.
Yeah. So some guys not available, so you didn't have the availability, but
yeah.
you still played well as a team.
Yes, sir. I am fight with because this one also a very good team, but I fight I'm proud for my teams. Thank you, sir.
Gundeep Singh, what a knock from him. I mean, when you have those key players missing, he went and performed. Saran Ahmed came out early. Sarpreet Singh was the player of the match. He's 34. He also batted really well. Got to 100, and I think that was a plan. Get to 100
Yes,
and get the win.
Yeah, yes, sir. My thinking is 100. I am fight with there.
Yeah.
I'm very good. I'm very happy for my teams.
One moment before you go, because you got a big day today. You got to rest here now. After this, you got 3 matches on the spin, so it's really going to take a toll on you. But that catch on the boundary, what a catch! Match-winning catch. Yeah. It wasn't yours. It was going to another player, but you decided going to Karan Singh. You decided you wanted it. Yeah. Tell me what you're thinking there.
It's my thinking. I take it catch, not for another guy. I take it and win the matches. For take it catch, win the matches. Thank you.
That's the captain talking. I take the catch. I'm going to win the match for my side. Well, Nicosia Tigers, they're going to have to bounce back. They're playing Everest. Let's join the 2 captains and the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for the all-important coin toss.
Okay, Everest to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It's tails. Okay, good luck, guys. All the best. Cheers, have a good game.
Thank you.
So Nicosia Tigers have won the toss. They're having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much there, Stefan, as it's match 2 of day 4 here in Cyprus. Look at that beautiful drone shot brought to you by Spring Productions. What a fantastic job our crew has done throughout this tournament. And boy, we're still reeling from that absolute thrilling finish. We thought we were going to get a golden ball. And boy, I'm telling you, at some point in this tournament, we certainly will. Let's have a look at that fantasy dashboard. As the Nicosia Tigers, of course, are now 5-2, 2 losses to the Napa Royal Kings. And boy, they thought they were going to get that last win, but they certainly didn't. But let's have a look at this. Yasir Mahmood with 441 points for the Nicosia Tigers. He's leading the way. And then, of course, followed by Zishan Mahmood, the powerful hitter. For Everest, well, they're winless, but they're about as good a winless side as you'll see. They've come close so many times, including these very Nicosia Tigers. And their skipper, Bimal Ranabhat, well, it all goes through him. He leads the way with 257 points. And then they have the electric Arjun Shahi, who is such a joy to watch, one of the best fielders in this tournament. And the last time these 2 sides played, of course, it was an absolutely incredible match. Everest made a paltry sum of 69, and we thought it would just be a formality for the Nicosia Tigers. But the Tigers were in a real tight spot, having lost 8 wickets. And they needed 20 runs of the last 2 overs, but somehow their tail pulled it off with an incredible finish. Riyadul Islam and Bikash Shrestha, the former Everest player, came back to bite his side in the back. That was a hard defeat for Everest to take. And Everest, of course, they had a couple of tough days, a lot of fixtures piled up for them. And they had a good rest day yesterday, and let's hope we see a renewed and rejuvenated Everest side who are ready to win some games. And it's going to be Yasir Mahmood to bowl this first over. Of course, that would have been so demoralizing for the Nicosia Tigers. They would have been absolutely gutted after they lost that game against the Napa Royal Kings, because they were certain that this was the time they would finally beat Napa. And Napa's really had the better of them. You would think going against a short-handed Napa side, this was the one for them. They were at full strength. They're finally gonna get that monkey off their back, but it remains there for the Nicosia Tigers. And well, they always say a wounded tiger is the most dangerous one. Let's see what Everest find out. There's a little bit of width on that ball, and boy, big unit there. Zishan Mahmood collapses on the floor, and you might even feel the earth shake when he falls on it, as he prevents this one from going for a 4. Sticks out a left hand. Of course, speaking of the earth shaking, we are in the Levant. We are here in Cyprus, which is at 3 plate boundary. So Earthquakes aren't exactly a rarity in this part of the world, unfortunately. A little bit of width there. And that's going to be a wide. So it's the first extra for the Nicosia Tigers, a side who often struggle with bowling a few too many extras. Yeah, this is the right call, in my opinion, by the umpire. He's done some good work there. It's a tight one, but he gets it right. That's going to be a much easier call, and he's just lost his radar a little bit here. That's umpire Rahman signaling the wide. That is incredibly wide again. So he's bowled 3 wides on the bounce, a hat trick of wides. That's not exactly a tag any bowler would like to have. Let's just take a look at our chat. Of course, big discussion about that victory by the Napa Royal Kings over the Tigers. And once again, that's another wide, so he's really struggling with this Yasir Mahmood. He needs to find his radar somehow. Maybe he needs to change the angle and just go around the wicket to try to bowl a legal delivery. That's a wry smile by him. He knows he's just giving some bonus runs here to Everest. This is just a free boundary, basically. And I think he's going to come around the wicket here, just looking by how Lasmal has moved over to the other side. That gives him a lot of length, and he somehow found the fielder on it, but he struck that really well, but he hit it straight at Roman Mazumdar. I mean, either side of him, he gets a 4.
Come on.
And of course, Mayur Patel with his comments saying Hardeep was incredible. The spinners bowling at the end was really good. CNF lovers saying that was excellent by Napa. What a collapse by the Tigers. This one's just played away, and good stuff by Ashish Baum. Gets down low and sticks a hand out to it. And he will cut this one out. So some good fielding here by the Nicosia Tigers. We got Jeffrey McGuire saying, I love seeing any team defend a total under pressure. Totally agree with you, Jeffrey. Hey, Jeffrey, I'm a sucker for low-scoring chases. I think low-scoring games are really one for the cricket purists. Every boundary just matters more. There's so much tension in the air. And that's a good ball by Yasir Mahmood. He's forcing Rana Bhatt to go on the drive as the wind has suddenly just picked up. Here it's a big gust going across, a lot of equipment flying around all over the place. It's a brief pause in the game as bails were dislodged because of that sudden gust of wind. We are in the power play over, so just the 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. One's a man at deep point, and then the deep third man. Back of a length delivery, popped up in the air, and Ashish Baum, that was an athletic effort. That was good stuff by him, but it was always going to be very difficult to catch. Shake of the head by the batsman. He's going to be a little bit disappointed with himself, but this was always going to need to be something spectacular if it was taken. Nice ball as well by the bowler, and he goes back, sticks a hand out. That would have been very tough. Ashish Baum, keep in mind, not the tallest guy in the world. So, stellar effort. A little bit of width on offer. It goes back to Ashish Baum, who's been a very busy man this over. And in the end, despite those extras, it's still a fairly decent over for the Nicosia Tigers. Just the 8 runs off it, and familiar woes so far for Everest, who've often struggled to score some big runs. As we take a look at this bat versus ball wall, as Nicosia Tigers fancied as 11 runs favorites against the winless Everest side, which I would say is pretty favorable. But the biggest concern for Everest is that average runs for. Just the 82 runs they average so far this tournament. That is simply not good enough. They need to get it as close to triple digits as possible, because their bowling side just gets demoralized game after game, having to try to defend good low totals, but usually put in a good effort trying to defend them. And the umpire just suddenly stops Jaman. And he's going to signal a dead ball and go back to him. And we're hitting set here. Jaman. He's had plenty of struggles with extras as well. Let's see how he's going to fare on this one. This one's played up in the air, it's popped up, and he's targeting that shorter boundary. That's smart cricket, but Yasir Mahmood, very athletic bit of fielding. That is good stuff, as he had to run back fairly quickly. Look at this one, he has to backpedal, and then just tosses it immediately in one action. That is good stuff. This one's pulled away. It's going to beat the fielder for sure, and this is going to trickle over the boundary rope. So Everest gets scored their first boundary. That is some really solid stuff. We know what a classy batsman Jeevan Lumsel is, and take a look at this one. Good four for them, and Everest need a lot more of those. This has been their biggest concern. They've struggled to score these boundaries. Of course, that gust of wind means the umpires have removed the bails. Dhanush, of course, on the chat asking, who do you think will win this game? I'll tell you, Dhanush, cricket's going to win. That's the cheesy response you deserve. This one's popped up in the air. That's going to be another four. So good stuff here by Lumsel. Going to take one bounce. So the Nicosia Tigers getting a couple of fours, as Jaman just a little bit frustrated now. You can see a bit of dismay. So over's not gone the way he would have desired so far. We really need to see Jeevan Lumsel make a big score here. He's a technically very gifted batsman, and he's shown some of the quality he possesses, but he hasn't quite been able to translate it into big scores. Of course, a lot of this Everest top order have loads of pressure on their shoulder because they know that their side lacks depth, so the bulk of the scoring really has to come from them. And this one tucked away to Munna Rahman at mid-wicket. As Lumsel up, hitting a couple of fours will get a single, so this is smart cricket by him. We've got a lot of swallows down here on the straight hit boundary, just flying around, all flying really low. That's been a feature of this Ipsanos ground, hovering mere inches above the actual grass. This time he makes some room, Rana Bhatt, and this is great fielding by Roman Mazumdar. He's been a quite busy man out there on the boundary. You know how much sides target that region of the field? So Mazumdar is going to have to do a lot of sprinting, of course. Might have a very important role to play later this match with the ball in hand as well. So let's hope he doesn't get too exhausted sprinting around, but you do want an athletic man like him fielding out there. This is pulled away by Lumsel. Is this going to go the distance? Is this going to go the distance? It certainly does. And that's the first Maximo of the innings for this Everest side. He just rocks back, hits it beautifully. And all the fielder can do is watch that one sail well over his head. So nice start by Jeevan Lumsel, leading the charge for Everest. And that was an extremely productive over. Iftikhar Jaman giving up 17 runs in that. Didn't have his usual concerns with wides, but he still went for plenty of runs. And as we take a look at the standings, of course, these two sides at very different ends of the tables. The Nicosia Tigers up in second place, whereas Everest are bang at the bottom right now, and they still haven't opened their account. No wins for them so far. And looks like Munna Rahman's going to bowl the final over the power play. And of course, once again, I'm Nishchay Bhatt, joined by Rico Full.
Great to be back, and great to see somebody like Jivan Lasmal starting to at least show signs of what he can do. He's a classy player, we know that. Let's see if he can really put a good performance in for his team here.
We didn't really see Munna Rahman bowl in the previous game, despite the fact that the Tigers used 6 bowlers. He gives a lot of width over there. And Munna Rahman is rightfully so a little bit annoyed. He feels that wasn't a wide. My initial thought is that I agree with him. Ooh, that is a tight call. Very tight call.
The umpires, we know, are going to be very tight on the line there, and I think umpire just feeling that it's called a little bit of it. So gets it called. It's umpire Hamid that's out there. Okay. Munna, not a happy chappy, Munna Rahman.
We've got Kroom 1111 joining us in the chat. He agrees that cricket is indeed going to be the winner. And then, of course, hope you have a good time at Chelmsford as well, Kroom. This one's going to be an easy call for the umpire. That is incredibly wide, and that's already the 6th wide. The Nicosia Tigers have bowled in this early stage of the match. That means we're only 2 overs in, and they've already had to deliver 18 balls. That is simply unacceptable.
Yeah, they've got better, haven't they, before this match, but unfortunately going back to their horrid ways. Well, this is a beautiful shot. And the fielder does want to catch up with it, Yassin Mahmood. But I like the way he plays this. It's all about placement and timing.
Yeah, he has to stamp on that ball, Yasir Mahmood. Of course, the ball was fairly stationary. This offside is a lot slower than the leg side because it's a little bit more lush. But you have to be careful when doing that. You could easily roll your ankle, of course. You know how Glenn McGrath injured himself before a famous Ashes test once. That's a much, much better ball by Munna Rahman.
Trying to pick themselves up here. You can see that, the Nicosia Tigers. And what a shot this is, Nish. He just steps back, cuts it, starting to flow. And now the captain getting in on the act as well. And not bowling good areas, not bowling good lines. And I'm concerned about the body language here of the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, you just wonder if they're still feeling the effects of that tough loss. And, you know, you've been calling for a sweeper on the offside all tournament, and runs keep leaking in that direction. And Ashish Baum once again with a good bit of fielding. He's been the busiest man in the field so far. We saw him stop a couple of boundaries in the first over.
Munna, he's got his collar up, probably to protect his neck from the sun. It's another nice cut shot. This time it's well dealt with by the fielder. Both these batters starting to show some maturity with the bat. Around about Bimal, the captain. He wants to probably lead by example the same way that Hardeep Singh did in the last match in the victory for the Napa Royal Kings against the Nicosia Tigers.
It's a very wide delivery again by Munna Rahman. That's the 4th wide. He's already bowled this over. And of course, certainly will be looking to make amends, Bimal Rana, but we remember how he gave that tough over back in that difficult loss Everest had against the Nicosia Tigers. Went for 20 and then dropped a crucial catch right at the end. This one is stroked away gorgeously by Jivan Lumsel, who's showing the deft touch in the early stages of these innings. Just take a look at this one. It's outside the off stump. He has it under complete control, and he picks out the vacant boundary.
Nish, doesn't he look like a proper batter? And I don't mean that any disrespect to some of the other batters that we've seen. We've seen some big hitters, but in terms of a natural stroke play, I mean, he's fluent, isn't he? That's a beautiful shot.
Gorgeous, and I really enjoy watching players like Lumsel play because I think players like him really emphasize that T10 cricket is about a lot more than just slogging the ball around. As we come to the end of the power play, Everest 40 for no loss, a very, very healthy power play for them.
Are you a Scrabble man? Do you play Scrabble? Do you like Scrabble?
Never been much of a Scrabble guy.
Never Scrabble. A lot of people like Scrabble. Big day. April the 13th is the day that Scrabble inventor Alfred Moshe Butt was born. He gave the world this iconic board game, now played all over the world. So, and if you are playing Scrabble, or do you do play Scrabble a lot? I know a lot of people do. I enjoy the odd Scrabble game as well. I'm always accused of inventing words that don't exist. I don't know why that is. I wouldn't do that. But anyway, yeah, so enjoy playing Scrabble, and just remember, it was invented today. So, the inventor Alfred Mosher-Butt. And so enjoy. We live for those triple word scores. They're not to mention the strategic blanks. This one, well, that's not a blank. They'll get something from it and a bit of foot fielding, and they'll come back with 2. So a bit of a letdown. Well, will they come back with a direct hit? And I think he would have been in trouble. And you can see there that Jamon is saying, encouraging the fielder to A, use his hands, and secondly, to get the ball up to the stumps. I'm noticing there that no bails on the stumps. I'm guessing at some point the bails were removed. Shot, and it's going to be another boundary. That is a delightful stroke from Malamsal again. Just watch this. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. It's pure, it's pucker, it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's pure class, of course. Reminder to our viewers, of course, the bails were removed in the middle of the first over. We had that sudden gust, which just came across this ground, but of course it's now disappeared. And certainly would love to see an ECN-inspired Scrabble game where we can include words like minimo and maximo.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I wonder if they exist. I'm sure maximo does exist in the dictionary. Minimo probably does. But yeah, I do enjoy playing a bit of Scrabble as well as, well, another board game that's very popular, of course, is Monopoly. But anyway, enjoy your Scrabble tonight, people, or if you're playing now. I know people, different time zones where we are. But this is a big grunt, and it's another one that's down the leg side. He's getting just a little bit niggled, I think, Jaman here, because I think he's starting to get a bit picky with some of his players. It doesn't help.
This is a much better ball by Jaman, but you certainly feel like his confidence must have taken a battering this week. I mean, he's used to being one of the more important players for this Nicosia Tiger side. Things haven't quite clicked for him with the bat in hand, and he's been bowling way too many extras with the ball in hand. He's just not quite found his radar, and for a guy who's used to being the top dog, or I should say, of course, the king of the pack, he's struggled.
Yeah, struggle's the word, but he could change it with a couple of balls to go. Goes for the Yorker. This is the slower ball. It gets past the infielder, but not past the outfielder. And Yasser Mahmood, a lovely one-hand pickup. And Jamal once again, there he goes. He's now having to go at Yasser, and Yasser is saying, hey, if you get behind the stumps, you're stopping it. Just getting a little bit niggly at each other. This is not a good sign for the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers are starting to brawl amongst themselves.
Let's just take a look at this. I really do blame Iftikhar Jaman for this.
Yeah.
You can't really look at Yasser Mahmood and blame him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He has enough time to get behind the stumps. That's where a bowler should be. That's what we always teach in the youngsters. Bowl your delivery, get behind the stumps.
Look at that grunt by Iftikhar Jaman every time he goes into bowl. Sounding like Novak Djokovic or Rafael Nadal with that. As, of course, we just have our first poll coming up on our YouTube chat. Make sure you chime in. Was that pull shot pure, pucka, or beautiful? I certainly know what you're going to vote for.
That was pucka. It was pucka. And P-U-K-A pucka, I think. Yes, he's a tremendous batter. And the thing is about it is, you know, I'm glad he's making a knock here, because from all the times we've seen him, he's looked good. He's looked classy. And he just had a lot of bad luck. How many times has he walloped the ball and the fielder has taken a sensational cut? But you said it earlier in the earlier match that, you know, that your form can come and go and class is permanent. Well, this is a classy guy, and just everything about him, even the swagger. I like the way he swaggers. He's got the swagger, hasn't he? He's a good player, talented player, and looking forward to seeing him put good runs on the board. It's a great start for Everest, 52 without loss. Yeah, I'm going to vote on the poll. I'm going to vote. I think we'll have a vote. Here we go. Here we go. I'm going to say pucker shot. Thank you very much. And this one is well dealt with. It'll just be a single. But a very good start here for Everest.
Yeah, this is good stuff by Everest. And Munir Rahman's immediately been sent back to bowl his second over, despite going for a few runs in that first one. 15 off it.
Yeah, Tigers mauling each other is what Patel's saying. And they are at the moment, but one wicket could change everything. That's what they need to do here. One wicket, come together, The captain just needs to take a little bit of control. That's the other thing I think about. I mean, this one thing when I used to play cricket and when I'm captaining, I never used to do this. And I think a captain on the boundary doesn't work for me. He's too far away. There's a bit of a wind blowing, so they can't even, I don't think they can even hear him when he's talking right there. I mean, I can yell pretty loud. You won't hear me from the boundary. So he's out of the game at the moment. The captain needs to be in the game. He needs to be dictating a little bit here.
And what I find surprising is they haven't brought Rowan Mazumdar in, especially after all these runs have been leaking in. I think he would have been a good weapon at this stage, as this one's once again slapped away. This is going to race away to the boundary rope. So Jeevan Lumsal, man who was a victim of some very unfortunate decisions at the start of this tournament and some tough catches, is coming out to play today. And again, he's really emblematic of this Everest side. Things haven't always fallen their way, but there's plenty of talent in this team.
Yeah, just bowling a little bit too short at him on there, and he's, well, he's making mincemeat out of him. Shot. What's
that
shot?
third man gap? You've been calling for a sweeper in that region. Power plays come to an end. You could easily have a fielder there, and a guy with his class, he's going to punish you for any errors you make.
That's a delightful shot. You can see the short ball, he's pulling, he's hooking, and short outside off, he's cutting and uppercutting. He really is looking the goods at the moment. This one's even closer to him, but he's confident enough to go back, dab it, and take the single. So another one taken, and moving along really nicely. 62 on the board. And it's a great performance. And look, you've said it, and we've said it as well, that this Jeevan Lumsal is a talented player. We've seen it, even though he hasn't gone on to score big runs. We're seeing it now. What a classy knock it's been so far.
What a classy knock by him, and what a classy side this Everest team is. I'm really impressed by the depth of talent in this group. We're seeing a winless side here come out and school a team who are currently second in this group. I really love the strength in this group, and it's going to be very tough to see who comes out of it.
Yeah, can you imagine Nicosia Tigers, a team started the day on top, only had the one defeat so far. They lost their first game. Once again, it is the Napa Royal Kings that beat them. And then if they lose this one, their confidence level is going to go really, really low. They haven't got any other matches here today, so they're going to come back tomorrow really sort of a little bit deflated. They've got to try and get some positives out of this. At the moment, though, a little bit of infighting building in. That's not a good sign.
No, it isn't. And for a side who we had so many hopes from, it's a little bit concerning to see what's developing so far. And this one's once again played out to that third man region. I think that one's gone the distance. What a beautiful stroke. And that might even have gone to goal, but the fielder, well, he made sure to cut it out.
Well, watch this, and I'm loving the celebration. First of all, he makes a stop here. Then just, I don't know if you can keep the tape running. He does a little bit of the balle stuff as well, a little of the Bhangra dance. Well, they are dancing because their man, the little Jeevan Lumsal, is really turning on the style. This is now going to be called a wide. So Hassan coming into the attack, coming in a little bit late for me, but still he goes hit for a big six, and now this is down leg up. But you're absolutely right. I tell you what, I'd love to know what Mazumdar has done wrong, because the captain doesn't show too much faith or confidence in him, does he, in Mazumdar? Oh, what a shot. Chase on the fielder, and he does very well. Here's our man again. We know he's a big fella, but he gets down well, makes a good stop, and Bikesh Shestra there in his normal position. But even Bikesh today has let his side down. Two drop catches in that first match.
Yeah, they're really off color, the Nicosia Tigers. Just find a way to get their groove back. This one's played down the ground by Rana, but is he going to pick out the gap? This is going to be a little bit of a chase for Mahmood, who will get there on time. So the captain, Rana Butt, just playing a nice role of a sidekick alongside Lumsal, who is accelerating.
Yeah, don't forget the role that Bimal Ranabat is playing here. I mean, he's just doing what he's got to do. He's going to run the ball, but every time, that's fine. He's getting the singles. Lumsal is doing the rest. Well, this one he miscues. It's probably the only one he hasn't quite got right. But the thing about this is now, because he's played that shot so well all the way through this inning so far, he's pushed everybody back. So when he does miscue, he's dropping in an acre of space. So he's created that luck for himself.
Yeah, all the fielders are just on their heels. They're trying to hang on to the boundary rope rather than actually looking to attack the ball, because expecting everything to come there. This time, it's a good shot by Bimal Ranapat, who will join in on the action. The skipper's no less than his partner, He strokes his second boundary. Rashidul Hassan is going a little bit too full and wide, and it's slapped over the fielder. Smart cricket here, and that's not very intelligent by the Nicosia Tigers.
Very good batting there, you got to say. They're basically manipulating the field as well. They're just creating issues. Neil Patel thinking he's trying to give others a chance rather than go to Mazumdar. The thing is, though, and I suppose the Nicosia Tigers could be feeling that maybe they've already done enough to go through in the group. But the other thing here is, I mean, okay, yeah, you know the score. Finish in the top 4, you qualify. But remember, where you finish determines who you play. So you finish top of your group, you will play the team that finishes 4th in Group B. So technically, I know that all the knockout matches, all eliminators are hard. They're no easy match. But technically, you buy yourself an easier contest. I mean, by giving others a chance, if you don't finish top of the group, let's say you finish 3rd, well, you then got a difficult match when it comes up to those eliminators, when it comes to the quarterfinal.
The case, of course, as we come to the end of the 6th over, Everest are 77 for no loss. What an incredible opening stand by Everest over here, and looks like the captain is going to Roman Mazumdar at last. Is it a little bit too late? But Mazumdar is just going to adjust the field a little bit. He's asked Zishan to go into that 4th slip-esque position, as this one is played out to the captain, who is a deep cover, Jahid Hassan.
Yeah, the over-by-over scores at the moment I'll go given to you from 1 to 6. 8, 17, 15, 12, 10 and 15. So you can see that really need to make a bit of a change here. Otherwise, yeah, this could be a very big score. This is nicely played. It'll take the single. So score moves now to 79. So could quite easily and should easily get to a 120 sort of score here. We haven't seen huge scores yet, have we, in this series? I mean, we know that there was the one day where teams struggled to get to 100. I think on the opening day was when we saw the highest score, and that was the Napa Royal Kings when they put 146 on the board against the Cyprus Super Kings, which of course now is obsolete. It won't count, but they did put 138 on the board against this team that are playing here now, Everest. So that's a higher score, so we've seen an individual score, but that could be toppled here the way things are going.
Moved across there on him and played this one away to the leg side, just used the spin. Of course, that was an interesting choice of shot, considering that there was plenty of protection there, but I think Rana Butt's just trying to make sure that Lumsel faces as many balls as possible. The captain's playing smart cricket. This one is tossed up by Mazumdar. This is going to be a catching opportunity. Jahid Hassan was diving back, but diving back in vain. That one's gone the distance.
Jabardast shot. Shaba Sare Bolo. Ginna Sona Rabane Banaya. Jeevan Lasmal brings up his half century in style. What a shot. What a moment for him. Shaba, Bol Badanya, Felicidades, and Jeevan 54-22. Jabardast batting.
This one just fired in by Roman Mazumdar after maybe flighting the previous one a bit more, as that was a rough ending to what was otherwise typically quiet over by Roman Mazumdar, but 9 runs isn't too bad at this stage of the innings, but Everest are firmly in control as we take a look at some of the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we're going to be here in Cyprus until Sunday, the 23rd of April, before heading over to Milan for some great cricketing action. That should be a fun couple of weeks there, from the Monday, the 24th of April to Friday, the 5th of May. And then, of course, should be some fun action over in Gibraltar as well. A nice weekend of international action before heading, while also adjacently having some good action in Milan, international cricket. And then we move up to Austria. This is a slower ball by Mahmoud to start off. Just caught Rana Butt off a little bit off guard. Of course, you could see he was just waiting for the delivery a bit.
Yes, in Mahmoud, I think being brought into the attack probably a tad earlier than what the captain would have wanted. Listen, what is your thinking about the captain himself, Jahid Hassan? In my intro of the day, when we were getting ready for the first match, one of the things that I said was that I don't think the captain, he's got good players in his side, but as a result of that, he's not backing himself to bowl, he's not backing himself to bat that much, and I just think it's a mistake, because he's a good player, but by giving others a chance, he's going to be out of form himself. I mean, he's a bowler, he bowls well, we've seen every time he gets on, all right, like all of the Nicosia Tiger bowlers. he had a few issues with his line, fair be it. But the only way that gets better is to play more cricket, and then once he gets it right, he's a wicket-taking machine. So he's not bowling himself, and he's not giving himself an opportunity with the bat. I think that could hurt them.
Yeah, one thing with the Nicosia Tigers, though, is they do have a plethora of options. There's so many bowlers in their attack. I mean, we obviously haven't seen the skipper bowl yet, and we'll continue after this ball, which is just slogged away. And this could be a catching opportunity, but it pops right through Ashish Bham's hand. It's going to trickle over the boundary rope and will, so it's double trouble. It's a catch that's been put down, and it's also gone away for a boundary. We saw Ashish Bham put down Lumsel earlier this innings. That was a very tough catch. This one was fairly straightforward. He should have taken it.
Yeah, well, Jeevan Lumsel, after bringing the half century up, gets another slice of luck, and this one goes for 4, so dropped on 55. Now moves to 59. And this is well hit. Fielder's got work to do. And once again, it's just catches. If you don't take them, then again, good players, they hurt you. And you said that Jeevan was dropped earlier as well, so he does finally get a little bit of luck on his side, and we know he's a good player. If he gets some luck, then he's going to go and he's going to create some hurt, and that's exactly what he's done here. I mean, they are hurting, aren't they? You know that the Nicosia Tigers, after losing the first match, they wanted to bounce back well, but it's not going their way. Everest looking to bring the 100 up, and if they bring that up in this over, then that 120 is definitely on.
A slower full toss that's going to go out to the fielder, and this has been cut off for just a single, so it's a good way to end the over for Everest. And you have to feel for Yasir Mahmood. He's had 2 catches dropped, both off his own bowling. But going back to the little discussion we're having in the middle of the over, keep in mind they still haven't even bowled Zishan Mahmood. There's plenty of players in there who are capable of bowling, so the Nicosia Tigers are almost suffering from having too many options. The captain just doesn't quite know who to go to, and he's trying to spread the overs out, give everyone a chance to bowl. He knows he needs to have loads of different players in form. He might need a guy in a tough spot in the playoffs, as we of course just had a look at the graph that was going very steadily for Everest. I've liked the fact that they've kept their run rate fairly even throughout the innings. Boy, that is a rank full toss. That is certainly be a no ball. Awful delivery by Roman Mazumdar.
Yeah, well, Mazumdar, as soon as he bowls it, he holds his head. Just watch where this one is, and maybe that's why the captain sometimes doesn't give too much faith in Mazumdar. So chance to go the full Monty here now. The captain, Ranabat, he's at 25 or 22, but he certainly is going to go big time on this one.
A free hit for the danger man, Lumsel.
Yeah, no, this is Gandhi. It's going to be, I'm pretty sure, a minimal. Well, he's already bowled a no ball, so that one didn't count. This one is not going to count. Oh, this is disaster, isn't it? It's an absolute disaster. And you find that the score moves along pretty quickly. That'll bring the 100 up. So 102 on the board. Mazumdar, disastrous start.
Yeah, this is very rough at a minimum to bring up the 100. That's quite interesting for Everest. And this is a catching opportunity. It's been put down by the usually great Vikas Shrestha.
Still free hit.
He's having a rough
free hit. The free hit followed the wide, so you're getting excited. We're all getting excited. But yeah, but still, you'd expect him still to take it, right? You see, it's hit pretty well at him. It goes down, but it doesn't matter. There's a few people, not just Nish, a few people on the field as well, also thought that's a drop chance. Well, this one could be a chance. This one will count if he takes it. And finally, they hold on to one. And it is Bimal Ranabat that will have to depart, but not before he has played his part in this one.
Yeah, it's third time lucky for Ashish Bham. He put down a couple earlier, and you can see that's not much of a celebration from him. He knows he owes that one to the bowler. There's a huge stand here by the Everest to open up the innings. 103-run opening partnership. That is enormous. And now Arjun Shahi, who's coming into bat, he's just got an opportunity to tee off and explode. Doesn't need to worry about settling in and building an innings. This is something he's not had so far this match. Whenever he's had to come in, he's always had to build an innings in a tough spot, and now he can just play freely.
Yeah, what he doesn't want to do, though, here is he's got to remember what the role his captain played. No point going in there, swinging and missing. I think he's just got to have a plan. There's still plenty of deliveries in this over. Take the single. And well, he says taking the single, he wants to go for the big hit. He will get the single, but that's fine. That works out fine. He gives the strike back to his captain, loses his cap in the process. And he will go and pick it back up. And remember that Arun Shahi has taken one of the catches of this tournament so far. That's well bowled. That one really sneaks in. So Mazumba, this is what he can do when he gets it right.
Yeah, and these figures are fairly respectable for a T10 game, despite some of the issues he's had. A little bit of width on offer. He's played this away. Is this another catching opportunity for Ashish Bam? It certainly is. And he finally gets lump saw on the third time of asking. It's taken him a while. And again, no real celebration from Ashish Bam. It's just a muted return of the ball. And that was fantastic innings by Jeevan Lumsel. 61 of 29. He clubbed 3 sixes, hit 7 fours. Maybe got a bit greedy there. That was probably going wide. And Ashish Bam will gobble that one up. He needed to take those catches, as Mazumdar taking a couple.
Yeah, I mean, we say it all happens in the 9th. Well, it certainly started that way with a no ball and then the 5 wides, but now 2 wickets as well. As this one gets played out. So it's important end coming up here. Oh, this is very good running. Very, very good running. The bowler is furious that they've taken 2 there. He'll finish with 2 for 20. Now, there's no issues for me with that. And remember, the no ball and the 5 wides to come were added onto that as well. So it would have been much better if you could have avoided the extras. But that's why, for me, you still bowl him. That's all right. He might bowl you 1 or 2 bad balls, but he does take wickets. Yeah, last over coming up, 106 on the board. I think both two batters, Shahi and Hussain, will still be looking to try and get 10 runs from this. If you can go sort of to the 115 mark, that really is going to put some pressure on the Tigers.
And the Tigers' biggest score for Everest so far this tournament was 102, and they've already beaten that with an over to spare. But the small concern will be the fact that there's no settled batsman left out there. This is extremely wide by Rashidul Hassan. That would have even been wide to a left-hander. That's an awful delivery.
Yeah, Sakar Rahman does really well actually to take that one. Otherwise, that one could have been more trouble. Rashidul Hassan coming to finish things off. He went for 16 of his first.
Played away. That was a very good ball by Rashidul Hassan in response. Nice fuller delivery, Yorker length, and good thing here is that Arjun Shahi, the danger man, is going to be at the non-striker's end, but what you're saying, he's certainly got the ability to club the ball, of course, so we're really looking forward to seeing him bowl in the second innings. I know he's been one of your favorite bowlers.
Certainly has been. I've loved what he's done, and I hope that the rest has served him well, and he comes back firing. Nice looking shot down the ground, will take a single. And Everest, as they do, they come here with a nice group of supporters. I see that that Cooper, the dog, is back as well. Hello to Cooper, my furry friend.
Oh, goes for an inventive shot there, Shahi, and it's paid off. So we don't just see some slogging from this side, we also see a bit of trickery. Take a look at this one. Goes for the scoop shot, and boy, that is intelligent stuff.
Well, it's showtime here at the Ipswich Cricket Ground. And you know what I say about these kind of shots? I'll absolutely love them. Get a bit original, get a bit creative.
One is absolutely walloped. This is going to go the distance. So we saw a bit of ingenuity. Now we see some old school slogging by Arjun Shahi. He has everything in his game.
Oh, Arjun Shahi, sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. Turned on the style of the shot before, and now he goes big with a big 6. Well, forget 115. We're talking 120 plus here. Oh, and oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. He should have hit the stumps. He only misses by a fraction. The wicketkeeper, Sakar Rahman, can't hold it. It's too much masala on it for him. It will go all the way to the boundary. 4 byes. And is now 123 with a ball to go. Nicosia Tigers. Oh, this is hurting them.
I mean, even when Hassan gets it to go right, it still goes wrong for the Tigers. This is a tough outing. And he tries to go for that slower ball wide of the crease.
Dot
and
ball.
It's a dot ball, of course. Shahi was looking for the wide.
Yeah, this is a very good delivery. Shahi should be playing at this, and he just sneaks this in, and the umpire is quite happy that it's okay. So it's going to be a bit of an anti-climax way to end the innings with a dot like that, which Shahi doesn't play at it. So credit for the bowler, Rashidul Hassan. He gets that one in, but Everest, well, it's a bit of a mountain decline for Nicosia Tigers as 123 has been posted. And, well, we were treated to some glorious hitting. All started by this man, Jeevan Lamsal. He played some lovely shots, and you see there, the time he dissected the field. This was an opportunity. It wasn't an easy one. It could have been a one-handed Jalebi catch. It wasn't taken. And then Jeevan Lamsal said, well, you know what? I've had no luck at all. Now I've got some luck. I'm going to turn on the start. And boy, did he turn the start on.
Yeah, fortune finally looked down on Everest kindly, as of course he had a brilliant power play. They made 40 runs in the power play over, as of course Munir Rahman was not a fan of a few of those decisions. Look at some of these great strokes that Lamsal played. We were complimenting the perfect balance and poise he had with some of these shots. This is textbook stuff.
Yeah, this is such good batting, handsome batting, you would call it. Well, I would say pucker. Some were saying beautiful. And some were saying just absolutely delightful to watch. Beautiful was the word, and it was beautiful. It was just great, and he was really piling on the pressure, piling on the pain to the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers were getting rattled. Look, you can't be talking about this knock from Jeevan Lamsal without the important part that the captain and Bimal Runabout played as well. Look at that. I mean, that tells you off everything. That is what captains do. Captains inspire players. Captain inspire their teams. Captain trying to raise the level and motivate their players. That was another opportunity. And, well, Baum just couldn't get it right. Some of the bowlers couldn't get it right as this one went through for a minimal as well. But eventually the catch was taken. That was the end of the captain, Bimal Runabout. But what a good, important innings it was from him. And soon after that, it was almost a repeat from Jeevan Lamsal, who finally did depart for 61. We then thought that maybe the innings may come to a bit of a anticlimactic close. No way, because we saw a funky shot for 4. We saw a huge 6 from Arjun. Then we saw the 4 byes before Arjun just missing out on the last ball. But what an exciting and entertaining innings that was.
Yeah, they closed it out well, didn't they, Everest, with 17 runs off that final over. And as we take a look at the scorecard, of course, it's the man at the top. He will dominate the headlines. Jeevan Lamsal making 61 of 29. He hit 7 fours, and he showed us his great stroke play, but he also had the power, clubbing 3 sixes. He was aptly supported by his captain, Bimal Runabout, who was just happy to give him strike, happy to let Jeevan be the star of the show. And then we thought, 2 new batsmen out at the crease with 1 over the left. Is this going to slow Everest down a little bit? Not even slightly. Arjun Shahi came out first. He hit this deft scoop, really smart scoop to go over fine leg, and then he hit a vicious 6 down the long on. And with the Nicosia Tigers, those are not great bowling figures, and old issues come right back there. 21 runs of extras.
Yeah, 21 runs of extra, but what a delightful opening partnership that was. 103. It was so good to watch. But even when both openers went within runs of each other, it was a good finish there as well from Arjun Shahi. And it's going to be very interesting to see how the Nicosia Tigers come out here. They'll either come out with a roar and they'll get going pretty quickly. But again, they did that in the last match, didn't they, against the Napa Royal Kings. They started well. They were up with the rate. They were more than comfortably in the lead at the halfway point, and then it all fell apart because once again they're probably relying a little bit too much on the likes of Zishan and also Mazumdar. But I think Mazumdar and Yasin Mahmood have to come good in this one, and maybe the captain himself, Jahin Hassan, is going to put a bit of a performance in together, because I think if he doesn't, then they're going to find themselves in trouble. Well, that innings is going to be coming up in under 10 minutes time. Join me and Nish Bhatt when we return for, well, what could be a thoroughly exciting run chase, as the Nicosia Tigers need 124 to register their first victory in the day.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Eeps and Us as we are bringing you the second innings of our second match of today's quintuple. What a brilliant first innings that was for a winless Everest side. They made 123 runs. That was spectacular stuff for them. Of course, their highest total before that was just 102, so this was a brilliant response. And you have to appreciate the fighting spirit of this team. They've been on the wrong end of 5 losses. Fortune really hasn't favored them. And hopefully things finally go right for them. Of course, they were involved in a thrilling match against the Nicosia Tigers a couple of days ago. They made just 69 runs in that game and almost defended that total. Let's see how Hussein does here. Shorter ball, digs it in. This one's gone high up in the air. It's going to go away for a boundary, so tries to go for something spicy. Hussein, one of the more exciting bowlers in this country, but Roman Mazumdar is right there. Perfectly balanced stroke. It's going to take a few bounces and then trickle over the boundary rope, so it's an instant punch back by the Nicosia Tigers after seeing some bludgeoning themselves. Of course, it was Jeevan Lumsel who led the way for Everest in the first innings, made a brilliant 61 of 29. He smashed these Tigers bowlers all over the place. And this is straight down the ground. This is going to be a catching opportunity. It is going to be a catching opportunity. And it's also going to be taken by Ram Jaiswal. And look at them. They are absolutely delighted, Everest. This is a huge wicket. We've been talking about Roman Mazumdar's lack of form. We know what he has. And he just hit a brilliant stroke and then sends one right down the fielder's throat. Good captaincy here to place a man over there. And Mohammad Hussein, he pitched one up and he gave a catching opportunity. So excellent response by Everest after going off a boundary for the first ball. And take a look at this. This is very well taken by Ram Jaiswal. He is pumped, Mohammad Hussein. Absolutely pumped. He had a nice rest day, a good chance to regenerate and recharge his batteries. And of course, Zishan Mahmood, who didn't open the batting this time around, is pretty much coming out in an opener's role, considering he's going to face the third ball. So that slight change in the order doesn't really make too much of a difference in practice. And electric stuff here by this Everest side. Despite all the losses they've taken, despite all the misfortune they've had, nothing seems to dampen their spirits. Just love the way they play cricket now. And Nicosia Tigers, a side who started off this tournament with 4 straight wins, might just get their second defeat in 3 games here. They're facing potentially a 3rd loss. Of course, it's been a rough couple of days for the Nicosia Tigers as Mohammad Hussein here about to bowl to Zishan Mahmood. This is going to be a fun battle. Nice ball, fuller, good delivery, nice length. And that's just where you want to be bowling to Zishan Mahmood. Is of course, I'm Nishjay Bhatt, joined by Rico Full.
Yeah, it's good to be back. Hello, everybody. And well, we got a few people in the chat. Hasib Udin was saying, where's Zishan Mahmood? Well, he's in now, buddy. So let's see how this goes. But this is going to be a good contest. But, you know, I like this bowler, Mohammad Hussein. He's impressed me. He's got good pace. I was saying the other day, I like to see just a bit more variation of his length. And he's already shown this morning he's prepared to bang the ball in. Zishan up against him. And this one, the pace will take it down to the boundary. So I'd say I don't mind this delivery on one front. That is, he's attacking where Zishan likes to go. So he's trying to tuck him up, but it doesn't really come up. Zishan, well, he's a big unit, gets a little bit of leg on this, and it goes to the boundary. That's going to be 4 leg byes.
Yeah, this over's gone for some runs despite the wicket. So Everest just need to keep their calm. Of course, they've managed to get Roman Mazumdar off, but still a lot of cricket to play. Let's see, of course, just a quick comment on 2 men they have outside the ring. It's a fielder at long off, and then looks like they're just bringing in deep point, and instead they're going to send the man out to long on. So it's the same field now. They're deciding to change it. This is the same field they set to Roman Mazumdar, so this needs to be full and straight. A little bit of length there, but doesn't quite get to his Zishan Mahmood. He's been beaten for pace.
Yeah, you're right. Doesn't for pace. The only thing is I'm just going to say this, that once again, they're not learning where Zishan plays. Zishan very rarely will hit you straight. He's not a straight driver. In fact, that's where you want to be bowling to him to encourage him to do it. He will still be looking to walk down the leg side and try and play the shot out on the offside. I'm just wondering if this is what the discussion is here. That you've got to have a fielder out on the off for him. And I think at the pace that Mohammed Hussain bowls, I would say that put that man, me personally, this is the wrong field. I would have a third man pretty wide, and I would have a man that's in that the point, backward point area on the boundary, because that is the area. It's a good look at the field here. So you've just seen there, that was long off. Then you see this ring of players. But I think where those tents are, where the players are, a player there and the third man, push the third man back. I wouldn't have long off and long on back. I would say this is where he's going to play. He's going to rock back because of the bounce that is being created here and look to guide the ball in those areas. I think you want to be asking him to hit you straight. I think if you're the bowler to somebody like Zishan Mahmood, you want to get the ball right up there and say, there you go, buddy, drive me if you want. Zishan could get into a bit of trouble with it, and he's the sort of guy, a middle and leg stick Yorker could be really the killer ball for him. Let's go, let's see how this goes. In comes Hussain once more.
Yeah, this is good stuff here by Mohammed Hussain. As this over comes to a very quiet over in the end, just 8 runs off it, but the all-important wicket of Roman Mazumdar. As of course we are 112 matches since we last had a golden ball. We've come agonizingly close a couple of times these last couple of days. Of course we had the match where the Nicosia Tigers were involved in against the Napa Royal Kings, and the one yesterday with M-Docs and, well, beg your pardon, the Napa Royal Kings. So this should, hopefully we can break that streak soon.
We got close this morning. 6 of the last ball would have done it, wasn't to be. The Napa Royal Kings held their own to get there. This is an up and over, a chase for the fielder. He's not going to get there, and it goes all the way. In fact, loving the signals from the umpires as well. They really are into full ballet mode. And liking this, it goes all the way, and the umpire says, okay, here we go, wait for it. And he says, all right, I'll give it a little bit of this. Ballet, shaba, shakalagia. Liking the men in black getting involved with the signals there as well. They've got Abdul out there at the moment. Abdul and Hamad are the 2 umpires. The man in black on the field, and also the 3rd official is Shudith, led of course by Stefan Gooch. Lovely sunny afternoon. Shahi, swing and a miss. Other point to make here, and I just talked about the umpires. Credit to them as well, because these guys, well, what are they doing out there? They've managed to get the bowlers to not be running in front of them as well. I haven't seen much of that here at all. Junior C bowling around the wicket, but not running in front of the umpire. So good work from the match officials, and also to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for encouraging the bowlers to stop doing that.
It's popped up in the air. It's going to be a catching opportunity. Certainly won't. It's going to go behind the fielder, and it's going to trickle away over the boundary rope. So things going well here for Rashid Al Hassan, who's been pushed up after batting at number 4 in the previous match. He gets to open this time around.
And it goes into that area again, though, doesn't it? It's an area that just haven't looked to see where the other fielder is now, because long on his back. Where's the other? Square leg. I've seen him. And well, this one, it should go to long on. He should deal with it. He does very well. Just keeps it to a single.
Yeah, this is a better ball. This is actually a ball which is for his field.
I just think when you set a field, when you put a square leg back there like that, well, he's coming in now, so this makes sense. So obviously he was back there, so they've done some homework on Hassan, so that's why he's back to Hassan. But to Zishan, they put the sweeper in, so this is better. No run.
Not quite able to time that one. Took a few paces forward, tried to advance down the crease and doesn't quite middle in. I like the fact that Shahi just pulled his length back a bit in response, so good proactive cricket here. And look at the chatter amongst all the Everest fielders. They can sense that a first victory might be close. So it's taking an edge, but it's going to go over the keeper and it's going to go over the boundary. So a little bit of misfortune here for Everest, as things this over have just slided in favor of the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah, that's unlucky as he swings hard. I think this one, I don't know if it was signal 6, looks like it goes all the way to me. And we'll probably see the umpire's probably just checking, but he swings hard. It's the right areas to bowl. His foot is straight. They're not giving him any width as we have a look at the table. So, and the Napa Royal Kings now have taken control of top spot. Nicosia Tigers, after suffering that defeat, the second time they've lost, the second time is the Napa Royal Kings, and the Royal Kings, well, what a big day it is for them today. They've still got 3 more matches to play. They could really put some distance between them and the others if they're to be victorious in all the remaining fixtures.
I mean, if they repeat what they did yesterday and have another 3-1 record today, I think they'll be just starting to create some separation with the rest of the teams as Hussain digs his length in once again.
Certainly got some pace, this young man. I mean, I do like his body, Mohammed Hussain, and I like the way that even the captain, I think, Runabout has acknowledged that this kid is something, and he's gone with giving him the new ball as well, whereas before he wasn't getting it. He's getting it now, and he's making it count.
He goes fuller and straighter. It's going to go straight to Khatri, so he's bowling to his plan well here, Mohammed Hussain. Of course, protection he has at the boundary is for both the straight hits. There's a fielder at long off and long on. Of course, one of the men out at long off is Arjun Shahi. We know his ability to take spectacular catches at the boundary rope. We saw him doing an Adam Voges style flick to take a catch. He tries to pull this one away. Rashid Hassan, is there half a chance for a run out here? There certainly is. That's a direct hit, and this could be very interesting. The Everest fielders look pretty excited, but the umpire doesn't quite seem to share their enthusiasm.
Yeah, he's very disappointed there for some reason, Hassan, now. Whether it's because he's not very impressed with the calling, but something, I mean, he gets his bat in, so he is in, but then I think he's probably disappointed that they're not able to take the second on the once the ball has ricocheted and moved away. But Zishan is not interested in taking twos. I think he wants to occupy the crease. He's keeping an eye on that rate. It's around about 13 required per over, and he wants to put a bit of a dent in that.
One that's just disappeared over the boundary rope for a 6. As we're starting to see the Nicosia Tigers, despite losing that wicket, they're still keeping that run rate very healthy. And we know what Zishan Mahmood can do if he gets going. Of course, that previous match against the Napa Royal Kings smacked 52 runs at a strike rate of 193, so he's more than capable of clubbing it. This one played down to cover. This is going to be a chase for Khatri, and oh my goodness, if he'd just about taken that cleanly, maybe, just maybe there was half a chance for a run out, but it's a lot happening out there. This is some very tense stuff, and I feel this game's on a knife edge, and a few moments here and there could sway the outcome of it.
Yeah, it certainly does, and what we're seeing there, you're seeing one big shot, ball goes to the boundary, and then you get dot ball in, a couple of dots, so it certainly is a bit of a seesaw, isn't it? But I think Hassan, he knows he's got to play his part in this as well. He's 12 of 7. Zishan, 11 of 8.
It's a big swing and a miss by Rashidul Hassan. And of course, just beaten for pace once again as this over comes to an end. And what a brilliant opening spell here by Mohammed Hussain. He's got that tough responsibility of bowling in the power play overs, and he gets that wicket of Roman Mazumdar and gives up just 12 runs. So a stellar effort. And Everest have started just the way they would have wanted, but the Nicosia Tigers, like any good hunting animal, are just about
there, isn't he? I mean, Yasser Mahmood is still to come in, of course, remember. And you got a number of players. I mean, they're going at 10. 10's not enough, but just remember how the acceleration came in from Everest, and that's what they're relying on. They're just relying on a partnership. Get a partnership going. Even if you're going at 10, get a partnership going. You will get a magical over somewhere along the line that can put them right back on track. And making no change at the moment, so they're still going with Ajay Arjun. Arjun's been a little bit short for me. I think to Zishan, bowling short's not the answer. I think what he needs to be doing is getting the ball full. I just think also the way he's bowling here now at the moment, I mean, to Zishan, probably coming around the wicket could work, but you don't want to be short. You want to be full, short of a length, aiming at middle and off. Let's see how he starts. edge, gone. And that's the wicket you wanted, is the big one. And Arjun Shahi gets the wicket. He knows where the camera is. Zishan, well, that's the reason. That's why you got to be full and straight. There's the corridor, gets the wicket, big wicket. Zishan Mahmood will go.
Yeah, they are absolutely ecstatic, Everest. Let's take a look at that. That's a nice little unique celebration. I think that's going to be one of the more memorable team celebrations we've seen so far this tournament. And they know the importance of this moment. They've just gotten rid of two of the more important batsmen for this Tigers side, Mazumdar and Zishan. And this is going to be a tough mountain to climb for the Nicosia Tigers. They really are facing Mount Everest now. And good stuff here by Arjun Shahi. Just take a look at this. Chest out. He knows what he's done. He's just thanking the Lord for finally delivering this great moment for the Nicosia Tigers. And in comes Yasir Mahmood at number 4. He's got a big responsibility on his shoulders. And we're just seeing a little more support pour in for Everest. A few more of their fans. Of course, one of the best supported sides we have seen so far in Group A. That's a brilliant Yorker. That's a nasty Yorker. And he's going to get the decision. Arjun Shahi, what a brilliant ball. That was a menacing, dipping leg stump Yorker. And it's the same celebration again. There is a trademark celebration for them. A little bit of a dance gig as well. And Everest, everything is going right for them today. And after all that misery they endured for a couple of days, finally, it seems like fortune's favoring this side. Gotta love these players. They are one of the most exciting young men to watch in this tournament. And that's it. That's the end of Yasir Mahmood, who departs for a golden duck.
Great bowling. Look at the celebrations. Full straight. Look, one thing that we said, we haven't seen too much of these deliveries. I was saying that's the ball you're going to bowl. Look at that. They're all coming in front of the camera, the Everest boys. We are the Everest boys. We want to win under our belt. Well, okay, there's a little bit of dancing there. I don't think that's quite a duck. That might be a bit of a swan, but I do like it. Celebration, because it was... And just like that, we have an opportunity of a hat-trick. Arjun Shahi, can he put his name up there as well? The last one that we've seen in the European Cricket Series is that one that you just saw up there. It was Shahi full of the team Tigers of Portugal. Anyway, here we go. Shahi is on a hat-trick. And, well, one man who I don't think will play any differently is on a strike. And that's Iftikhar Jaman. He will still be looking to hit this ball big.
I mean, we know Jaman struggles with his form, but is he going to be at the wrong end of a hat-trick? This is the hat-trick ball. And it's just a bit wide and back of a length, and the wicketkeeper, he's certainly going to appeal for it regardless. And Shahi, maybe with a bit of an anticlimactic delivery for his hat-trick. And Jaman, look at that. He doesn't care. He's still slogging for cow corner, exactly as you said. But what a great response here by Arjun Shahi. We saw a few boundaries in the last over, but Nicosia Tigers have been pegged back, and now they got to dig themselves out of a hole. He clubs this one. This one's been skied. This is going to be a catching opportunity. Are we going to see the third wicket this over? No, we won't. It's just gone behind the fielder. He seemed to have lost track of it, but it's a good throw back by Rana Bhatt.
Well, you can see there in the corner that Arjun Shahi was already sort of celebrating hands aloft, but the fielder, he doesn't get himself in the right position. Had the time, couldn't do it, and the batter gets fortunate.
I mean, he looks really disappointed with himself there, Kishore Basnet. It's a well-directed shorter ball. This could be a catching opportunity. Isn't quiet. And, of course, this one is Bhimsen Basnet. We got both Kishore and Bhimsen Basnet feeling out there. Of course, good to see him back after that nasty collision he had on Tuesday.
Yeah, it is good to see him back. Arjun, what an over. This one has turned out to be over number 4 from him. So Shahi looking to finish his spell well. He's picked up 2 wickets in this over. Pandit taking the catch to remove Zishan. And then that last one right on the money. The perfect Yorker getting Yasir Mahmood LBW first ball.
Slog straight at Khatri, and this is a good throw back. Of course, a nice collection. They're right on it. They're right on their toes here. Everest, they're not letting anything slip past them as, well, this is going to be a tough 6 overs for Nicosia Tigers as they're going to have to go at 15 and over against an absolutely electric Everest side who are flying all over the place. And the first time, of course, the captain's going to have to make a bowling change, so let's see which way he goes here tactically. Let's take a look at the graph. Bit of a dip there for the Nicosia Tigers, largely because of those 2 wickets. They're going there in the wrong direction.
Yeah, I mean, we're just having a look at the chat. The chat is going a bit wild as well. They're liking the dancing. Well, dancing swan it was, and even the chat is asking the question, was that a swan, was that a duck? 78% saying it was a swan. Well, mate, well, I do like it. I love the celebrations, the dancing swan. Well, maybe we can find you a duck. I think Derek's gone away on holiday. Derek, Vinny Sanders took Derek along with him. I think Derek might come back, or we might have another guest appearance from another duck. Anyway, the bowler comes and stops, so that's a dead ball. Khatri coming back into the attack with the score 34 for 3, and that rate now, Nish, at 15.
Yeah, this is quite a high rate, and Khatri, he's had a very mixed tournament, has he? We've seen him show some of his talent, but he's also gone for a lot of runs. This is going to be interesting. He's taken some pace off that ball, so smart bowling there by Khatri. Of course, does need to keep in mind, Jaman's just a batsman who likes to slog at everything, so they can bowl off pace and out of his arc. He might see out a lot of dot balls here.
Yeah, I mean, he's a clean hitter of the ball. Yeah, I mean, you say slog, if it's he's going to play the slog sweep if you get it, but he hits straight really well. Okay, high in the air, catch it as a shout. Big moment. Oh no, well, he's disappointed with himself because it's going to go over the boundary, and that's Bisam Basnet. And remember, we know all about him. He was the man that was injured the other day. It's very good to see him out there, and of course, it takes a lot of courage after that knock he took, but he gets himself in the right area. He's, of course, aware of the boundaries pretty close to him. It's a good boundary awareness, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't take the catch.
Yeah, it's a cruel sport. It would have been a great comeback story for him to take a catch after recovering from that injury, but not to be. And Jaman advancing down the wicket, and he just lunges back to make sure he gets back in the crease. This is a good response by Khatri.
It's all about keeping your shape, batting, shape and balance, and you can see there the batter, Jaman loses it all, and they're getting a lot of advice and a lot of pats on the bat and the bowler. I'm loving the way that Everest support each other. That's the reason why I like them first up. It's the reason why a lot of people like Everest. Even though they lost those matches and lost 5 on the spin, they just kept on fighting. They encourage each other. Another opportunity, and this time it has been taken. A very good catch. Just listen to the screams around the ground. They've got some supporters in here as well. And he's saying, yeah, just keep it nice and cool. And it is that man, Arun Sahi. This boy does not drop him. Remember, he's taken one of the magical catches of this series so far, right up there as one of the catches of the season.
Yeah, Jamal just picks out the wrong fielder. He finds the best fielder out there. Shahi's not going to drop those. That is really simple for him. And Jaman, who was living dangerously after almost getting dismissed, has to depart, so nobody can get anything going here really for the Nicosia Tigers. Wickets are tumbling at regular intervals, so this looks really, really rough for them, and they could well be in a position where they could end up with a loss that would be extremely damaging to their net run rate.
Yeah, well, Jaman. Well, if you like Jaman too, well, you're going to be disappointed because he's gone. And it is Bhuwan Khatri that takes the wicket. So, as we say, this innings has sort of been one big hit, then a lot of dots and a few wickets that are coming through now. The captain, Jahid Hassan, takes himself out, and he goes for a big hit straight away, and it's been well fielded, and it will just be a single.
Yeah, big responsibility on the 2 Hassans out there. We were talking about the skipper, the fact that, you know, he'd almost been hiding lower down the order, but now there's no hiding here, and he's got an opportunity to really make a big impact and play a captain's innings. This one's just been dabbed away by Rashidul Hassan. This is a good stuff by the opposite skipper, Bimal Ranabhat.
Yeah, it brings to an end a good overcome country, doesn't it? There was one big 6 off it, but still he keeps it just to 8. He takes a very important wicket. Once again, a good catch from Sahi. And at the halfway point, it's 42 for 4. So they've certainly got some work to do. And that rate now at 16. So if they're going to win this match, Nicosia Tigers, they've got to do something now because they can't let that rate get to around about the 18 mark. Not too many teams have come back from that.
Yeah, of course, they basically need to strike 2-3 boundaries and over from here on out. And I think we're about to see a really, really good story here. It looks like it's going to be Bosnet coming back from injury to bowl this over. We've only seen him bowl a few deliveries so far, and we know he went for a few runs, but let's see if he's rejuvenated now, feeling a lot more encouraged after injury. Are we about to see one of the great sporting stories right here, a player coming back from injury to help see his side to their first victory of this series.
Big moment. And I'm so pleased to see this guy back on the field of play, Basnet. I mean, remember, there was that awful injury when 2 fielders collided. He took the worst of it when he got literally head-butted in the nose. And good signs were when he got up and he walked up. But still, he had that nose bandaged up. There was a fair bit of blood. But here he is playing again. And starts with the wide. But he's not going to be deterred. He's got a bit of a bounce and swag about him. What a story this is for Everest. And a lot of people saying the same. This is great to see. And Everest, I mean, they're not there yet. Remember that. They can't celebrate yet. And then you can see that from the players and the captains. Though they're enjoying every time they pick up a wicket, you can also see them saying, okay, we ain't done yet. It's not there yet. But certainly, dot balls like this will help.
Yeah, you could see just how anxious Bhimsen Basnet was to bowl for the first time. Yeah. He was sprinting up and down on his mark. He's overjoyed to be here. And in this moment, you just love to see that.
Yeah, you saw a quick shot there of Bimmel, the captain, applauding the boys, saying, come on, boys, keep it up. Keep the momentum up. Keep the energy up. Drags this one out to the leg side, but will just be a single. Basnet goes back to his mark. Got his hair nicely tied up. Looks like a Somali warrior, doesn't he? And he's certainly been in some fights, been in some wars.
So lowish full toss, which isn't punished by Jahid Hassan. He gets away with this one, Basnet.
That's a young man that certainly has made an impact, hasn't he, Mohammed Hussain? And well, not too many batters look forward to a left armour like him with a bit of pace charging in with the new ball. Don't like the injection of him being the opener bowler. Basnet once more. Hits high in the air, and this one may go all the way. It will. Balle kinna sona. Shaka lagya Rajidul Hassan. He's been there a while. He should have his eye in now. And maybe that big 6 is exactly what he needed to get going.
Yeah, you would have imagined they would have tried to target Basnet in this attack, and maybe this is Rashidul Hassan finally waking up. He goes for that big slog again. And you know they feel that this might be the over they need to get that big 15 or 20 runs, but with just one ball left in it, I think Everest will be quite pleased if Basnet goes for something under 12.
Yeah, they will be, and that's been the story, hasn't it? I've been saying that. They have got the shots in. There's no doubt about it, but there's been too many dots in between.
So he's just chipped up to the fielder long off, so in the end, this is a fairly solid over for Everest, just 10 runs off it. And that run rate just continues to creep up for the Nicosia Tigers. It's gone all the way up now to just under 18.
Everest, remember, eyeing up their first victory. And, well, if they get that victory, they'd love to stay on the park. Of course, they would. But it won't be easy because straight afterwards, they are up against a team that also were victorious this morning, the Napa Royal Kings. Remember, that match is coming up in around about 35 minutes' time. So Everest got 2 matches today. Wouldn't they love to start with a victory against the Nicosia Tigers? Nicosia Tigers, they lose this one. Well, what a horrible day it's been for them, because that would mean that they go beaten in match number 16 and 17. They're going to be down and flat are going to have to find a way to bring themselves up, because remember, they're a team that have been unaffected. They've got all their players, they've got all their resources, but they haven't been able to pick up a victory.
Yeah, they've got so many options, and that's almost been their Achilles heel. They don't quite know who's going to lead this side. They don't know who to turn to when they bowl. The captain often uses 6-7 bowlers in games, and they just need to find a winning formula and a set team, a set balance, a set order. And they still have quite a few games to figure that out. And then comes Jaiswal. He is a handy leg spinner, and I think a leg spinner is going to be very important to this Everest attack, which is very seam heavy. And as we've seen from teams like M-Dogs, having a lot of spinners in the middle overs can help you negotiate them both economically and quickly. This one's just going to take a bottom edge, and the skipper Jahid Hassan, who's not looked at all comfortable in any of the 3 balls he's faced, is going to head off to the other end.
Yeah, day that's very important for me as well is International Plant Appreciation Day. And the plants, of course, are very important to our well-being, as this one is a Gundy delivery down the leg side, and they will just get to it. How many will they run? Looks like they'll take just the one. So leg buys signalled in the end. So yeah, throughout the world, plants are so important. They are green oxygen machines. Plants have many benefits to the environment, such as improving air quality, creating small wildlife habitats, and making dwellings more visible and appealing. Well, plenty of plants around this ground that I'm liking. So go out there and put a plant in your garden. You see that empty spot that you're staring at? Go and put a plant in it. It's good for you. Another dot ball there from Jaiswal.
Fans down the wicket, and this time around, of course, Shyam Pandit, a very proficient glove man, will stump him. Of course, we were talking about this earlier in the innings with the Nicosia Tigers. Sagar Rahman simply wouldn't stand up to the stumps, but no problem for Shyam Pandit. This time around, the Nicosia Tigers are going to pay for advancing down the wicket, completely missing Jahid Hassan, and swift glove work.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing, one area I think I remember talking about the Napa Royal Kings. One thing that they hadn't been able to do because they hadn't had their regular wicketkeeper, the keeper wasn't standing up, and he was allowing the likes of Ramon Mazumdar and Zishan Mahmood to just basically bat halfway down the track, even to the slow bowlers. That is why you want a good wicketkeeper, and Shyam Pandit does his work well, and I'm loving his celebration as well as he sends back the captain who couldn't get anything going. There was plenty of intent there from Jahid Hassan, but he goes for 3 of just 5 deliveries.
Yeah, this is a new situation for Munnar Rahman. He's not the sort of person you normally rely on to construct a long innings. And he goes for a little swipe, I'd almost say, behind points. This is going to be a bit of a chase for Jaiswal, but a excellent bit of work. That is good fielding. And the bowler, Jaiswal, will be absolutely delighted with that. This is exactly the sort of fielding you need to back up the bowler.
Yeah, well, what a stop this is. This is absolutely fantastic. And talking about throwing yourself at things, probably haven't got the opportunity to show you that again, but that was a fantastic lunge and stop.
Of course, plenty of support from the Nepalese in the ECN chat as well. Bojendra Yadav says that I'm very glad to see the Nepalese boys doing so well. Well, so are we, and a lot of the European cricketing community. They've really won the hearts of a lot of our fans over these last 3 or 4 days.
See, the computer is on song today. There's another poll out there. Who appreciates Rico's appreciation of the world around him? Yes, very much. Yeah, and of course, referring to the greenery, as I was making reference to one of the big days that is today, as you have a look at the fantasy dashboard of the match that's coming up here. I've already mentioned it. Everest are taking on the Napa Royal Kings. So it looks like 2 teams that have been victorious today will go head to head, and Everest, will they be looking to change that 0 to 1 and 5. So that's a big match coming up. This one's be well played. Fielder is on the hunt for it and does really well to try and make the effort. Gets the diving, gets dirty for his side. Not able to stop it. 4 runs. Of course, that poll was again down to International Plant Appreciation Day is today. Plant lovers throughout the world get together to express their appreciation for these green oxygen machines. So yeah, go out there and get a plant and put it out in the garden. And if you haven't got gardens, of course, you can put it in a nice place in the corner of your room. Plants are very beneficial to us for a number of reasons, but the main reason is they help the air quality that we breathe. So come on, very much is what we're saying to that poll. It's nice to see that the computer, the ECN computer, is nice and busy, or the robot, we should say, not the computer. Whatever happened to the robot, Vinny Sandy? I'm sure you come back to us. There was, look, the last thing I heard in Portugal, is this one goes to a boundary as well, is that the second robot apparently was on its way to Cartama. Now, if somebody's at Cartama, maybe Jay Wild can give us an update. Any robot that turned up there at Cartama?
And they've actually just brought third man back in, Everest, despite that boundary. Then they're sending him back in again. There is a little bit of miscommunication here, which is causing the very brief interval between these deliveries as they're just trying to get their field setting absolutely spot on. They do give Boston a second over, and I think this is a wise decision considering how far ahead they are in this game. It's a good opportunity for him to get some overs in.
This one has been smashed big. It will go all the way. Volley. Well, they are playing Everest. This one may have gone to the top of Everest, but you see the robot is saying, we love Everest. And the robot is a Nepalese fan. We love Everest, says the robot. Well, I think Everest have got a lot of fans. Got a few fans here at the ground as well. And Cooper, the dog, is back as well, the mascot.
Yeah, you can see Rashid Hassan just advancing down the crease, but completely misses the ball. This has been a nice effort by him here. As we take a look at some of Everest's diehards right there. They've got a very, very loyal fan base. This one's just come off the toe end of the bat. There should be a catching opportunity, and Arjun Shahi puts one down. That's extremely, extremely rare for him. It was always going to be a tough catch as we take a look at some of Everest super fans once again.
Yeah, the super fans are here, maybe after this delivery. They're here, they're enjoying the cricket. And they're waving away. And, well, they're providing really good support for their team. So we get a chance to have, once again, a quick glimpse of the field. And, well, as I said, International Plant Day. Well, plenty of plants around here. As we have a look at what the scores are here at the end of the 8th over, 75 for 5. That rate now, you got to say, unless this over goes magical, it's game done and dusted.
Lights went up, but that was a stumping opportunity, and we saw some smart glove work earlier by Shyam Pandit, but not on this occasion. It just slips past him. He grasps this cleanly. That's the end of Rashid Hassan's innings. This one goes high up in the air. This is certainly going to clear the boundary rope very comfortably, and Rashid Hassan is clubbing sixes out here. He's taking full advantage of this opportunity to open the batting.
Yeah, he certainly is, and it's taken a while to get going though, isn't it? That's the early concern, but then having said that, no, the batter's really giving him any sort of support. Joshua floats it up, well, he's off balance as he clubs this, but he throws everything into it, everything, all the white goods, including the kitchen sink, and he's going to get a maximo, manos arriba, Vitro. Well, look at this, he plays his shot, he uses all his energy, he says, I've got nothing else to give, but he goes all the way, big six.
Completely losing his balance and just thrusting everything he has into getting that ball over a six. So great spirit and great fight Rashid Hassan is showing here. Opens up some room. Is he going to carve out a boundary here? He finds the fielder out at deep point. Jeevan Lumsel, of course, the man who knocked a brilliant 61 last time around. Lights this one up, Jashwal, and Munna Rahman's going to have a swipe at it, and boy, that's a strong swipe. He sent it all the way. That's a huge six, and now 30 needed of 7. The Nicosia Tigers are somehow keeping themselves in this game.
Well, when you talk about wind yourself, oh, look at this. He says, you know, look at these laddus. He said, I'm not here to mess around. Not those laddus. They're bunty. Look at the big ones on the arm. He winds up and he hits that big. He's ready to go again. Oh, and this time gets a dot. That's a brave delivery from Joshua. He gets the last ball in there. I mean, he flights it up there. Hassan, 47 to 24. Rahman hit a couple of biggies there. What's the equation now going to the last? Well, you can see it there. 30 runs off 6 deliveries. It's not quite impossible, but I tell you what, if he hits a few more like that, it could be.
Yeah, 19 runs off that Ram Jaiswal over, and that's kind of the risk and reward of his style of bowling. You know, when it works, you can get those wickets and those beautiful stumpings, but you flight it up, you're always going to be in danger of getting sent into those olive groves straight down the ground. And as we're going to see Bhuwan Khatri, well, he's got this responsibility of helping Everest notch their first ever ECS victory. Could be a historic moment for this side. Had 5 straight losses. And can Khatri just keep his cool here? He just needs to make sure he doesn't give up 5 sixes. And he'll see his side through to something truly momentous. And he starts off with a rankful toss, but he gets away with it. Probably a little bit of nerves there for him. And now need to whack a 6 on every ball. Then they can see it Tigers. We've seen their 6 hitting ability.
Let's see how high this is. I know he goes a long way to it. So yeah, I mean, there's not an issue with that at all. But he misses out on it. But okay, where are we at now? So, very important delivery, this one, from Khatri. Hasn't he bowled well as well, the Khatri? He's another one that stood up when he has to. And, well, he loses completely. On the and he knocks him down. Well, he doesn't want to run. He said, I'm not running anywhere. I'm just going to blow them up. He gets the throw in, shatters the stumps. He gets another wicket. Oh, well, what a good moment this is. I'm liking this. It was like when I mentioned this Aintree today, isn't it, in the UK? Well, it looks like we were going to be at the races there. It was a case of get ready, get set, on your mark. And he said, nah, you know what? I'm just going to throw it. Watch this. He said, all right, you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Nah, forget it. Bang. Knocks him over. Firework time.
Yeah, this is excellent stuff. And, of course, look how overjoyed they are. They're really enjoying this, and they're going to get full enjoyment out of this victory. Of course, it's been a long time they've had to wait for the first win, so they can celebrate this as much as they want. And this is going to be a fun 4 deliveries for all the Everest faithful. Of course, they've had to go through so much pain and suffering in the first 2 days of the tournament, so they can just kick back and enjoy the conclusion of this match.
Oh, this one. Well, I was going to say he's in a no ball, but I think he's dipped viciously. What a delivery this is from Khatri. I mean, this is an art in itself. It looks like it's going to be a big no ball, but when you watch it here, watch where it ends up. Oh, it almost knocks the stumps over.
Yeah, he's been getting some brilliant dip on some of these balls. It's a lot like a sinker.
Four balls to go, and you got to say, what a victory this is going to be for Everest. As this is high up in the air, it may go all the way. It does. A bit of wind behind there. So it's Manos Arriba from the Albithro. And Nicosia Tigers, they bring up the 100 with this one. But with a ball to go, it's impossible. The only one thing that they probably have done here is that they've reduced the margin of victory. So that will certainly help their net run rate a little bit. But they're going down here. They're not going to be able to go back to the top of the table, which a victory would have done. They'll stay in second. But most importantly, the big news is Everest, they will register their first victory. And no matter where this ball goes, it's a bit of a clanger from the fielder, but it doesn't matter. They'll be celebrating because they have a victory to their name for sure. There's a ball to go. It takes the score to 104. And just watch for the celebrations from Everest.
Yeah, these are going to be some intense celebrations. Of course, Rashid Al Hassan, he's very quietly gone on to make a half century, so congratulations to him. But he's just some useful runs, and I'm sure he's going to be an important player later in this tournament.
Here we go, short, and it's hit well. It will go all the way, but I don't think there'll be celebrations from Nicosia. There'll be celebrations from Everest. Look at them. They're coming from everywhere. They're jumping with joy. They're happy. They've got their victory. Well done to Everest. Nicosia Tigers, they will finish on 110. It just goes to show you, even when they were pretty flat, they come pretty close, but it's going to be a victory by some 14 runs. And well done to Everest. They're a team, they tried hard, they battled hard, they had a really tough day first time when they had to play 3 matches. They couldn't get a victory. They were 0 and 5, but now that becomes 1 and 5, and they've got another match coming up. It won't be an easy one against the Napa Royal Kings, but you know what? The Everest, now they got the taste of victory. I get a feeling that they are now ready to start their own climb up to top of Everest, and maybe they can climb all the way up to the top of the table. What a victory. Well, look at that. They're dancing for joy, and that, of course, is Mohammed Hussein. That boy is just full of energy.
Yeah, he certainly is, and of course, Everest, we saw how their hearts were just ripped out by this Nicosia Tigers side a couple of days ago in that devastating loss. And what a way, what a team to get their first win against. As we take a look at some of these highlights, of course, that was the first ball of the innings. Beautiful shot by Roman Mazumdar, but then on the very next delivery, he sends one straight to Ram Joshua long on, and that would bring his very short innings to an end. And look at how pumped Mohammed Hussein was. He came in, he was steaming in, he was fired up, and he gave both the openers, Zishan Mahmood and Roman Mazumdar, an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, look, big shout out to Rashidul Hassan. I mean, he does finish with 63 not out. He bats all the way through the innings, but the story was that nobody stayed there with him. Even Zishan, he ended up getting this one clip behind, and then the very next ball, well, what a delivery this one is coming up to Yasin Mahmood, the man who was invincible yesterday. He was in such good form. It's right in the slot. That's LBW. It's hitting middle and leg. The batter has to go, and look at the joy there from Arjun Shahi. And he wasn't done because, well, we saw a magical moment there, but he took some good catches. He's such a talented player, and well, when you get players like that inside, can make a difference. There were little moments, little mishaps, but you know what? Because all the work was done with the bat, and then earlier on in the innings, it was really hard work. And there he is again, Arjun Shahi. What a man, what a player, what a catcher.
He certainly is, and let's just take a look at these great moments. This is an incredible celebration. I think this is going to become very, very iconic as the tournament progresses. We see some nice clean strikes here by Iftikhar Jaman, who was eventually stumped. Great work by Shyam Pandit, of course. That's the benefit of having a wicketkeeper who can stand up to the stumps. It's really limited the Nicosia Tigers games. We saw when the Rahman strike a 4 and a 6 near the end, and boy, this guy Rashidul Hassan, he was absolutely amazing, and no one's really going to be talking about it because of this Everest win, but 7 sixes, 63 runs of 30 balls. That was a really, really special inning, which is unfortunately going to go in vain.
Yeah, I mean, quite often you hear me say that if one batter goes out and scores, I think I said it actually before the start of this innings, that if somebody like Zishan, as you saw a great moment there for Qatri, but that if somebody like Zishan or maybe even Mazumdar goes and scores a 60 or 70, they win the game. But when you look at this scorecard, you'll see why they didn't. And there was a couple of reasons, but one of them belonged to Everest, and one thing Everest did really well, only 7 extras and 3 wides, only 3 wides. So that is a big reason. That's something that Nicosia Tigers can learn from, because we know that already. What did they give? About 19 or something? It was too many. So extras again, is when you think that the margin of victory is 13 runs, I think extras makes all the difference. How many extras?
Yeah, 21 runs of extras and just 7 for Everest. So those 14 runs are pretty much the margin of victory.
Yeah, there you
for
go.
This Everest side. And of course, we take a look at that scorecard. Not too much of note outside of Rashidul Hassan's innings, but that is still a crucial innings. At one stage, we thought the Nicosia Tigers could lose by as many as 30, 40, or maybe even 50 runs. And the fact that he has brought them so close means there's not going to be too much damage to the Nicosia Tigers' run rate, and they can still be in that chase for the top spot with the Napa Royal Kings.
Yeah, but the thing is, the point I was trying to make, Rashidul Hassan, 63, where's still the other batters? Nobody made any other contribution. I mean, Munir Rahman, I like what he did. He had the right intent, but by the time he went out there, the game was already done. So the top order batters really have to hold their hand up and say, yeah, we let the side down there. Only one man, as you saw there, Rashidul Hassan, 63 of 30, made an impact. But the bowling figures, hey, credit to those guys. Arjun Shahi, 2 for 18. For my man, Mohammed Hussein, I just love that. He's a little bit of a firecracker, isn't he? Bowls well, he's quick, he's fast, he's getting better all the time. He's using his head a little bit as well. The variations are putting in 1 for 12 from him. Really solid performance. Well done to Everest on the team on debut, register their first win in the European Cricket Series.
Yeah, this was a great win for Everest. Of course, not too much time to celebrate this win, of course, as in just 18 minutes time. They'll be back against the top of the table. Napa Royal Kings should be an exciting one. And our Everest going to climb that mountain again? Well, we'll find out in 18 minutes. Make sure to join us then. See you in a bit.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
That was a great victory for Everest, who finally pick up their first win of this tournament, their inaugural win in the European Cricket Series. I'm alongside the man of the match, Jeevan Lumsal, who scored a brilliant half-century. Jeevan, first of all, congratulations. That was absolutely brilliant. I have to ask you, what was your plan out there? Because you were striking it so sweetly.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the ECS that they are providing us such a wonderful environment here. And yeah, nothing that much planned. I was trying to play my own natural game and how it works today. And of course, we are playing a good game throughout the tournament, but unfortunately, we are losing. But yeah, happy for the team as well.
Yeah, certainly that was a well-deserved win for your side, but your team is also a very popular team. A lot of people on your chat love your side. Please tell us a little bit about Everest, your club, your Nepali heritage, and we'd like to know more about your team.
Yeah, basically, you know, we all are from Nepal, and our team is like playing good cricket, and we have like a good environment within the team, and we all are Nepali. Our family is coming throughout the tournament to support us, and they are giving us some kind of belief to us that we play the good cricket, and yeah, happy about these things.
Yeah, of course, you have one of the most enthusiastic support in this tournament. Of course, I know you've got a game coming up shortly. I just want to ask you one quick question about that. The Napa Royal Kings, they're a really good team. What's the plan going to be against them?
I mean, nothing that much planned, just we will go there and try to play our own natural game, and let's see how it works. But I think, yeah, we're going to win the next game as well.
Thank you very much for taking your time out to talk to us, and good luck for the next match.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
So, the news from out here is that Jeevan Lumsal is a half-centurion, and he's helped his side get their first win. But no rest for the weary, because they'll be back against those Napa Royal Kings very shortly. Over to Stefan Gooch, alongside the captains in the middle.
Everest the call.
Heads, sir.
Heads is the call. It is heads.
We're gonna bowl.
Bowling? Okay, good luck guys. Have a great game. All the best. Everest have won the toss. They are having a bowl. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch as we get ready for the start of match number 18. But it was nice to see that Bimal Runabout out there in the middle. He's got a big smile on his face, and also a great interview there with the player of the match, Jeevan Lumsal. And I like his confidence now. We're going to win the next match. Well, I think they can do it. A lot of hearts around in the chat as well for that victory from Everest, and a lot of people like the robot, ECN robot, liking the fact that Everest are getting their victory as well. And one thing I will say to the captain, Bimal Runabout, when I spoke to him the other day and Everest were losing, he said today, and this is yesterday, he said today we're going to be good because my wife is not here, Pari's not here. Because there's no Pari, we are going to be victorious. Well, he was wrong. They didn't get a win. Pari is here today, and Pari has brought you luck. So Bimal Runabout, Pari is your lucky charm, and maybe it's Cooper as well. Cooper has become the mascot for you, Cooper the lovely dog. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying. That's a Napa Royal Kings 106-92. But remember, Everest now have got a win under their belt as well. So they're 1 and 5. Hello, good afternoon to everybody. It's, well, midday here as you get ready for the start of this match. Rico Full here, and Danish is just joining me back in the commentary box as well. What a lovely guy Jeevan is, and a lovely interview.
Yeah, that was great talking to him. And of course, remember, these two sides faced each other back on Monday, and that time Napa handed them a 75-run drubbing. I think we can just throw that result out of the way now, because this is a completely different Everest side. Keep in mind, on Monday, they were coming off a long day. They were weary. They were demoralized after all those losses. Now they're upbeat. They're excited. They just got their first win under the belt. I think Napa better watch out. We should be on upset watch.
Well, Gundeep Singh is out there once more. We know he played a huge part in that victory last time around. In fact, I'm surprised he didn't get player of the match. He made 45 of 27. They gave it to Cyprus Singh, who made 32 of 18. Those guys will be key. Look, it was a surprise victory for me. I'm going to put my hand up and say it was a surprise. Same way it was a surprise that Everest beat the Nicosia Tigers, because we know that Napa are without some of their key players. They've only got Saran Ahmed, who's at the non-strikers end once more. It's a key batter that's really made any runs for them up until Gungadeep last time. We're going to start with a wide here. Arun Shahi opening the bowling here. A little bit surprised why they haven't gone back to Mohammad Hussain.
Yeah, me too. I mean, we saw how well Mohamed Hussein bowled to Mazumdar at the start of the first over in the previous game, and I wonder if it's just this big gust that's just come across that threw off Arjun Shahi.
It could be. I'm just thinking this wind again, and we've said this before. You see, this one went again. It's a little bit down the leg side, but I think if you're a left-hander, so maybe somebody like Safran Ahmed, he's certainly going to be looking forward to this one because he can really hit down to the leg side. But I think the right-handers may struggle. If you can cut and play the ball well, you'll do well. But you're not going to be hitting towards the leg side. This wind is very strong, but I think it would help the left-hander bowler. Oh, well, this one is too quick, too sharp, too spicy for Gundeep Singh. So dot ball, only runs on the board so far, courtesy of that one wide.
Yeah, really the plan for Everest always seems to be that Shahi and Mohamed Hussein come out, they bowl the first 4 overs, no changes, and the captain asked them to set the tone, so this is what they need to do over here as well.
This wind has really now picked up, and that's a Gundeep delivery. Oh no, it's going to be a minimal as it goes all the way to the boundary, 5 wides. It's one thing that's surprising me, the actual wind should be helping the bowler get the ball outside the off stump, so he's actually doing remarkably well to bowl it down the leg side.
I mean, he must be starting it somewhere outside the pitch to bowl it that wide, and very uncharacteristic start here from Everest.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that wind is blowing as we're standing here from sort of right to left. So the ball actually should be going away from the batter. So the bowler actually, to bowl leg side wides must be, well, is an Everest effort. Let's put it that way. Shahi goes back to his mark. The 6 that have come on the board so far are all extras. And Everest, one thing that they've done very well in the last match, and in fact, that's probably why they won the match, their extras were only 7 compared to 21 from the Tigers. Into the deck, no run, he gets his line better, and then he just side foots this back to the keeper. There's Shahi.
Yeah, Shahi clearly a multi-sport talent, of course. And yeah, going back to the extras, that's been the one great thing about Everest throughout this tournament. Their extras are always in the single digits, and finally that made the difference and actually helped that translate to a win. So this is a much fuller delivery by Shahi. Singh not quite showing the same skills we saw from him earlier. Of course, Gundeep had a brilliant innings earlier against the Nicosia Tigers. He sort of managed a bit of flair along with power. We saw some deft strokes as well as some thrashing, so we'll be hoping more of the same from him.
Shahi. This one just played into the deck, but not getting as much as a response that he wants from Ahmed to try and take the single. Ahmed is probably just thinking, well, you know what, the number of deliveries have already gone by. I'll just see out this one and then walk to the other end and face the second over. So first over complete. It's only all about extras really. No runs off the bat. So Gundeep, he's will face 6 legal deliveries. Hasn't scored any runs. It's the extras that have put the runs on the board as we have a look at the top performers. And well, let's keep a look first at the Napa Royal Kings. I mean, Ahmed, he's going to be key, and Gundeep Singh after that a very good knock in the last match. He scored 45, has got himself to 82. And Sarpreet Singh, well, he scored a marvellous 32 of 18. He's right up there, but across to the other side, well, Ranabat is now the top scorer with Shahi. And well, you see there that these ones haven't been updated because that statistic up to match 16, so that'll update, and you'll see that Jeevan last month will be right up there as one of the highest run scorers now.
Yeah, that was a spectacular innings by Jeevan Lumsden. And then finally now we see Mohamed Hussein, and this is going to be a key matchup. The 2 best from either side going one-on-one.
And this one has raced away to the boundary, 4 runs. Well, it was quick out of the hand, but it was pretty quick off the bat as well.
Yeah, even though this is 4 runs for the batsman, I'd still say the bowlers got at least a moral win over here. This is going to be, as I said, this is going to be very important, of course. Best bowler on the Everest side against the best batsman for the Napa Royal Kings. I think if he keeps bowling more of the same, he's going to be rewarded for it. He shouldn't be dismayed by the fact that he's gone for a boundary.
Yeah, one thing we do know is that the batter, Ahmed, he tends to give you a chance early. Maybe sometimes more than one, so you've got to take it if he gives it. Okay, this is being hit away. It'll bounce once and gets well fielded. It'll just take the single. So this will be interesting. Gundeep Singh is probably not your normal opener, so he's going to be facing up to the pace of Hussein.
let's see what he does over here. Hussein, it's going to be more of the same what he did to Roman Mazumdar. We're going to see body-to-body bowling. Is he going to try to aim for that rib cage, hip area? You know, he's a very enthusiastic bowler, and let's just take a look at this field. Plenty of protection behind point on the boundary.
Remember that the Kings, with that victory over the Tigers, have put themselves top of the stack on net run rate. But with this match and 2 others in the day, they're hoping to finish clear at the top by some point. It's going to be a humongous day for them. They're playing this match and the next 2 matches. So they're playing 3 on the spin. They played earlier today as well. 4 matches again. And that's after they played 4 matches yesterday. That's a big ask.
I mean, if they can pull it off again with a similar record as yesterday, you have to commend their fitness levels.
Plays this into the deck. Once again, no run. Oh, this one. I'd like to see this again. Was the bat down quick enough? Well, the batter was pretty lazy getting back here, Gundeep. Well, maybe Gundeep, the gun, could have backfired. I'd like to see this. He's pretty lethargic getting back. Let's have a look at this. He seems to be a bit unconcerned. And watch this. Oh, only just. And what I wanted to see, if the bat hit the ground and then went up in the air. Anyway, he survives. Hussein, great over so far. Oh, this is so unlucky. He just gets that movement away that he didn't really want. If there was no movement there, he was knocking the stumps over for sure. What a delivery.
Yeah, and he's using the breeze to his advantage, just taking it across. Gundeep Singh, who looks a shadow of him for himself, looks nothing like the batsman we saw earlier today against the Nicosia Tigers.
Yeah, it's all about the line, isn't it? This against the Tigers, they bowled a little bit short outside the off to him, and that's where he played a lot of his shots. And he's getting no width here at all. Gets a little bit down here. They take it on a direct hit. He's gone. And you can see, ooh, from everybody. As this is a great pickup, a great throw. See this again. He won't be in the picture. So close.
And let's just praise the captaincy, because right before that ball, Jeevan Lumsel was moved right back into the ring, and he's the one who makes that throw. So the captain, nice little chess match here. He's moving fielders around. He's moving people in the right position, and very competitive first couple of overs.
Yeah, certainly he is. And you can see already that when you got Shahi and you got Mohamed Hussein bowling, they really do put the pressure on. There's the 2 teams sitting at the top 10 and 10, but the key news, the big news, Everest, they're up and going, and if they can pick up a victory here, well, they could even move themselves up at the same number of points as the Limassol Qalandars and also Amdocs. So big match for them as well. Can they get going there? And it would be such a morale booster if they can beat the Kings here. Matches coming up later. The Qalandars are back. They're going to finish off the day with 2 matches against the Napa Royal Kings. So we're going to be treated to a feast of cricket today. And the good news is the sun is shining, though it is a little bit blustery. The Yorker length delivery that gets dug out as Khatri comes in to bowl. Khatri, I like Khatri, you know. I think he's better than what he looks. He's the one man who's got that delivery. Comes out of his hand, Nish. Looks like it's going to be a no ball, but it dips viciously.
Yeah, he bowls a lot of these interesting sinkers. This is a very nasty weapon in T10 cricket. Remember, Wakar Ali, or the Cyprus Muflons used to bowl these.
The batter is nowhere. He's not moving in the right areas, and I think Gundeep Singh here is just chewing up to the delivery. Look at the footwork. The feet don't move. He's swinging, and really, if he does make contact with it, he's going to get no power in the shot. The field is well set. I could just see him skying one up. If he doesn't get width, he's going to struggle to get runs. And there he is, cleaned up emphatically, and Khatri takes the wicket, beautifully bowled. That's the length you got to bowl, and you can hear Khatri clatters the stumps. The stumps are knocked over, the castle has been raided, and a great delivery. That's where you got to be. That's a superb delivery, and Gundeep Singh has been gunned down.
Well, what this dream days just turned into a nightmare for Gundeep Singh. We saw that brilliant 45 earlier today, and now he goes, having made just 1 run in 13 deliveries. He has really cost his side over here. Look at Khatri. That is his fantastic dipping Yorker. And take a look at that fist pump. Yeah, he knows how much that wicket counts. Well-earned wicket for Everest, who've started this match just the way they started the last one.
Well, a lot of Punjabis will say that 13 is lucky for them, but not for Gundeep Singh. 13 is the one that destroys him. But you know what? I think he had to get out of the way there. He's chewed up 2 overs and a bit, only got 1 run. He's got to get out of the way, and somebody else can hopefully come in and get the scoreboard ticking. They go for Manzoor Ali. I'd rather like to see maybe them be a little bit more positive and go for something like Hardeep Singh. Also, don't forget they've got Satpreet Singh in the side as well. He was instrumental player of the match performance from him first up when he scored 32 runs. But they're going with somebody different, going with Manzoor Ali. Manzoor, he just allows this to go by, and you can see the bowler saying, yeah, but he doesn't play a shot at it. But unfortunately, down the leg side, he doesn't have to play a shot. It's going to be a wide.
Yeah, but I do like the idea here by Khatri. You can tell he's going for that dipping Yorker on the leg stump. Doesn't quite execute it, but no problem with this one. This is a good plan.
Yeah, also Manzoor Ali, he does show his leg stick, so I don't mind the bowler going for it. Just gets it wrong slightly, and he allows the ball to go down the leg side. Manzoor, I think, I'm not sure what the issue is here. He's holding his helmet. It's like he says, I don't want it. I think he's asking the wicketkeeper. Is he asking the wicketkeeper to say, can you put this behind? The wicketkeeper saying, no, I'm not going to put it behind there. You either wear it or you get one of your guys to take it off. And in the end, the umpire comes along and says, I'll help you with it. Man in black for this one is Taranga and Abdul. That is Abdul doing his duties. Ahmed, or Hamid I should say, is the third match official, led of course by Stefan Gooch. Here we go, back to the action. Good delivery. Oh, he does well to get back onto this. Otherwise, he was certainly an LBW candidate, Manzoor Ali. So he gets off the mark, but it's nothing like the power play that they'll be wanting.
Yeah, that's a really nice stroke. And of course, Mayur Patel on the chat saying that wicket's actually a positive for Napa. That's really, really cruel for Gundeep Singh.
Yeah, just once again, we say this so many times, how your fortune can change on the European Cricket Network. Gundeep was just fantastic in the last match, and then this one, just nothing going his way. And well, we've seen that with the performance between both these teams and Nicosia Tigers. This one gets worked away, but don't forget, while this man who just takes a single there, Ahmed is still there, they still have the threat of him going wild and scoring runs quickly. He is a talented player. He really has to step up. He didn't step up in that first match against the Nicosia Tigers. He gave his wicket away cheaply, and it was thanks to Gundeep Singh, who's already departed, and also Suryat Singh, that they get the win. But this is an opportunity for him. Also, the wind really favours the left-hander. He's got to make this count. Oh, edge. Great effort from the wicket-keeper. But, well, Shahan Pandit not able to hold on to it. If he does, it would have been a sensational catch. But that tells me the story. That is what Everest is all about. Not the fact the catch goes down. It's the fact that a fielder comes up to him and says, pats him on the back and says, hey, great effort, well done, unlucky.
Yeah, you got to love the spirit of this team, but that is a proper cricket ball in any format of the game. He's got the batsman, he's forcing him forward to play that forward defense, and then gets a genuine edge. That ball could be used in any format, and he'd get a wicket as the Napa Royal Kings are reeling in this power play. 15 for 1 after 3 overs, so difficult times for them. As now I'll just give Everest a chance to spread out their field.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they're still going to stick with Mohammad Hussain. I think you've got them rattled. You know that they're going to have to try and play some shots. So you know what? Just keep on your main strike bowler and try and get the key wicket. Try and get the wicket off Suran Ahmed. That's what they're looking to try and do here. And finally, I think it's a helmet problem that the batter was having. So he decides, I don't want extra helmets. I'm just going to go for my cap. Now, this is risky because he's putting his cap on, and although he's at the non-strikers end, he's going to be at some point up against what I think is probably the fastest bowler that we've got in, well, certainly in this group.
I mean, not too many spinners in this Everest attack either, so this is a bit risky, and we hope we don't see something like we saw with Shah Khalid yesterday.
Gets played away. Work to be done by the fielder. He does well. This has also been good from Everest. Okay, they have dropped a couple of chances, and they did in that last match as well, but the ground fielding in general has been very good. Yeah, you mentioned Shahid Khalid. He's actually the Limassol Qalandars player who did get hit on the head from a not a short delivery, but he went to play a shot, got the edge of the bat onto the side of the head, He has had 8 stitches, but other than that, everything else is good. No internal damage. And, well, we might even see him playing later. That's the news that I've had. And if that is the case, well, I do take my hat off to him, but I'll also will be given a helmet. This one's high in the air, and it will go all the way. Volley, volley, volley. This is a top shot because he's hitting against the wind. And just see this, when this lands, it doesn't go anywhere because that's the wind pushing it back. It's a big hit from Mansoor Ali.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing Mansoor Ali isn't fielding off his own batting, because I think if Bill Ranavut had just grown a few inches, that might have been a bit of a better chance for a catch. But sweet, sweet strike by Mansoor Ali.
Oh, now the bowler goes upstairs. I get the feeling this might have been too high because yeah, look at this. Yeah, way over the head. And very good umpiring again. And that's the 2 umpires working really well together. That's umpire Taranga saying, yeah, too high. And umpire Abdul signals the wide. And he can't bowl another short delivery as well, because that would be called a no ball if it's over the shoulder. Oh, this has been hit so hard. Where's this ending up? I think it's going to the moon. It's going, yeah, it's gone a long, long way. Well, that one is going to be circling our planet for years to come. What a big hit. He throws everything at it, and it disappears.
Yeah, what about this first swipe? He somehow managed to hoik it all the way over. Fine leg. This is good batting by Mansoor Ali, who's stringing together some big runs here for Napa.
Okay, so under a bit of attack here, Hussain. Now, he's already used the short delivery, and this is where he has to learn. Don't bang it in too hard. Shorter length, let the ball do the work, but try to keep it under that shoulder. Let's see how he does. Now he goes wide, and it's going to be called a wide. It's all about experience. It's all about learning, and he will learn, and he'll get better all the time. So what I'm talking about there is because he's bowled that short ball bouncer, he banged it into, on a surface, artificial surface, it's going to bounce over the head. So what he's done, he's sort of snookered himself, really, because he gives the wide away because it's too short. Secondly, he now knows he can't bowl another short ball because it'd be called a no ball. So he's just got to find the art of finding that ball, short ball, which tucks up the batter. And now he goes down the leg side. That's a better length, though. That's the one I'm talking about. But that one, right at the batter, is the one I'm talking about. It's not going to be too high for a no ball, but it will tuck him up. And I think the batters, with the pace that this young man has got, is going to be under a bit of pressure. But he just loses his radar for a bit. Let's hope he can find it. But this is the over, really. If they can go without losing a wicket in this over, this is the one that the Napa Royal Kings are waiting for.
Yeah, and again, you can just see how little moments can sway the confidence of a bowler. He was steaming in that first over, but he goes for 6, and it's just rattled him slightly.
Oh, it's going down the leg side. You can see why he's excited about it. You see just there, you see the batter just move early. Look, it shows all his stumps, and he entices the bowler to go for it, but unfortunately is pitching outside the line of leg sticks, so can't be out. So they'll take a leg bite. And now he's got to get the line right because he's got to now adjust to the left-hander. Ahmed, will he keep his cool, or will he hoik one up in the air and give an opportunity?
Yeah, this is going to be 2 balls. These 2 balls could be very consequential for this match because, again, got to get the big fish here.
Oh, he does go for a big swing. So, see, he's a little bit one-trap minded. I mean, the bowler bowling this, a good batter, and I'm not saying that Ahmed's not a good batter. He clearly is because he's top of the runs scored at the moment. He's gone over 250 runs. But a good batter is just rocking back and guiding this into that huge gap on the offside. He's just using the pace of Hussain. He's trying to take him on and go right across the line. At this pace, there's no way he's going to be playing a hook shot. It'll just be skied. He's got to really just guide it. He goes again, and you see, that's it. That's just luck. He's not in the right position. Gets the top edge. It flies away to the boundary. It's going to be runs. Let's see how many. I think the umpire might be waiting to see if this goes all the way or not. Hits it hard. Where does this land? I think it's got just before. I think that's going to be 4 runs. But he's lucky. That's all you can say. I suerte for Ahmed. It will be the end of the over. So 4 overs down, 36 for 1. So they're getting up back again to that sort of 10 and over mark.
Yeah, and of course, stats don't always tell the whole picture, as we say. I mean, you look at the statistics for young Mohammad Hussain, you actually think he had a pretty difficult game, but he's been the victim of so many edges. He drew 2 edges out of the star batsman for the Napa Royal Kings, Saran Ahmed, but just couldn't quite get the wicket. So You know, the dice doesn't always roll in favor of you.
Yeah, it's all about experience, gaining experience, and of course playing in a tournament like this and the number of matches that they've got to play, he will gain experience. He's going to come up against some good batters, some batters that will be able to cut and uppercut, so he'll have to adjust his line. Some that will be good drivers of the ball, so he wants to be just short of a length, but he'll learn from it and he'll get better. And of course, it's all about then the captain and the other team members getting together with you and giving you some encouragement. And that's one thing that Everest do well. They're very encouraging. Khatri coming back onto bowl. And Naparul Kings have just started to press the pedal a little. So let's see how things go here. Sujith Yadav is in the chat. Hello, Sujith.
And just going back to the point you were making about Saran Ahmed and how he could just use the pace of the bowler, look at how Sagwan and Dale played Mohammad Hussain. They were just using his pace.
Good delivery. Oh, no. Well, this is a really tight call for me. And that's umpire Taranga is deciding that the ball has caught some of the line here. I don't see it myself. I think he's been robbed here. I think that's a really good delivery. So unfortunate. The umpires are really tough on this. And if they think that he's catching the line at all, they're going to call it. So that's disappointment for Khatri. Nicely played. They'll take the single. In comes a throw, fired in. The batter does get there, so Ahmed will go back on strike. He's been a little bit fortunate, Ahmed, at the moment, isn't he? He swung wildly. He's got edges. And you're absolutely right. I mean, those bowling figures from Mohammad Hussain, 26. He's gone off his 2 overs. They look a little bit expensive, but they don't tell the true story.
Now, this is a bit of a different challenge for Ahmed because, of course, Khatri, not quite as quick a bowler. He's more stump-to-stump, medium pace, and he's got to be careful here, Khatri. There is some protection on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square, also a deep fine leg.
Oh, beauty, absolute beauty. And he does Saran Ahmed, hook, line, and sinker. And if there's one tip, if there's one thing I would say to any bowler, and that is to pitch it up, get the ball up there, bowl at the stumps, and this is the perfect length. And even a batter of the quality of Ahmed is undone by an absolute beauty. What a delivery. Ball of the day.
That is a ball of the day, and how good has he been with these leg stump Yorkers? Look at where he nails it right at the base of the stumps. And Saran Ahmed, who's just obsessed with trying to hit it on the leg side, there's no way he's getting to that. And Bhuvan Khatri, he's been the unsung hero for Everest today. What a special performance by him, and I love his celebration. Absolutely pumped. This means so much to him.
Yeah, it does. Well, there's some grizzly action there for you. And a shout out to, of course, one of our partners, Grizzly Bear Sports. A grizzly hug for a bowler that definitely deserves it. Khatri has bowled Gundeep Singh, and now he bowls and takes the prize scalp of Saran Ahmed, the top batter so far in this series. Now, well, the Napa Royal Kings, they certainly are up against it. A few people asking questions about where the bowler like Mohammad is from, Mohammad Hussain. Yes, he is from Nepal. All of these guys, hence the name, are from Nepal, as this one is going to be wide. So he goes for that slower delivery to the new batter. And we are now seeing Sarpreet Singh come out. Sarpreet Singh was the player of the match in the victory early this morning against the Nicosia Tigers. He made 32 of 18. Boy, do they need him to perform in this one.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure now on Sarpreet Singh, and we've seen Manzoor Ali make some runs in the past. He had a solid 25 of 11 back on day one. And we're going to need to see more of that from him today. Good ball by Khatri, and Singh, that's not the most confident defensive shot I've seen. He almost stuck his bat out and didn't really get behind it properly.
Yeah, the bat just got plonked out there. And, well, Sudhit Yadav is saying hello to me. And also Stuart. Hello, Stuart. Stuart is saying hello to both of us. And, well, a big hello to everybody on the chat. Thank you for joining us. And, well, thank you for making it well, exciting and enjoyable for us to see your comments on that. This is nicely struck, but no run. Fielder comes in, and liking this fielding position as well.
Yeah, they've just got their tactics absolutely spot on. I mean, we've got to give tons of credit to Rana Bhatt. He's maybe not featured as much with the ball in hand. We haven't seen him bowl today. He's played a very handy innings earlier. It's been very mature stuff by the captain.
Yeah, Bahendra Yadav's loving that Yorker. Yeah, it was a quality delivery. Khatri, 2 balls to go in his spell. What a spell it's been. Slower ball. This is well hit, but fielder makes the stop. Nicely done. Well, there's the young man that everybody's talking about, and he is a Well, I'll call him a little firecracker. And he's bowled beautifully well.
Yeah, this is just brilliant stuff. As of course, one ball left in this over. This has been a sensational spell by Khatri. They are 2 for 7. And that one just goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide, but...
well, how does he get away with this? There was one that was called, which I thought, well, this is the umpire saying, well, I gave it wrong, and he's not giving this. That's a wide. That has to be given a wide. It goes past the leg stump. It hasn't been called. And, well, that's a big let-off. As we welcome you back into our house, where we have the best view in the house. Well, thank you and for joining us in our home, our commentary box here. Lovely position. We've got a lovely view of the ground. I hope you're enjoying the action today. We've had 2 sensational matches already. Not sensational if you are a Nicosia Tigers supporter, because they not only did they lose to the Royals here, the Royal Kings, but the Napa Royal Kings, that is, they also lost against Everest. Everest getting their first win. That means that there's 2 teams that are in good form going to head here, and it's anyone's for the taking.
Yeah, certainly the Tigers were purring like kittens today. This was a really disappointing day for them. They were sitting pretty at the top of the table, and now 2 losses, including an upset loss to Everest. And Everest, well, this side was winless, and today they look formidable. They're humbling 2 behemoths in Group A.
Well, they're looking the business, looking the part. I like what they're doing. They're bowling well. They're playing as a team, and that's why a lot of people, I think, are following them. And I like them at the moment. They're just they're bringing a lot of energy and a lot of dynamics to the game. Well, this one is a dynamical hit from Sarpreet Singh. Well, Singh, we know what he turned it on when he had to, and this time, well, he says, you know what, I'm going to try and make things happen. That is going to be positive for us. This is a top shot. He goes on his back foot, and he hits this really well. And that's a powerful hit of the bat to hit a 6 there. Jaswal Singh comes on the bowl, goes for 6 of his first. And, oh, it was so close to getting the breakthrough. And basically saying to Sarpreet, okay, if that's what you want to do, try and do it again. 2 men are straight, and they're waiting. So still going to miss. There he goes for another, and this is a humongous strike. Balle, he absolutely clobbers this. This is a monster shot. And Sarpreet Singh says, well, all of you, well, that's Richards up there saying, well, that's a biggie. Richards, are you okay? Was that coming your way? And Sarpreet Singh saying, you know what, you guys can eat your cereal in the mornings. I'm going to eat my aloo prawntas, and I'm going to absolutely tonk it. Full toss, hits it well. It's another one that goes your way. Richards incoming, my friend, incoming. And all of a sudden you see Jaswal a bit frustrated as he kicks the deck. But Sarpreet Singh says, I didn't just eat aloo paronta, makia diye rotiye saag de naal vi khadiyan. As this one goes big as well. Mighty shot.
Yeah, we might need to get Richards a helmet, but this is the risk and reward with how Jaswal bowls. He tosses it up. He managed to get a stumping in the previous match, but if you keep doing that, you're going to present some nice, juicy balls for the batsman to slog. And Sarpreet Singh, well, started off a little bit slow. Took him a while to find his feet, but he's got so much power. He's clubbed 3 sixes, and he's right back in the game.
Oh, this one is a little bit shorter, so gets plenty of power into it. Will just be a single. But this over in danger of going magical. It's exactly what was needed to kickstart this innings again for the Napa Royal Kings.
See if Jaswal decides to bowl a little flatter here. Still flights it up, but he pulls his length back a bit, so that's a good length. And all Manzoor Ali can get there is a single, but that's an expensive over for Jaswal, regardless of the fact that it ended in a single. 20 off it, and it's just allowed the Napa Royal Kings to make their current run rate a lot healthier. It was, remember, they were at 15 for 1 at the end of 3.
Yeah, well, we saw that one over go for 16 from Mohammed Hussain, which was unfortunate because there was a few edges that went to the boundary. Then we saw an absolute blinder from Khatri, only 4 from it. What an over it was, and he took the huge wicket of Saharan Ahmed, and now this one goes magical. So 60 on the board. So just like that, they're back at 10 and over pace.
And what's the captain going to do here? He's going to go for Bosnet. So we haven't seen Kishore Bosnet bowl so far this tournament, and goodness me, he takes the tumble. He was really excited to bowl for the first time, but looks like that's going to be a minimo.
It's going to be a minimo, and that's not what they need right here. Important phase of the match when you can see that the Napa Royal Kings are trying to get back into it, trying to get to the 100-plus score. And the last thing that you needed is 5 runs from nowhere. So Candy, well, he's dishing out the candies. This is exactly what the Kings wanted. And this one is going to be another wide, just catching a little bit of line. So he's dishing out some candies at the moment. Is Kishore Basnet, and the Kings are lapping him up.
I mean, look at that reaction. I don't think too many sweet things are coming out of his mouth over there. He's clearly very frustrated.
Basnet needs to just bring it a little bit closer to the batter. This is hit hard. It doesn't quite get the middle of it. That's Manzoor. But he'll take the single, and I don't think they'll mind this at the moment because Saprit Singh is hitting the ball pretty well. Don't want to be bowling short to him because he hits it hard and straight, and he's getting value for money at the moment. This is quite a big moment in this over. Basnet just 7 off the 1 ball so far because of those wides. Hits it really well, but it's an opportunity. The fielder takes his cap off, gets into position, and takes the perfect catch. So though he goes in the area where the wind should assist the shot, Saprit Singh will go off 20 of ball number 9, and that is a very, very good catch taken, and he applauds everyone, and that is the player of the match of the last one. Jeevan Lasmal showing what he can do in the field as well.
Yeah, the captain always trusts him, and he has him out there at that deep cover, deep backward point position. He always keeps him there because he knows he's a man. He's fleet of foot. He can run around, cover all kinds of things, and he's got a safe pair of hands as well. So that's a terrific catch. The man has just been in great form all day today, and we were wondering whether this bowling change was a wise one, but Kishore Basnet, after going for a runs, gets that all-important wicket.
Yeah, Basnet, well done to him. First time we've seen him bowl, picks up a wicket. Didn't start well, did it, with the 5 wides and then the other wide, but he's got it together. He just had to get the ball a bit closer. He does. Saprit Singh going for the cut over the man at point, but he can't beat Jeevan Lasmal, who takes the catch. A big wicket here now. Thing is though, can they keep things in? Hardeep Singh, he's got a little bit more time than that he had last time when he came in for 1 ball and was caught off that ball for a golden duck. So let's see how the captain fares here, the left-hander. Oh, he hits this huge. That is an almighty hit. That is the biggest of the day. Well, we're talking about wind assisted. This has gone some. What a biggie.
Yeah, this is a big one, and of course, Basnet, despite that wicket, is disappearing all over the park. And we haven't seen the skipper Bimal Rana Bhatt bowl himself at any time today. We saw him bowl back on day 1, and he's holding himself back. Again, he wants to give some opportunities out, but here's where we need the skipper to take responsibility if I were him.
And he goes in the same area again, and it's taken. And Hardeep Singh, he doesn't get the timing right, so it's literally 6 and out. As we see some more celebrations, Hardeep is down and out on his luck. He'll have to go. He's disappointed here, Hardeep. He had more time, didn't he? He had more time. He could have played a slightly different innings after hitting the first one for 6. He gives Basnet his 2nd wicket. He's trying to hit this so hard. And in fact, I think Basnet does well. He takes the pace off the ball. And Khatri is the man again. Give us a celebration. There we go. And it's another wicket. Hardeep Singh hits the 6 and gets out of the way. The captain gone. 6 off 2 deliveries.
Well, I have a feeling half our highlight reel is just going to be this over because every ball either goes for a 6 or is a wicket. It's been extremely eventful stuff. And one thing I have to say about Basnet is he's a very entertaining bowler. This has been a fun watch. And as we've seen 2 Napa Royals Kings batsmen depart in this over. So Jasdeep Singh coming into bat.
Jasdeep hits this hard as well, but at least he keeps it along the deck. And well fielded by Jeevan Lasmal, just a single. And they think about maybe taking another, but it's been well backed up. Yeah, Jasdeep is another guy, I think. I mean, I like the way that they used him as a bowler in the last match. I think the captain gave him some faith, and he returned it. And I think he can certainly hit the ball pretty well as well. So this still could be a dangerous little pattern. The game for the shots here, they're not holding back. Manzoor Ali hasn't quite hit his straps yet. He hits it hard, it's in the air, the wind keeps hold of it. It doesn't carry to the fielder as a result. It's going to be just another single. He's played this shot a number of times. Okay, you could be a little bit more attacking and bring a fielder in to take the catch, but you know what? I think it just is wise just to save the boundaries as a very exciting and interesting over from Basnet comes to an end. 15 come off it, but he does pick up 2 wickets.
Yeah, Just Steve seems to be a bit of a mystery package for us with the bat in hand as we take a look at some of our upcoming events. Of course, we are here in Cyprus through to Sunday, the 23rd of April, before we head over to Italy. That should be a very exciting series. And then there is that fun weekend of action in Gibraltar on the 4th to the 7th of May, and that'll be running concurrently with the action in Italy. And then, of course, once the weather starts to get warmer further up north in Europe, it should be really exciting to go to Austria. I know you've been really looking forward to that series.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Austria. Seabarn Cricket Ground, beautiful. Get well looked after there, and always nice to see familiar faces and old faces, and also some new. Well, I tell you what, we're going to have to see a new face out there in the middle as well, as this is a big, wild swing. And the batter will have to go. I think is this Manzurali trying to get a little bit cocky and turns from right-hander to left-hander. And you know what? Sometimes trying to be clever means that you're your own downfall. Yeah, watch this. Tries to get clever, tries to get funky, and in the end, he just ends up getting himself out. That's not a good look.
No, it isn't, and I was calling for the skipper, Bimal Ranabat, to insert himself into the attack, and he makes an instant impact. A little bit disrespectful to Bimal Ranabat. Of course, the switch hit is extremely difficult to execute, and Ranabat, a bowler who just bowls stump to stump, very accurate. You know if you're going to miss it, you're going to get out. So that's the end of Manzurali, and now Napa Royal Kings are sort of entering into dire straits. They've almost run out of quality batsmen. Manzurali really needed to hang in there until the final over to propel them.
That was a very irresponsible shot, I'd have to say. I mean, if we were into the last over and you're trying to make things happen, if you've had a look at a bowler and he's bowling a particular line, you want to do something different. I understand that. A Ranabat, his first ball, and you're giving a wicket straight away. And now, you can see that once again, Everest will have their tails up. This one gets played away. And well, don't forget about Karanveer Singh. He's somebody that came out quite well. He came up the top of the order last time. He made a small contribution, but he certainly is a guy that could probably play a few shots for you. Dot ball there from Ranabat, the captain.
Yeah, this is good stuff by the skipper, and if I was him, I would certainly like to see him bowl that final over as well. This is good stuff. Very accurate bowling here. There is not too much for these Napa batsmen to capitalize on. He's just keeping things simple, but he's keeping things accurate. And this is exactly what we like about him. So skipper has really led the Everest charge in these first couple of games. This one's just wide down the leg side, so it's the old commentator's curse striking again as Ranabat makes his first mistake in this over.
Yeah, it's a very good take there from the wicketkeeper. So Shayan Pandit does really well. He's going to have to do well again, and he does do well again. This is good keeping. This is where it pays to have a good keeper. We've seen him already involved in the stumping in the last match, and now there, I think he has saved quite easily 8 runs with those 2 deliveries. So he's going to have to stop this one as well. So Ranabat, after getting it right now, has bowled 3 wides on the spin.
Yeah, you can see he bowled 2 way down the leg side, and he's trying to correct his line, but he just overcorrects and goes way too wide. Let's see if he can find the balance on this ball. This one is much better, and it's a slower delivery as well, so it's going to be hard for the batsman to hit, but the fielder takes a tumble trying to field that one, so it'll allow the Napa Royal Kings batsman to come back for a second run.
Okay, so still even with those wides, it's still a good over. 82 is the score. It'd like to be at the 100 mark. Gets this one through, good areas. And just like that is the end of the over, and it goes pretty quickly. Picks up a wicket off his very first ball, which was once again, I think, Manzurali. He'll have to question his decision to play that crazy attempted shot. But 7 runs come off it, and takes the score to 82 for 5 with 8 overs now completed. So 9th coming up, and it all happens in the 9th.
And let's see who the captain goes with for the 9th over. And it looks like he's going to make a bowling change. So we're going to see Jeevan Lumsel bowling this 9th over, the hero of the previous match with his sensational half-century. And this one's just chipped up in the air. And it's going to be collected by the skipper, Ranabat. So Lumsel, another spinner introduced into the attack. And I like this by this Everest side. We know they're a very pace-heavy attack, so introducing a couple of spinners, this could be very important for them later in the tournament when they try to control that crucial middle overs phase.
That's well bowled, good areas from Lumsel. And just keeping an eye on the clock as well. And I can see why they're going for Lumsol here. To try and get these overs in quickly. This has been well hit. And the thing is, they've got to get the ball back here pretty quickly. That's the thing. The time is ticking. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. And I think Lumsol knows it. 3 balls to get in. Just over 30 seconds. Hits it high up in the air. This could be a big moment because it will take time to retrieve the ball. The batters think about 2. Now to change their mind. They're not really hustling here. Okay, where are we at here now? Keep a look on the time. This is going to be so close. He needs a dot ball here, I think. Needs a dot ball. And he's not going to get a dot. Chase is on. The fielder gets it clean. Gets the throw in. It gets taken cleanly. Where are we at? Look at the time. Tick, tock, tick, tock. The siren about to sound. Well, we'll have to wait and see what the umpires decide here as this one being clipped away. But for me, this is the end of the over, and I think they go over time. So let's wait and see. All eyes on the umpires.
Yeah, we need to keep an eye on the umpire. And I love that the European Cricket Network siren sounds like a conch.
Here we go. So let's see. It's got to be the umpire that's going on to the bowler centre. As the umpire switch, we should see something coming through from the umpires if there's penalty runs. I think there will be. The clock did run out with a ball to go. And there we go. Open the palm of the hand. And, well, okay, that's not quite patting, but it'll do. It's a bit of a fist bump. So 5 penalty runs will go onto the score. So that takes the score to 97. 97 for 5. They've run out of time. And that's disappointment, really, because they didn't look like they were falling too far behind. But look at the extras as this one's high up in the air. It should be out, and it's going to be taken. Oh, that's an incredible recovery from the fielder. Well, Candy is the man, and Candy brings you smiles, and that's exactly what we've seen there as Kishore Basnat, a.k.a. Candy, comes in. He hits his hands hard, but he's able to recover. Well, sometimes I say you got to eat jalebis that gives you sticky fingers. Well, he's eaten all the candies. He's had his hands in the candy jar. They're nice and sticky, and that's why he's able to hold on to this second time round. That's a tremendous recovery. What a catch.
What a catch. And he's going to be most of our highlights reel at the end of this innings. His over was one of the most eventful one. We only saw 6s and wickets, and now he takes a really entertaining catch. I've enjoyed watching Kishore Basnat play as the skipper. Rana Butt has been very effective so far today. Of course, we wanted to see him bowl a bit more, and he's come in, he's taken wickets, and he's kept things very tight.
Well, they're looking to get to a similar sort of score that got them a victory over the Tigers. He misses out on this. That's 3 dots. Well, after giving away 5 penalty runs, this is the perfect reply, isn't it? Comes out. At least he gets back onto this one. Will they try and take it on? That's one thing I think that the Kings have let themselves down on. They haven't really, with wickets in hand, going into the last sort of 12 deliveries, they haven't really chanced their arm. Still haven't seen those penalty runs being applied onto the score. It's going to be another dot. So this is the all-important delivery. What an over. Just the 1 run from it so far. So, well, he hits this pretty well. They're going to have to run hard. But again, oh, this is such sloppy running. They're going to fall short of the 100. I think that takes the score to 99, I think, when the penalty runs have been added. I'm sure they're not being added on here already. We're going to have to wait and see. I suspect they haven't. So I think the score is 99. We'll have to wait and see. I could be wrong, but we'll come back to that because I'm pretty sure that the over started at, yeah, I'm just doing my calculation on my head. Anyway, we'll wait and see if that gets updated. But what I will say is this game is in the balance. The Napa All Kings, they just didn't get the acceleration that they wanted. They got to 60 at the halfway point, and they were hoping that they could get the same sort of acceleration in towards the end. They weren't. They were pegged back well by Everest, but there was some really good bowling. I think Khatri, for me, this time round, pick of the bowlers, and then I think it was a top trump card that was played by the captain there towards the end to bring himself on and really bowl 2 beautiful overs.
Yeah, this was special stuff by the Everest side. I mean, take a look at this genuine edge that Khatri managed to draw. He forces the batsman onto the front foot and gets that nig. Of course, Khatri had excellent figures of 2 for 7. We saw some nice slogs by the Napa Royal Kings. Of course, they've got quite a bit of power, and we saw a fair bit of it. And then there was this nice little battle between Mohammad Hussain and Saran Ahmed. I mean, the scoreboard will say that Saran Ahmed managed to get 10 runs against him, but the truth is, the moral victory goes to Hussain. He just didn't get the rub of the green. A few nicks went against him, but of course, Khatri would get that wicket of Saran Ahmed in the end. What a beautiful dipping Yorker. As you said, that was the ball of the day.
Yeah, it certainly was a fantastic delivery, but they did the work well because I'm just having a look here. The last 3 overs went for 7, 5 and 2. I still think that we've got to add 5 penalty runs to that score, so keep an eye on that. It might be reflected when we come back to the scoreline after the highlights. But they did so many things well, didn't they? And also, don't forget, under the likes of Mohammad Hussain, he was very unlucky also with some of the edges. But this was, for me, probably could have been a real changing moment when Manzoor Ali decided to do that in that over to run about. That over only went for 7. And there's the penalty, runs being applied. I don't think we saw that reflected on the scorecard, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. We finished with the score saying 94. I think it might be 99, but we'll have to wait and see because, but what a last over that was. After that penalty runs going on to the over, with Jeevan Lasman almost managed to bring it home. He's over as well, by the way. Only went for 5. What an over that was. But that last over from Bimal Runabout, only going for 2. The over before that, going for 7. Only 9 runs of his over. So really, that was a good trump card to play, wasn't it? Held himself back until the last. And still showing 94. So I'm still waiting for clarification on that. I personally think, well, actually, it's showing the penalty runs on there. So okay, it's on there, but then obviously something was wrong with the score because I'm looking up there. But anyway, that's the way it's looking. It will be 94. So the target going to be 95.
Yeah, so of course, taking a quick look at the scorecard, of course, the tone was set by Gundeep Singh, who had a pretty Gundy innings, as he would say, giving just 1 run of 13 balls. And then let's take a look at this Everest attack. They used 7 different bowlers, which is usually atypical for a side that's doing quite well with the ball in hand. But the captain experimented a fair bit, and his experimentation paid off. But this is something that is totally uncharacteristic of Everest. 27 runs of extras. Normally, they're always in the single digits. And well, at the start of this broadcast, we told you should be on upset watch and you should watch this game because Everest, they're going to be a completely different side to the one we saw clubbed for 138 runs by the Napa Royal Kings on Monday. Now it's just 94, and I think Everest could pull this one off.
They could, but they're going to need Jeevan Lamsal to be at his best as well at the beginning. And I think also their captain once again, Bimal Runabout, is going to play a very important part. But it's evenly balanced. And match number 18 could be another cracker. Maybe we've got a tingle in this one as well. We've come close, but we haven't quite got the golden ball. Join me, Rico Full and Nishbat when we return in about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 18.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to a nice sunny, though a little bit blistery, Cyprus for this European Cricket Series. And well, what a match we have on here, match number 18, with the Napa Royal Kings being put into bat. We got to a score of 94. That is now confirmed. Those penalty runs were applied just before we started looking at the scorecard. That's why there was some confusion, but that is the score, 94. So 95 will be the target. It's well within the grasp of Everest, but they need a good start. They don't want to lose key wickets early. And well, let's go and see how this goes. It looks like they're going to go with Manzoor Ali to open the bowling. And I would agree with what one or two people were saying in the chat in the last match. I think the first ball really should be bowled by someone like Hardeep Singh. I think he's a very good bowler. Maybe he doesn't like to deal with the new ball straight away. But these two men, Jeevan Lasmal and Bimal Ranabat, was sensational in the victory for the Nicosia Tigers. They put 103 opening partnership together the last time we saw them. So it's a partnership that you need to break if you're going to win this match. Manzoor Ali just gets going and then has to be stopped in his tracks. So Rico Full here, and alongside me, Nish. Nish, what are you reckoning? What do you think? What has to happen here if you think that the Napa Royal Kings can continue their impressive start to the day?
Well, it's going to be early wickets, isn't it? I know that might sound like a bit of a cliche, but this Everest side is extremely top-heavy. They struggle to make runs outside their big four, which is Lumsal, Ranabhat, Arjun, Shahi. And this is going to be a very important phase over here, which is exactly why I'd like to see Hardeep Singh starting off.
He goes upstairs, and this will probably be one for the over straight away. This is one thing that Manzoor does. He bowls short, but one thing that we did notice in the last match is that Jeevan Lasmal is not going to shy away from going after the short delivery, and in fact, he does play it pretty well.
I mean, we do talk about the batsman having to adjust to a right-hander or a left-hander, but what about these varying heights? I mean, Jeevan Lasmal is quite a short batsman, so all of a sudden your lengths have to vary according to that.
Jeevan gets beaten again. This one I don't mind now. This one it's straight at him as well. And it doesn't get much room to maneuver. I'd be interested to see the height on this. And okay, that's fine. Now this is what, remember when I was talking about when Mohamed Hussain was bowling, I was saying he's got to learn that he can bowl a shorter delivery and then not go over the shoulder and over the head. And that's exactly what Manzoor is doing here. And this is what something like the young pace bowler from Everest can learn. Just to that line where you get in the bounce, but it's not going to be called for height. This one may get called for a height. It has been, and this is the second one over the shoulder, and you can see the square leg umpire is calling this a no ball. So this time he does get it wrong, and if this goes over the shoulder, which it does, that's a very good call from the umpire. So spot on. I think that's umpire Abdul. So this is going to be a free hit. So not sensible from Manzoor Ali. You want to go with the short stuff, but if you go too short too often, then you're going to get called. So Jeevan Lasmal has the license to go the full Monty in this one. High up in the air, won't be out. It is a free hit. There is some celebration. Some people know what's going on. But one or two getting a little bit excited and jumping up for joy. But the majority of the players knew that was a free hit, so not out. They do rotate the strike and not too much damage done, but he's just sticking with the short ball, isn't he, Manzoor Ali?
Yeah, you've really got to commit a stick-to-itiveness because he's really stuck to that plan incredibly well. And despite that no ball, he's not giving up too many runs. Now it's the skipper, Ranabhat on strike. The same plan to him as well, but I think this is a much better length. That's hard to play.
I think he's better. I think he's clever as well because I don't think he put so much into it. It's a slightly slower delivery. Welcome back to everybody on our chat that are tuning in, and what an action-packed day that we've had so far today. We've already had two very close and very exciting matches, both going against the Nicosia Tigers. So the Tigers that started the day at the top of the table are now in second spot, and this is a really nice shot. He challenges the fielder, gets it past him. Well, Ravi Panchal, well, he's sort of jumping to take evasive action. Watch this. Well, Ravi, welcome to the team. Yeah, welcome to Ravi. He's doing his first event for the European Cricket Network. He's out there with the scorers. And Nilkush Patel, Mahil Daub are the men that are there at the moment.
Yeah, and of course, I think he just got a bit too predictable with the short stuff there. Ranaput was expecting that. He just moved to the leg side and opened up the offside. So good stuff by the skipper.
Manzoor, will he go for the same? Ball to go, 6 of the over so far. Well, he does, and this is going to be surely another no ball. This is just, I don't get it. This, if you're not applying any common sense in this. You're banging the ball in, you know it's going to be a no ball. How are you helping your side? And this is the same man that wanted to get funky with the bat and gave his wicket away. And, you know, it's not sensible. And of course, don't forget, the umpires are well within their right to actually take him off if they think that he's just bowling short balls and doing nothing else. So I think there was the umpire giving him a warning there. So, hey, any more of that, you're off. Manzoor shows that he can pitch the ball up. It's a very, very good stop. And a bit of, oh, well, that is a superb stop from the fielder, because I had visions of this bouncing again over him, again to the boundary. And who is it? Well, of course, it's Hardeep Singh.
Yeah, this is a very, very good dive to the right. He's definitely saved a lot of runs there. And look at that leap by Hardeep Singh. Goodness me, this man could play in the NBA.
That's a very, very good and amazing stop. As the wind really picks up now, it is blowing a gale once more. And well, they did say around about 2 this afternoon that wind was going to come back with vengeance, and it has. 113 matches without a golden ball, as we start to pick up rocks from wherever we can find them and plonk them on top of our equipment. First over gone, and despite all the issues that Manzoor had, and some, I have to say, rather, well, inappropriate and perhaps unintelligent bowling, it only goes for 7. As now we're going to see Rana Sihan with the ball. Slow delivery chance. Oh, he puts it down. And it was a good height for him as well. That is a huge let off. Jeevan Lasmal gets a life on 1.
Yeah, Saran Ahmed, he's had a very interesting day, hasn't he? This was a good catching opportunity for him. He's struggled with the bat in hand. He went for an enormous amount of runs in his first over against the Nicosia Tigers, but then he bowled the winning over. So let's see which way the pendulum swings for him here.
Oh dear, this is an incredibly bad delivery, and in fact nobody can stop it. It's going to be a no ball for not even pitching on the pitch, and well, I'm not quite sure why they couldn't stop it. It's not the best effort from the wicketkeeper Gundeep, and the fielder out there lets it go past. So I wonder if, I mean, Saran, perhaps when he's gone to take that catch, he may have hurt his fingers, because he's looking at his hand there, which could explain why it was such a bad delivery. He is a left-hander. Thing is, though, if you can't hold the ball, then say something now and let somebody else finish the over, because if that's what you're going to bowling, you're not helping your side. Let's see if he gets it right. He does. He knocks him over, but it's a free hit, and it won't count. And I'm sure the batter, Jeevan Lasmal, is probably the main reason why he's played that shot. This is where Lasmal was at his best in the last one. He was just getting that swingy action delivery right on the stump, so he's getting it pretty full. He is a bit of a slinger. He knocks the stumps over, but it was a free hit. So I suppose what he does do is he gets a dot ball in. What's going on here now? He's what's he saying here? He's having a chat with the keeper as he's running it. I don't know what's going on here. He stops in the middle when he's firing all sorts of things at the wicketkeeper. I don't know what this is all about. Just watch this, because he's not even looking. What's the wicketkeeper doing here? Okay, this is hit pretty well, and it will go all the way. Balle, kinna sona, shaka, lagya, and Nish. Anything hit in this direction is going to just be taken by the wind and go all the way.
No, it certainly will, and this is the problem with bowling so many extras. The Everest batsmen haven't looked so comfortable, but they've kept them in the game with all those extras. And now, Lumsdale's had a time to settle in.
This one will be called a wide. You can see that Ahmed thought he maybe just sneaked this in. Let's have a look. I think he's got a good shout there, you know. I think this maybe just may have crept inside, but the umpires once again have been very consistent with that. Taking the single as Gundeep Singh gets there. He's not able to stop it.
Yeah, played very nicely with soft hands there by Lumsdahl. I loved that leave earlier as well. Yeah, don't get to appreciate a good leave enough in this format. As the skipper, Rana Bhatt's going to come back on strike, so looks like it's going to be the same plan in terms of the field for Rana Bhatt as well. Rana Bhatt's going to carve this one away, but is this going to get to the fielder? That was always going to be a tough catch, but you have to commend him for the effort. That was sensational stuff.
That is a wonderful effort from the fielder, it really is. I mean, he's disappointed, probably because he's done everything right apart from take the catch. He's flying through the air, is Mansour-Ali. Well, Mansour-Ali, he's taken a bit of stick from me with his batting and with that first over, but he could have got some rewards from me as well if you take that catch. And then the next ball is the Gandhi full toss that gets put away, and Jeevan Lasmal says thank you very much.
Yeah, this is the risk of playing with Saran Ahmed. He's very hit and miss as a bowler. You know, he's got that slinging action, so if you can direct it properly, he troubles the right-handers, but there's just too many poor deliveries in between, as Everest are 25 for no loss at the end of 2 overs. So they've started the power play well, largely propelled by the 8 extras that the Napa Royal Kings have kindly donated to them. As we take a look at the standings, of course, this is opposite ends of the table going up against each other, but yet you wouldn't know this by looking at these two teams playing right now, because Everest, they're looking like the team that's on top right now.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think here, Hardik Singh has got the ball in his hand. I think that's the right call. He needs to really tidy things up here and get a good over in. Let's see how he fares. Edge, unlucky, 4 runs. There's nothing you can do about this. It's just hard luck. There's no other way to explain this. Gets the ball in the right area, finds the edge, flies away to the boundary, 4 runs.
And this is exactly why everyone's calling for Hardeep Singh to bowl early, because he can create those chances. He just bowls so accurate, stump to stump. He constantly creates chances, and we'd really like to see him with the new ball. I think he'd be an incredible threat.
Yeah, well, battle of the 2 captains, Rana Bhatt. At the moment winning, though he doesn't know too much about it. This is just a genuine edge. Singh now goes full up. What a good delivery this is. So this time he says, you know what, I'm not going to even give you the opportunity to get a swing in and find the edge. Yorker-led delivery, gets it through. Yeah, I think if I'm the captain here, if I'm Hardeep Singh, I'm saying, right, if I get a good over in here, maybe, all right, 4's come off it already, so maybe if only another couple come off it, I'm then going to take the gamble and give the ball to somebody like Karan Singh and say, right, okay, let's see if the spin is enough to dislodge somebody like Lamsal. It's well bowled again. Would you put if this line, we've seen these 3 deliveries now from Singh, all on the money, all outside the off, would you be tempted to get that player to be standing at slip?
I mean, that's such a huge risk at T10 cricket, isn't it, though? Because that just means one less person protecting runs out there, and we're yet to see any side use a slip so far this tournament.
Yeah, I'm just looking with a man standing there just to the left of your screen. So the 3rd man is inside the circle. He's sort of, I don't know, is this another chance that goes down? I think it is, you know. And, well, he's going to be run out, though. That's tremendous work. Well, we're focusing on the catch that goes down, and Karan Singh, the man that I said I'd probably like to see come in and have a bowl if this is a tight one, well, he gets the run out. So the batter, the captain, Rana Bhatt, he gets lucky here.
Yeah,
but
this was always going to be
not lucky with the throw. What a great bit of work this is. This is superb. Absolutely superb. That is a fantastic bit of cricket.
great athletic work by Karan Singh, and has he thrown that with his weak hand as well? I mean, this is some excellent stuff. Top fielding effort here, and they've managed to draw a wicket here, the Napa Royal Kings, after that little chance went missing earlier. So this is exactly the lift which the Napa Royal Kings need.
Yeah, I mean, Singh, unlucky, doesn't take the catch, but he gets the man. So the battle of the two captains, you got to say, the bowling captain wins that battle. Hardeep now to Jeevan, and Jeevan places out. No run. That wind really does pick up again now. Everybody's putting the winter woolies back on. I must admit, I packed mine away. I didn't think I was going to need them. But, no thermals, no winter woolies, no beanies, no scarves. Could have been a bit of a mistake here. I might have to go shopping next time on day off. Oh, so well bowled. Yeah, so going back to the point I was making when we saw all that activity when the wicket fell, is I would just have that man that's standing inside the second, third man. I'll say, you know what, yeah, you're probably not going to get me a wicket there because of the pace I'm bowling. Now, I'm keeping the ball outside the off. I'd rather have you in. Now, will he go for the spin? Yeah, he does. So he's thinking the same way as me. Gets that tidy over. Only the 4 that was edged are the runs that come off that over from Hardeep Singh. That is a tremendous over from him because he's unlucky. Only concedes 4. They get a run out from there as well. And I think, yeah, I like this plan. 29 is the score for 1 at the end of 3. Try spin and see if you get some success because you can spread the field now here as well.
Yeah, and maybe we could see Jasdeep Singh bowling later in this tournament as well, because we saw how effective he was yesterday. Bowled a couple of good overs for his captain, so maybe spin is the way to go in this match against Everest, because looks like we're going to see Shyam Pandit at number 3. This is a very interesting move by the captain. We were wondering if Arjun Shahi was going to bat at number 3 instead.
Yeah, so Pandit getting his opportunity is the wicketkeeper. That's well bowled. That's a good start. Yeah, we saw that in the earlier game, didn't we? We saw in the game this morning where Karan Singh and also Jasdeep Singh bowled. Jasdeep, there was that moment, wasn't there, where Jasdeep was saying to the captain, you bowl it, and the captain said, no, I want you to bowl it. It ended up being the right choice. The captain of the Napa Royal Kings, it has to be said today, has got most things right. Will he hold the top drop in this one as well? Would this be the key call from him? And this one is going to be a wide, but I don't mind that delivery. If you just watch before he bowls, the batter commits. And I think Kevin thinks, okay, you're coming down, I'm going to fire it wide. But he does well to go back. Gundeep was ready to pounce. Follows it up with the dot, so this is very good bowling. And look, he's doing well to control it with this strong wind as well, you know.
No, this is sensational stuff by the left armour.
Panda boy on his back, I don't know what that's about. In the air and just over the fielder is going to be 4 runs. It's a risky shot, but I think he's been forced to play this because he's under pressure. He does come dancing down the track. Gundeep Singh was waiting to take the bails off if the chance was there, but it's a good hit. Nice shot to play. To see the last wicket out there just coming on your screen there. It was a captain runabout. There was a run out by Karan Datta. Hardeep Singh will get the assist because the ball did come off him. Oh, this is a really good shot, and this is what Jeevan Lasman for me is all about. He's prepared to play shots into areas where the fielders are not. He's thinking. Not too many batters we've seen play this at all, and Jeevan Lasman is the only man that's prepared to do it, and he plays it really well.
Yeah, he's a 360-degree cricketer, and the thing is, Singh just pulls his length back, and that allows Lumsdale the time to swivel around and just hit it over the fielder inside fine leg. Smart cricket. This one was a slightly wider delivery, but he goes for it anyway, and he might as well, because that's going to be a boundary, and once again, no sweeper on that side of the field, and the Napa Royal Kings are made to pay for it.
Well, how about this for action? Here's the cut shot, and he gets past the fielder, goes for 4, and then you see a fielder at the other side saying, I'll knock it in, I'll get a bit of practice as well. Well, there you go. Why not have a net at the same time? End of the over. It wasn't a bad over, it's just the 2 boundaries there towards the end. 43 for 1 at the end of 4.
Yeah, and suddenly 1 productive over has brought that required back down to 8.7. I mean, we saw it creep up to just above 10 during that quiet Hardeep Singh over, and looks like Hardeep Singh is going straight to Jasdeep Singh here. He put some big responsibility on his shoulders yesterday, and he's expecting the same from him today.
Jasdeep will just float it up there and invite the batter to hit straight. Here we go. But he's not going to, he's going to get a sneak, and he gets the wicket straight away. So once again, well done to Hardeep Singh. It's a tactic that worked for him against the Nicosia Tigers, and he's gone to Jasdeep Singh. The batter gets a little touch, no mistakes from Gundeep, and they get the breakthrough, they get a wicket, and it is Pandit who's going to have to depart. He'll go for 1 of 2 deliveries.
Yeah, this is similar issues for Everest as we take a look at this one. The batsman nowhere near that ball. That was a very poor stroke, just swipes across it. But once again, can Everest find runs outside of their star man, Jeevan Lumsdale? That's been the issue for them. And now we've seen Shahi, who has shown us a lot of potential with the bat in hand. We're waiting for that big score from him. Just needs to be a good partner to Lumsdale and just keep rotating the strike and knocking a boundary every now and then.
Yeah, these 2 really for me are the key now here to bring the victory home for Everest if they are to do it. We know what Jeevan Lasman can do. I get the feeling with this wind is so strong here at the moment, I get a feeling that those bails may have to come off again. I mean, look at the umpire's trousers. Shows you the strength of this win. It's nicely played, but just deep. As I said, he's just floating it up. He's not doing anything with it. I don't think there's any spin there at all. It's all about the flight. And he's basically saying to the batters, it's there if you want it, guys. But just have a look at my field. Interesting also, talking about the field, 2 men straight, but look at the offside. They've got 2 men out on the offside here, 1 man in square leg. So nobody behind the wicketkeeper, and that's where I think Jeevan Lasmal will be eyeing up playing his shots. I wonder if he'll try to get funky here again.
Yeah, you can't give him any length here, Jasdeep Singh. He's going to have to bowl this really full.
Just as we speak there, the bails have been taken off because of the wind, so no bails, and they'll have to stay off now, I think, for the remainder of this innings. Plays the shot, and beautifully played. Is a little bit too short, and Jeevan Lasmal looks like he once again is holding the key to victory for Everest.
Yeah, he just strayed away from what worked for him those first couple of deliveries, Jasdeep Singh. He gives a bit of length, and Lumsdale, such an intelligent player, he's just going to swivel around and hit it where there's no fielder. So smart cricket here by Lumsdale. He's just navigating through this innings.
Okay, making a change here now. So because they want to push another man back on the square leg, man at extra cover comes up. Well, it's a yeah and no from the 2 batters, but they do look at each other, so they get it right. They don't take it. Just deep. 5 off the over so far. 2 deliveries to come in. Just wants to keep pushing it right up there, I think, to Jeevan. And this one is cuttable. He gets it through the infielder, gets a hand to it to take the single. Sort of partially stopped by the man.
Yeah, this has been a lovely cat and mouse so far this over. You know, they've been making the right adjustments, moving a man back in, moving a man back out. So Hardeep Singh has really got his thinking cap on.
And well, this is where the man is placed, and he's there for a reason, and it's a good shot, I suppose, from the captain. I think he's reluctantly put a man there because he's basically saying to Jasdeep, I don't really want you bowling in that area, but he does save a boundary. The 50 comes up at the halfway point, so at the moment you'd think with just Jeevan still out there, and the rate is pretty much in control. They need to be going at more or less just about 9 and over. That Everest should get this, but you still got that 1 over of Singh, which could be pretty important. Manzoor Ali, though he was short and wayward, has still got an over left in him. But I still think that it's the spin that could play a part in this, and Karan Singh is going to bowl his second. He's just checking his field. And just have a look at this. So 2 men straight on the boundary. You've got the 2 on the offside. Just the 1 man on the leg side who's then moved round to square. Good start. Dot ball. Current.
Yeah,
I'm liking Karan Singh.
No, he's a solid bowler, and of course a left arm spinner turning it away from the right-hander. That's going to be a huge challenge for both these batsmen to play, but he just needs to make sure his length is full over here.
Left time round. Well, this time he was short. He gets away with it. Yeah, you're right. Needs to be a little bit fuller, but you can see just swinging without moving his feet as Arjun Shahi. See if he comes out to him this time. This time it's short. He doesn't quite get the desired impact. He'll get a single, which is not a bad result, because if Arjun Shahi is not finding the boundaries, 1 man who has found them so far pretty regularly today is Jeevan Lasmal. Remember, he made a fine half-century in the victory against the Nicosia Tigers. Now he's going pretty well here. Doesn't have to play at this. It's a wide delivery, and the fielder makes a stop. They're taking him on. In comes the throw, but he's throwing against the wind. So he sort of spoils the wide, but he still gets 2.
Yeah, the thing is, Jeevan Lumsdale is just so strong in that region that he backs himself to hit every single one of these for 4, but as a consequence of that, he's let them get away with a few wides.
So that's well bowled again. This one is a little bit quicker. This time, will they go for 2? It ricochets off the fielder, Manzoor Ali, but he's able to keep control of it as it bounces kindly in front of him. So, Panda Boy. We have to find out what Panda Boy is all about, Karan Singh. Now this is struck well, and work to be done, and the captain dives with passion and with desire. He hits the ground in disgust, but really, there's no fault of his. Is he just a little bit too short? He's never going to be able to get to that. Just watch the frustration from him. But yeah, it's no fault of his. That's gone to the boundary. So Karan Singh, he finishes his spell. He goes for 22. He's not going to be too disappointed with that. 8 to come off that over. So he just would have wished that he could have avoided the boundary. This is such an interesting run chase. The rate just goes up a notch, but nothing that's going to concern Everest too much. Who's going to bowl that magical over that can make all the difference? Which over is going to go for too many, which could make all the difference? That's what we're talking about here. There's that conversation again. Jasdeep and Hardeep Singh are having a chat saying, who's going to bowl this? Hardeep saying, you, Jasdeep. And Jasdeep saying, are you sure, Skip? Are you sure? Well, no, they do change their mind because Jasdeep, I think, he says, no, I don't think it's right. I think we should go to Manzoor Ali. So this time they overrule the captain. That's unusual. Jasdeep gives the ball up to Manzoor Ali.
And all this indecisiveness also cost them time. Remember, Everest gave up penalty runs. Napa don't want to do the same as well. They've got about roughly 5 minutes to bowl each over here.
Yeah, 5 minutes should be fine. Normally allowance is around about 4.5 is what the allowance is. That it should be okay. Manzoor, short as you'd expect it to be. And I think this is where Jeevan Lasmal has to just take a deep breath and say to himself, I know where the ball is going to be. So I can play proper cricket shots. Don't get too excited. Just wait for them. He's a classy player. I think if he plays his normal, natural game, he'll be able to deal with whatever Manzoor Ali throws at him. He just needs to keep his head. Manzoor Ali, let's see if he can get the surprise Yorker in. That would surprise me and everybody else. Short. Gets played away. There's a fielder out there. Okay, so he hasn't had the opportunity yet to bowl to Arjun. So let's see how this goes. Arjun Shahi, he's not got a lid on here, and Nishbat here in the commentary box, my partner in crime, just pointing that out. Yeah, do you know what's coming your way from Manzoor Ali? He tries to get funky, and he's going to get reward for the shot. That's a nicely played. And we talked about Jeevan Lasmal being one batter that's been prepared to take on the field when everybody's in front of you, nobody behind, so no protection in those boundaries. And that's a nice shot. He plays it well. And that's going to have steam coming out of the ears of Manzoor Ali. I think you know what's coming next, folks. I think we know what's coming next.
I think this is what I've really liked about Everest, is that they've been the one side throughout this. They have been the most willing to play unorthodox cricketing shots, and that's really given the opposition captain a big head scratcher. Where are they supposed to place their fielders?
Oh, this is well struck. But they're thinking of two. Fielder picks it up well, one-handed. Gets a good throw in that Gundeep deals with. So they'll get the single. And they get the applause from the bowler, Manzoor Ali, just to keep it to 1.
Now, it's going to be an interesting thing here. How's he going to go with these next couple of deliveries? Is Jeevan Lamsal just going to start leaning on his back foot, waiting for a shorter delivery? This might be a good chance for Manzoor Ali to fire in a Yorker.
Oh, well, Yorker what? He's not thinking about Yorker. Where does this catch Jeevan? Jeevan is saying it's okay. I think he might have just caught him just under the grill. Now, I hope that Arun Shahi is looking at this. He's the batter who's out there without the helmet. Just watch this. I think this comes off the bat. No, it's straight on, but it's right in that area where, I mean, the grill does his work. And I like that, the fact that Manzoor Ali is actually going up there and checking that he's okay. But, yeah, Shahi, I think he needs to start wearing a lid when he's out there, especially when you've got a bowler like Manzoor Ali bowling who likes to bang the ball in. A few people saying he should really go for the Yorker now. It's a nice shot. Goes back, cuts this away. And in comes the throw, and look at where the bowler ends up. I mean, what is he doing down there, Manzoor Ali? I mean, surely he needs to be going to his own side. He's running right the way down to, watch this. He bowls this, and he starts running to that part of the ground for some reason when you've got a wicketkeeper there.
Yeah, this is very interesting stuff by Manzoor Ali, but despite the short ball tactic, He's actually had a brilliant inning so far, giving up just 14 runs in the 2 overs he bowled. So good stuff by Manzarelli as his spell comes to an end. And we'll take a look at the fantasy dashboard. Of course, the Napa Royal Kings have a very busy day ahead of them. This is just the second of 4 games they'll play today. They'll have back-to-back games against the Limassol Kalundars after this game concludes. And take a look at that one. Saran Ahmed leading the way in fantasy with 708 points. He's an absolute must-have. And then we have a look at the Limassol Kalundars. Prashant Patel, he's been a very good all-rounder, wicket taker, and run scorer. As we see the skipper, Hardeep Singh, return to the attack. He immediately creates an opportunity. This could be a catching chance, and it's really, really well taken by Jasdeep Singh. And this could be an absolutely pivotal moment in this match as the danger man Lumsol has to depart.
Jasdeep Singh takes a hugely important catch. Now this is the zone where Hardeep Singh patrols. We know he doesn't drop him. Hardeep bowls. Big moment. Jasdeep takes the catch, and that's the wicket that they needed. That's the important one. Jeevan Lumsol goes for 34 off the ball number 27. What a good catch this is indeed. Brilliantly well done.
And they're just going to have to find runs from somewhere else now, Everest. This has been an enormous problem for them, getting runs from batters not named Lumsol. So this just puts a load of more pressure on Arjun Shahi. And we saw Mohammad Hussain, how delightful he's been with the ball in hand. And he's going to have to do it as a batter now.
Great delivery from Singh. And look at the way he just says, give the ball back to me. He knows all about the time. He walks back to his mark so well. Hussain, he's caused a few problems for a lot of batters. And now Mohammad Hussain is the man who has been asked to try and help the team get a victory. And that rate just went to about 10 and over before the start of this one. In comes Hardy once more. Fires it in. It's up in the air. Can they stop it going to the boundary is the thing. It hits the deck, speeds up. He can't stop it. He does get it eventually at the second attempt. And the batters come back for 2.
Yeah, this is a very exciting cricket over here. We just thought this was going to race away for 4, but the fielder won the chase on this occasion. And look at Hardeep Singh there. He's just telling everyone, calm down, lads, calm down. We've got this match. Might have a chance to snatch a victory here.
Yeah, I mean, that wicket was important, but of course the way this over goes is even more important. He's only gone for just 6 runs so far. There's that victory ball of his, and how this doesn't hit the stumps, I will never know. As soon as this comes out of his hands, I think that's it. Hussein's a goner. How's that miss? Maybe it's because that stump's just quite not straight, because there's no other reason. Look at this, look, the stumps are blowing around in the wind, and that would have been an interesting one, and the ball goes past the stumps and the stumps go down. But Hardeep Singh so close, but it's a dot ball, and he comes again. What an effort from the captain. High up in the air, where's this one going? It's a bit of luck, it's a bit of fortune, and it's 4 more. Can I just tell you, that's now 10 runs off his spell. 8 of them have come like this. Edge to and the ball gone for 4. That is how good he has been. That's so unlucky, but he's still got a ball to go, and he's more than capable of knocking the timber over.
I mean, Mohammad Hussain will feel this is some justice. I mean, he was a victim of some unfortunate edges as well. Saran Ahmed making 10 runs off edges against him.
Singh charges in, and well, is that Yorker delivery being dug out? Well, they want 2. The pickup comes. It's a gentle throw back to Singh. They won't get 2. What a spell of bowling, and you know what? He's picked up 1 through 11, but 8 of those were 2 boundaries that were edged behind. Sensational bowling from the captain. 72 for 3. Game on here. Game on.
Yeah, and I think in the end it was a good call not to go for the second run, because it would have been Shahi running to the danger end, and they can't afford to lose him at this stage. As we take a look at the graph over here, of course, Everest just dipping below the required these last couple of overs, courtesy of those wickets, and they're just going to have to find a way to turn things around. They need Shahi to face as many balls as possible of these remaining 12. So if I'm Mohammad Hussain, he needs to get off the mark immediately. First ball, get a single, soft hands, put Arjun Shahi on strike.
Yeah, well, we know how important this man's over was in the last match. Let's see how it is here. Oh, you can see he's trying to angle that full Yorker in. He's really trying to create that angle, that slingy action. And gives the strike back to Arjun Shahi. This man could win the match with just a couple of big shots. And That's not the area to bowl, but it goes straight to the fielder. Of all the places this could have gone to, not only does he spoil a wide, but he gets nothing from it. That's a huge letter for Ahmed.
That is enormous because, as you said, either side of the fielder that was going for 4. So Saran Ahmed, he's managed to get away with a few poor deliveries throughout this day. That was one of them.
Hit hard, disappears. That is into the olive trees where the snakes are. What a big shot this is. And Arjun Shahi finds one out of the middle of his bat. Oh, that is a hit and a half.
And that's exactly why we said he's the person who holds the key to this Everest win. If they keep bowling to him there, he's going to send a few more into the olive groves, and Everest will walk away with their second victory.
Ahmed, what's the plan here? We know he's attempted to slow a ball before, but it hasn't come out right. Will he try that again, or will he just try and execute this Yorker and try and get through the defences of Arjun Shahi? 16 runs in 9 balls. It's another close one, folks. It's another close game. Slower ball, he does go for it. It's been well struck. It's picked up. It's a nice kind bounce for the fielder. Gundeep has to make the stop. Gets down on hands and knees to make sure it doesn't get past him. They take the single. So the strike now goes back to Mohammad Hussain.
And if you look at this, Hardeep Singh has all his best fielders on the boundary right now, exactly as you should at this stage of the game. He can't afford to let any of these players make a mistake right now.
Who's bowling the last over? Hits well. It's high up in the air. It will go all the way. Bolle. The pocket rocket goes bang, and it stays hit. It goes all the way. Look at the reaction from the 2 batters out there. Arjun Shahi says, "That's my boy," as he fist pumps the little man, Mohammad Hussain, as he hits a massive 6. A ball to go in the over. 9 runs or 7 balls.
I mean, that was a fast bowler 6, wasn't it?
And this one should just be a single. They're pushing hard, and in comes a throw. Gundeep will smother it again. So we go to the last. It will be 8 required of the last over. 8 required of the last, and Mohammad Hussain will take the strike.
And of course, we take a look at the golden ball rules. Of course, in the event of a tie, the match will be decided by a golden ball. And if the batting team scores 2 or more runs, they will win. We've seen 6 golden ball games so far this year, and it's been even Stevens between bat and ball. Of course, remember, this is not uncharted territory for the Napa Royal Kings. They were in this situation yesterday against the Limassol Kalundars when the Kalundars needed 7 of 6, and they somehow managed to get out of that game and steal it with a win. But surely lightning won't strike twice.
Listen, this is the big thing. Jasdeep is bowling the last. Now, I think this is where the captain got overruled, and this is where it could cost him. Jasdeep comes in, hits down the ground, watch the bounce, does well. They'll get the single. But the key thing is to get Arjun back on strike. Arjun, when he hits them, they stay hit. Yeah, remember that moment when the captain wanted Jasdeep to bowl, but they all ganged up on him, and Manzoor Ali bowled it instead. Manzoor then would have been bowling the last. That was the captain's plan. Jasdeep is bowling it though instead. Comes down, hits it well, and it will go all the way. Bolle. What a hit. That means there's 1 required now for victory. He dances down the track and he hits this elegantly into the olive trees. 6 runs.
And they're just 1 run away from making it 2 wins in 2, a team that was starved of wins all tournament.
And this one at the fielder, in comes the throw, but they're going to get there, and it's going to be victory for Everest. Just look at them running onto the field of play. Look at their celebrations. AJ holds his bat up in the air. They all are dancing and diving at him. They have done it. Arjun Shahi, 26 he finishes on, but don't forget the innings for Mohammad Hussain as well. 16 not out of 9. So we see that the Napa Royal Kings sitting at the top of the table are not able to pull away from the Nicosia Tigers. They stay top on 10 points, but they face defeat. Everest now today, the team that had gone without a win in 5 matches, have now won 2 on the spin.
Everest, the Giant Slayers, they've been cutting down all the best teams in this group today. We told you not to count them out despite those 5 losses on Monday and Tuesday. We told you to be on upset watch, and they've come here. They turned the Nicosia Tigers into a set of kittens, and the Royal Kings have been dethroned and sent down the feudal system. This is an incredible win for Everest. They've pulled it off against the very best, and they've reminded us, don't count us out. We're still in the hunt for the quarterfinals.
Well, the chat, of course, will go crazy as well. Mario Patel saying great game. A lot of people are supporting the Everest. And look at that. Well, even the mascot has escaped. Catch the mascot. The mascot has gone berserk. Everybody's gone berserk. Everybody's gone crazy. Well, I tell you what, Pari there. Pari, I wouldn't give him a jumpy. He was the one who said you were the unlucky charm, and now look at him. Now he goes to Cooper the dog as he gives Cooper a cuddle. There's Pari, his wife, and the captain told me the other day when they were winless, he said, the thing is, we're going to win today because my wife isn't here. Well, it didn't work. They lost their games, and now the wife turns up, Pari, and they win both. So Pari is the lucky charm, and there you see the Cooper as well is the lucky charm, the dog. Well, they didn't help themselves with the extras, did they? But I just think that the key moment in this match is when you saw that Mansoor Ali and also Jasdeep Singh ganged up on the captain as Paul, the captain's plan. The captain wanted to use Jasdeep early. They said no. Mansoor came in the bowl. Fair be it, he bowled a good over, but it meant that Jasdeep had to bowl that last over there. And really, when you're bowling spin to Arjun, you're going to get into trouble. This was a great moment, this run out. Absolutely fantastic. And maybe that was going to change things, but you know what? They've got to hand it to Everest. They just really believed in themselves, and they've got themselves 2 wins out of 2.
Yeah, and if we take a look at some of these nice shots by Jeevan Lumsel, of course, he took full advantage of any mistake the spinner gave. If they went too wide, if they gave him far too much length to work with, he was right there to pounce on it. He hit 5 boundaries and 1 big 6. And of course, this was the wicket of Shyam Pandit, who unfortunately just made 1 run. His stay wasn't too consequential in the outcome of this match, as we see this a little bit of a discussion. And take a look at that shot by Jeevan Lumsel. That was a real trademark of his innings. And then right at the end, Arjun Shahi came in to club things. He hit 2 4s, he hit 2 6s, and this was one of the most interesting shots of the day.
Yeah, it certainly was. That was interesting. But then this happened. Jasdeep taking the catch when Hardeep Singh came on. That was the wicket that they wanted. Jeevan Lasmo went for 34, 27, and you thought, well, maybe that is it. But then we knew that what Arjun Shahi can do. He's a quality player, but I'm loving that also from Mohammed Hussain. Now look at this fist bump there. That's what it meant to them. That 6 really hurt them, and then this was the one that really almost sealed it. That was the one that took it to just 1 required, and this was it. This is the win. And just look at the celebrations. They go wild, they do. Both the batters, they've got their bats up in the air like they've just slayed the dragon with those. And here comes the team out on the field of play. Well done to Everest. 2 wins out of 2. And there's the mascot, there's the captain. Well, I'm surprised that Pari, the wife, is still with him, because he said that she's the bad luck. In the end, she turns out to be the good luck.
No family secret is safe here on the European Cricket Network as we take a look at this scorecard, of course. So once again, Jeevan Lumsel leading the way, making 34 runs. Of course, he hit a half century in their match earlier against the Nicosia Tigers. He's in great touch today. Bimal Ranabhat tried to support him, but then was a victim of a sensational run out. And then it comes down to the 2 players at the end. Arjun Shahi, well, we've seen his dance moves. Today, we got to see him dance down the wicket and club a few spinners for a 6. And Mohammed Hussain, we know his ability with the ball in hand. Today, he showed us he's a handy batsman as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great day for Everest. I mean, remember how they've had to do it. They've had to beat the Nicosia Tigers, the team that started the day at the top of the table, and then they had to beat the Napa Royal Kings, who took over from the Tigers at the top. So Everest just showing that, you know what, they can climb any mountain no matter what it is that's in their way. And perhaps that's why they call Everest, but they're a team that believe in themselves, they believe in themselves, they believe in their capabilities. And even though they went 5 without a win, they've come here today and they won both their matches. Congratulations and well done to Everest.
Yeah, this was a sensational win for Everest, who make it 2 wins in 2 after suffering 5 defeats on the bounce. And I have to say, this is a dangerous surging side that the rest of the group better watch out for. And in the end, Everest beat the Napa Royal Kings by 7 wickets with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, well, just remember the Napa Royal Kings, they've got about 20 minutes to overcome that defeat. I mean, they know they've had a big day. But remember yesterday, they did lose one, but they won 3. But they won 1 and lost 1 here today. And now they've got 2 more matches coming up. They got a double header against the Limassol Golanders. Let's see how they get on. That one starting in about 20 minutes time. But well, that means 20 minutes to get our breath back, because really, I think the way that today is that has gone so far. We're going to have 2 more cracking matches coming up. To join me, Rico Full and Nishbat, when we return in around about 20 minutes time for match number 19.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsanas for our fourth game of the day. What a breathtaking day it's been. We've had so many thrilling and close finishes, and we can't wait for another one between the Limassol Colunders and the Napa Royal Kings. Let's head out to the captains and Stefan Gooch for the coin toss.
Hey, Napa Royal Kings to call. Heads is called. It is heads. Okay, good luck guys, all the best. Cheers mate, all the best. So the Napa Royal Kings have won the toss, they're having a bowl. Back over to you, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much, Stefan. As indeed, you just heard the outcome of the coin toss. The Napa Royal Kings won it, and they decided to field first. Really is a field first day, as we'll have a look at this fantasy dashboard. The Limassol Colunders, of course, have suffered 4 defeats so far this tournament. The man leading the way for them in fantasy is Prashant Patel at 213 points. He's been a very handy player. He hit a solid 50 yesterday, and he's also been very good with wicket-taking deliveries. He's got the ball to move back in and inside the gate and clean bowled some batsmen. Meanwhile, for the Napa Royal Kings, Saran Ahmed leading the way with 708 points after blasting a couple of 50s on Monday. But since then, for those of you on Fantasy Watch, he's had a bit of a dip in form. As of course we're joined by Julian Dawson in the chat. Julian saying, what a great comeback by Everest. It's a great ascent, I dare say. Certainly agree with you there, Julian. We also have Bojendra Yadav, who's a die-hard Everest fan, saying he was holding his heart all the time watching that Everest game. We certainly were as well. It's been a nail-biting day, and of course we got Ivan Puliak joining us. Great to have you here once again, Ivan. I agree, that was a thrilling encounter. There's going to be Varun Malhotra facing the first ball here for the Limassol Colunders. They've been shuffling their batting around a little bit, trying to find the right form. I'd still like to see the captain, Mohammad Farouk, up top. But it looks like it's going to be Malhotra, so off we go. It's the first ball. This one's a shorter delivery, and Manzoor Ali seems to be persisting with that tactic, which really helped him against Everest, which is just to dig it in short and aim it around the rib cage just underneath the shoulders. The wind has really picked up here these last 30 minutes or so. We've got all sorts of equipment flying around. Good length delivery. I really like that by Manzoor Ali, and hope to see one improvement from him this game, and that would be the fact that he just varies his length. It'd be good to see him try that, because he's got a very deadly bowler, and I think the short ball can be a very good weapon, but if you overuse it, you're just becoming predictable and also giving the opposition plenty of extras, which is the one issue I would say he had in the last couple of games that Napa have played. Once again, back of a length. This one's just going to be scooped over the fielder, a third man. Is this going to go for a boundary? It certainly will. So the Limassol Colunders open their account in terms of the boundary tally, as this one is a very nicely played. He just uses the pace of the pacer against him. Solid stuff by Manzoor Ali here. I don't think he'll be too discouraged by that boundary. He's just going to keep going with that tactic, which has worked well for him so far. It's down the wicket, Malhotra. And against the guy with Ali's pace, that's always going to be a very risky strategy. Of course, if it does work, you'll get a top edge that will fly over the top for a 6, or you risk maybe just catching a razor-thin one through to the keeper. So, fighting fire with fire so far, the Colunders. This one's close to the body, and he somehow works this one away. Prashant Patel, is this going to go the distance? Yes, it certainly does. That is a very good shot by Varun Malhotra. He's somehow managed to control this one. He just hooks it away, and take a look at the umpire. Very groovy stuff there. Of course, that was Sujith Kumar. He's joined by Hamad Ahmed, who is standing out at square leg, and then Sachindra Thuranga is the third umpire. Goes for that big shot again. And so in the end, it's a very productive over for the Limassol Kalunders. 12 for no loss at the end of one over. So let's have a look at the bat versus ball wall. This game's very tight, and look how things have turned around for the Napa Royal Kings. The Kalunders fancied as one-run favorites. This is a very interesting call, considering the Napa Royal Kings have only lost a couple of games. And the Kalunders have been slightly struggling, especially with the bat, but I think the Napa Royal Kings have been brought back down to earth after losing to MDocs, as well as the Everest side we just saw in the last game. Fuller delivery, just prodded away by Ahmed. So this is good to see. Hardeep Singh coming into bowl in the second over. This is much, much better. We've seen how Hardeep has usually kept himself for either the third or fourth over, but he's in here early. That is good. This one struck away, and it's going to go straight to the fielder. And goodness me, that was not an easy take there for Karan Singh. Ball came at him with some pace as the wind continues to pick up here. We're hearing all sorts of nuts and bolts. This is going to be a big test for the cricketers out there. Goes a bit too wide here, and that is very, very unlike Hardeep Singh. That's 5 wides, and that's a minimo. Yeah, as you can see, maybe it's just the breeze that meant that the ball moved a bit too much in the air. He might need to start it a little further outside to get that to move away from the batsman. Of course, we're loving the conversation here on the chat. A lot of discussion here. Of course, Regan Sai himself says European T10 cricket has really inspired him to take this up. This one's stroked away while raising. That's exactly the point of European cricket. It has been to develop the game in this great continent of ours, Europe. Of course, Mr. Maximo Vinny Sundu has often said that his dream is that one day cricket too has a World Cup as large as a FIFA World Cup featuring 32 teams, and it would be so wonderful if a lot of European sides could fare alongside the regular test nations. This one's gone up in the air. This has popped up. This might be coming close to the commentary tent, and goodness me, I had to duck out of the way of that one. It was just to the left of the tent, and that's a very, very good shot. As Varun Malhotra showing that he's not intimidated by this challenge. Of course, he's been pushed up the order, and he's making his impact felt. This one's up in the air again. This could be a catching opportunity. Fielder coming underneath it. What's he gonna do? He's gonna take it. That's a well-taken catch. You can hear how windy it is out here, so that catch is extremely challenging. You could imagine how much it was swirling up in the air. That took some incredible amount of concentration from Manzoor Ali. He had to be laser focused to track that ball throughout his trajectory. Now, take a look at this one. It's not the best delivery by Hardeep Singh in all honesty, but the batsman, Varun Malhotra, he's just been backing himself to hit everything out of the park. And top stuff by Manzoor Ali. That's well tracked and well taken. The Limassol Kalunders lose their first wicket, but it's not without Varun Malhotra making his impact felt. You can certainly tell the captain just sent him out there in a role saying, look, it's a power play over. I want you to slog as much as you can. Try to get as many boundaries as you can early, and then I'll come in and try to settle the game in, as of course Mohammad Farouk comes in at number 3. He'll probably look to play more of an anchor role for the rest of this innings. That's a brilliant ball there by Hardeep Singh, and he's up 1-0 at least on that ball in this captain v captain battle. As the second over comes to an end, the Limassol Kalunders are 24 for 1. And we're going to take a look at the standings, of course, for this tournament. The Napa Royal Kings have suffered a couple of losses. Of course, their run rate was absolutely skyrocketing, well above 3 at the start of this tournament, and now it's been brought back down to 1.5 after those 2 defeats. And it's not going to quite alarm bells ringing scenario yet for them, but they'll certainly be a little bit concerned. Some of their weaknesses have been exposed for everyone else to see. This is a good defensive shot there by Ahmed on the back foot. Of course, just to tell you how much wind is over here, the wind speed is currently 42 kilometers per hour. You might remember when it was crazy on Tuesday, we told you it was 32, so this is an incredible amount of wind as Ahmed just rocks back and slugs this one away. It's going to take one bounce and go over the boundary rope as Sohail Ahmed decides to join in on the action. Tossed up by Karanveer Singh. This could be a catching opportunity, and there it is. It goes straight to Saran Khan. So an excellent bit of bowling. Went fuller this time, and that's the risk and reward of tossing the ball up. You might go for boundaries every now and then, but you'll also get wickets. So Sohail Ahmed, who managed to hit a boundary, then follows it up by sending one straight down the fielder's throat. That's a comfortable catch, but a well-taken one nonetheless by the fielder out and long off. Good stuff here by Saran Khan, very well taken. And a couple of wickets fall here for the Limassol Qalandars, so the Napa Royal Kings just keeping their opposition in check. And it's going to be Prashant Patel, the fantasy leader for this Limassol Qalandars side. And we saw him last time out when Qalandars almost pulled off the upset against the Napa Royal Kings, play a blinder of an innings. This one is just played away to the fielder at third man. Of course, Prashant Patel made an incredible 51 runs of 29 deliveries in that match. Of course, it was a heartbreaking defeat for the Limassol Qalandars. They needed 7 runs off the last over and only managed to get 4. They were largely led by this man, and Sohail Ahmed, who put together a 98-run partnership, but that simply wasn't enough for them as the Qalandars just let a victory slip away from them, a certain victory at one point. That was also the closest we've come to seeing a golden ball so far this tournament. And that's a wider one, and then Prashant Patel is just going to leave that, so interesting end to the over. That's not something you often see in T10 cricket, as Limassol Qalandars are 28 for 2 at the end of 3. So a power play that certainly favors the Napa Royal Kings, you would say. Economy rate of 9.3, 9.8, beg your pardon, certainly favors the batting side. So now, of course, with the power play coming to end, there could be more fielders outside the ring. So there's plenty of protection for the straight hit. So it's going to need to be nice and full from Ahmed. And he tries to go for that leg stump Yorker again. Of course, he needs to be careful and not stray too much onto the pads. Fine leg is inside the ring. Fielders outside the ring are long off, long on. Deep backward square, then a deep extra cover and a deep point. This is very interesting though, of course, because Farouk could easily just move out of the way of these deliveries, and he would have had a couple of wides. Of course, we know the issues Saran Ahmed has had with his radar. He bowled plenty of extras in the 2 matches Napa Royal Kings have played so far today. Of course, this is the first of back-to-back matches between the Limassol Qalandars and the Napa Royal Kings, as these 2 sides will face each other again later today in the final match of the day. And it seems the skipper, Farouk, is having a little bit of a conversation. Thing seems to be concerning. I wonder if he's been struck somewhere. Yeah, it looks like that's the case. Or is he going to ask for a helmet? I mean, Doesn't look like that. Of course, here on the European Cricket Network, we do encourage players to wear a helmet, but doesn't look like that's the case, of course, for Mohamed Farouk. Maybe there was some other protection by the looks of it he was sorting out, and I think that wry smile indicates exactly which protection he was decided to sort out. So, of course, needs to make sure he's safe. This one's struck away, and this is going to go the distance. It certainly will. It's a rather innocuous 6, but it's traveled the distance. This is a very nice striking here by Mohamed Farouk. Take a look at that one. Beautifully struck, and it's cleared the boundary by a few yards. So now that he's been sorted out, Mohamed Farouk, he can get his driver out and tee off. This one's played away. This is going to have to be quite a chase for the fielder, and it's the skipper himself, Hardeep Singh, who gets across very quickly and make sure that's just the one run. That's a brilliant slower Yorker there by Sohail Ahmed. That's much more like it. And that's exactly what you expect from a left-hander going around the wicket. Goodness me, the wind really picking up here. It's an enormous gust. This can't be easy conditions for those bowlers. And speaking of the wind, that one's something's clearly deterred Sohail Ahmed there, as some good bit of fielding that's prevented it from being a minimo, i.e. 5 wides in ECN lingo. And this is very similar to the issues Saran Ahmed has had throughout the day. He's been slightly hit and miss. He's bowled one dramatic over against the Nicosia Tigers, but outside of that, he's gone for plenty of runs. And has this come off something? Clearly not, as the umpire indicates it's a wide. So Prashant Patel watching at the other end as his skipper gets to see out a few wides. And one could just hear the wind whistling right now. This is hugely bothering the players, and it looks like something's clearly bothered Mohamed Farouk as well, as his stumps have been shattered. He's played all around this one. That's a very poor shot by the skipper, and of course it's a classic case of you miss, I hit by Saran Ahmed. Fantastic limited overs bowling, as Saran Ahmed has just castled the Qalandar skipper, and this is a very worrying development for the Limassol Qalandars, who lost their 3rd wicket, and their leading run scorer so far this tournament. Take a look at this one. He just completely loses his balance here, Mohamed Farouk. You'd have liked to see him play a little bit more mature cricket and try to find a way to anchor his side throughout the innings, but that's not the case there, as he has to depart, having made just 7 runs off the 6 deliveries he faced. And the new batsman is in. It's going to be Numan Munir. Of course, Munir was part of that dramatic finish against the Napa Royal Kings. They needed 3 to win off the last ball, and he completely missed it. So he'll be looking to make amends, of course. I'm sure the bad memories of that dramatic finish are still playing on his mind. So a slightly wider delivery. Can he beat the fielder? Well, to me, it looks like it's just struck the top of the boundary rope. You talk about precision from Prashant Patel. Have a look at this one. He slogged it, and take a look at that. That should be a 6. And the umpires are just waiting to confirm, and in the end, they do signal it is a 6. And, well, you talk about just about getting it right. Prashant Patel certainly did there. This one's gone high up. This could be a catching chance. No, it isn't. It's sailed well over the fielder's head, and that's going to be back-to-back 6s for Prashant Patel. Well, the new bowler's been introduced, and he's certainly been given a rough introduction to European cricket, as we haven't seen Zaman bowl throughout this tournament. And boy, this is a very, very rough baptism by fire. And he does manage to sneak in a dot ball right there. The wind really picking up here. It's fairly problematic. This one's just been popped up in the air, and it's going to take one bounce. It's going to come off the fielder's knee, and rather painful way to stop it from going to the boundary, as he just has to rub his knee and his shins, Manzarelli. But Zaman will be happy with this after getting clobbered for a couple of sixes. He's managed to make this over respectable. And there's a good appeal over there, but I think that was just sliding down the leg side. And yeah, maybe even height a slight issue, of course. Keep in mind, Numan Munir is a big, tall man. And yup, that is not much going for that ball in the end, but I think that was a very good recovery by Zaman, who struggled mightily to start his over. As we take a look at the stat scan over here, powered by HCL software, of course. Saran Ahmed, the leading run getter for the Limassol Qalandars, currently sitting on 99. He's struggled a bit today to make runs. He's presented plenty of opportunities, and he's been rather off color. And then, of course, looking at some of the other batsmen, of course, Prashant Patel, very solid as well with 95 runs. This one's just played away to the fielder at long off. Hardeep Singh will field this back, so this run rate is certainly quite healthy for the Limassol Qalandars. It's going along at 10 and over, but the wickets is a major concern. And Munir pops this up. This should be a dolly. That is going to be a very simple catch. And look at that, the fielder does a little bit of a jig, and he surely should. Rahul Bale will get to cheer that one. He's done a mightily fine job. Of course, we saw him play a part-time wicketkeeper role earlier this tournament for the Napa Royal Kings, but this time he's positioned in that fly slip position, and he takes a comfortable catch. That will be the end of Numan Munir, who honestly looked very awkward batting this high up the order, and I think a demotion down the order could be very likely. He's certainly been very unconvincing with the bat in the few appearances he's made so far this tournament. A handy bowler, not as effective when he's batting. This one's a dugout. Well, it was a fuller, faster delivery, and it's going to be a single. So Navi Doctor gets off the mark immediately. So this is going to be really probably the last decent batting partnership left for the Limassol Qalandars. So these two are going to have to try to bat for at least 3 or 4 overs. This is a rank full toss, and it's played away by Prashant Patel. This is going to go the distance. And we're just waiting for the umpire's signal, as it seems the ball has gone for 4. So in the end, the umpire's signal is a 4. Of course, slightly losing track of the ball there on the broadcast. And it's just gone for 4, it seems, behind fine leg. So good response here by Prashant Patel to Karanveer Singh, and of course it was signaled a no ball as well for height. So this is going to be a free hit. This one's thrashed down the ground. This is going to go for 4. Yes, it is. So Prashant Patel taking full advantage of that free hit. Tossed this one up, Karan Singh, and he is punished for it, as that one is just darted down the ground, and Prashant Patel is trying to lead the Limassol Qalandars charge once again. Of course, we know he's made big runs against this Napa side. He scored a half century last time around, and he wants to make sure his team wins on this game. And of course, this one's gone high up in the air. Could this be a catching opportunity? That was always going to be a tough chance for the fielder. He was running to his left. He's put one down, Rav Zaman, and certainly in this breeze, this heavy wind, taking that kind of a chance is very difficult. He does manage to get his hands onto it, and I think in the end he can at least be pleased that he's managed to prevent a boundary, as well, one hopes Jasdeep Singh hasn't done anything to his shoulder there, just clutching onto it. Just a chip down the ground. It's gone to the skipper of the Napa side, Hardeep Singh. As this over comes to an end, it was going along quite well for Karan Singh, but in the end he was clubbed for a few boundaries by Prashant Patel, who was keeping the Limassol Qalandars going along at a very healthy run rate. So as long as Prashant Patel is there, there's still some hope for this Qalandars side. The question is he going to get the right support from batsmen around him? Of course, I'd like to see Mohammad Mohsin bat further up the order. We saw him strike a few very sweetly a few matches ago, and we certainly love to see that here as well. And Prashant Patel just losing track of that delivery sidely. His body weight was pressed to the leg side, and then Singh very smartly bowls it full and wide. This is quite an important game for the Napa Royal Kings, of course. They were just defeated earlier by Everest, and they need to rebound. This one's gone down to long on, and that's just going to be a single. Of course, after a defeat against a side who've been struggling for wins for much of the tournament, a lot of question marks will be raised about your team, and there'll certainly be some debate about whether they're of championship caliber, but I think the Napa will just look at that and say, well, look, it was just a bad game. Slightly short-handed, missing a couple of important players, but we're more than capable of rebounding. As this one is stroked away, of course, Everest in today's action have managed to pick up 2 big wins. They've knocked off both the top 2 in this group, picking up a 13-run win against the Nicosia Tigers in match 17, and then they followed it up with a fantastic win against these Napa Royal Kings in the preceding match, taking that one by 7 wickets with 3 balls to spare. And again, you can see there's a plan here by Hardeep Singh, and I really like this. One good thing you have to love about Hardeep Singh is he's a skipper who leads by example. He's terrific in the field and bowls very economically, very intelligent cricketer as well, a good thinker. His decisions more often than not have paid off. We've often debated a lot of his decisions when it comes to picking bowlers, and he takes a few gambles, but they've so far come off. This one comes down the ground, Namid Akhtar, and he's actually managed to hit this straight to the fielder at backward point, Karanveer Singh, so that's extremely unfortunate because that goes either side of him. That's a certain boundary, and a little bit of football over there. Good footwork. That's a nice stop. This one's just played away by Prashant Patel, and it's also going to go for 4, so a rare poor delivery by Singh to end his over. He's normally so reliable with the ball. Took a few steps forward there, Prashant Patel, which is why it's not a no ball. And he managed to turn that into a rank full toss, which he just plays towards fine leg with the fielder in the ring. So smart cricket by Prashant Patel, as he's really leading this Qalandar side. As yet again, this is a fairly productive over for the Limassol Qalandars against one of the World Kings' better bowlers. Manzaroli comes back into the attack, and he's going to have a shy at the stumps. No, he won't in the end, but that's certainly a good threat. Need that as a fast bowler. Just keep the batsman on his toes. This has been good stuff by Manzaroli. We know he likes to take the ball in, bowl with a lot of pace, bowl with a lot of ferocity. And that's exactly what what he's been doing so far. Goes short again. And we're just going to look at the square leg umpire. Big unit he is, and a very quick bowler, very energetic bowler. He loves the heart he bowls with, Manzarali. And to develop into an even better bowler, he's going to learn to combine his head with his heart. Maybe vary his lengths a little bit. Bowl a Yorker after bowling a few short. Goes short again. This time, Akhtar charges down the wicket, and that one's going to be a wide. So the umpire indicates that's just a little bit too high. And let's take a look at this. That's a fairly easy call for the umpires. Easy decision to make. This is where, you know, Ali, if you can even just bowl at a good length, he could be extremely effective. We've seen him when he pitches it up. He's a sensational bowler. Goes short again. This is also going to be a no ball. So looks like there's going to be a free hit. And this is some really immature cricket by Ali. We certainly appreciate the heart he bowls with, the fact that he loves to dig it in. But at some point, you're just starting to get a bit too reckless. And there was no need for that. Absolutely no need. And I don't know if that's just a bit of a sheepish, wry smile from him. But we saw this in the last game as well against Everest. He just overdoes it sometimes, and he's going to need to learn to find the right balance with his length. This is a slightly fuller delivery. It's played down to long off, so Navi Doctor really failing to capitalize on the free hit. And just for a second, he contemplates sneaking in an extra run off the overthrow, but I think it's a good thing if Prashant Patel stays on strike. But one thing I have to say, that Prashant Patel is not wearing a helmet, and I'm not sure that's a very wise idea against a big, quick bowler who's digging everything in short. This one's popped up in the air. This could be a catching opportunity. It is going to be one, and it's very, very well taken. And that's a big wicket off Prashant Patel. So excellent catch out there at third man. And Manzarali's tactics finally pay off. Prashant Patel, who's batted so well so far, just kind of loses his shape here. Gets off balance. Trying to heave this one away as well. And the fielder with a reverse cup gets underneath it. And that's very well tracked in these massive gusts we're seeing at the Ipsanas cricket ground. Of course, take a moment to appreciate just how good some of this catching is. That is a costly, costly wicket to give up for the Limassol Qalandars. They really needed Prashant Patel to be there until the final over, because it's going to be really hard to see where they're going to find runs from now. And this could be Mohammad Mohsin coming into bat, the left-hander. This is a batsman we've seen so far this tournament strike a few cleanly. He managed to hit a 6 and a 4 in his last batting appearance. But interestingly enough, he wasn't promoted by the Qalandars. And let's see if he can string together a few boundaries here. There's about 14 balls left in this innings, and the more that go to the fence, the better. These are very interesting tactics by Ali. There's a lot of fielders in a catching position inside the ring, just behind point. And that's a swing and a miss by Mohammad Mohsin as we come to the end of the over. And the Limassol Qalandars are 74 for 5. So they lose that big wicket of Prashant Patel, which is going to be extremely costly potentially, as they're going to have to find a way to manufacture runs here. And maybe it's going to need to just be them trying to be inventive, trying to be creative, go for a few scoop shots, ram shots, and they're going to need to run hard here. They're going to need to run really hard. Try to rotate the strike as much as possible. As we take a look at this graph over here, the run rate has largely been fairly decent for the Napa Royal Kings, but it's the fact that they lose wickets at regular intervals that has hampered them throughout this innings, they've really not set themselves up a platform to excel in these last couple of overs. They would have liked to have at least 1 or 2 settled batsmen out there right now, but instead, we've got 2 lower order batsmen, neither of whom are looking particularly convincing. And this one is hit away, and that is hit very well, of course. Bowler's just giving him a little too much room over there. He could free his arms, that's slightly overpitched, and all he has to do is throw his bat at it. So it's a good shot by Navid Akhtar, taking full advantage of a poor delivery by Sehran Ahmed. And really, everything needs to be full and straight, angling into the stumps, according to the field Ahmed has. That is a terrible, terrible delivery, and it's very fortunate. There's a fielder on the leg side backing up. Of course, this is a rather puzzling field to Sehran Ahmed's bowling. There is a very, very, very fine leg inside the ring, and then almost a slip, if you can take a look at the screen. A fly slip. And that's thrown back by Hardeep Singh to Sehran Ahmed. And you just wonder, are any of these fielders even going to be able to play a part, considering how Sehran Ahmed is bowling? Would they not be better off placed somewhere else, trying to protect runs inside the ring? This one is struck sweetly. That is a beautiful shot, and it's also going to nestle into the goalpost. So that's a fantastic goal. As we get a quick look, of course, of Diana Oros, our professional photographer. That is excellent, excellent stuff. And that's a fantastic one. Goes into the goal. And beautiful shot by Mohamed Mohsin. Of course, we did say he can strike them cleanly. And he also manages to find it inside the goalpost. Of course, there are 4 goalposts around this field. It used to be a football field once upon a time, but now it's been transformed into a cricket field. That is a good delivery by Sehran Ahmed. And Mohsin's done pretty well to dig that Yorker out. And his cap's gone flying as well. That just shows you how windy it is. That is a very, very good delivery. That's more of what we need to see from Sehran Ahmed. His left arm slinging action is what makes him so hard for a batsman to face, but it's just a bit too inconsistent with his line and length. There's one that's wider and fuller. Are they going to push for a second? They need to push for a second, and that little fumble by Jasdeep Singh out at the boundary means they'll come back for the second very comfortably. So a few runs leaking here for the Napa Royal Kings. They thought they might have had, you know, these Kalundars right where they wanted them, but getting up a few runs as it's a swing and a miss for Navid Akhtar. 13 runs off that over in the end, which considering we have 2 less accomplished lower batsmen out there, is probably going to bother Hardeep Singh, the captain. So triple digits certainly within reach now for the Limassol Kalundars. Just 11 more runs needed to hit that 100 mark. And of course, at the start of the tournament, we thought that 110 would probably be a par score here, but it's been a fairly low scoring tournament so far. And of course, these conditions have made it actually easier for the batsmen in many ways, yet the bowlers have coped incredibly well with them. Now let's see here, a bit of a dilemma for the captain. Who's he going to go with for this last over? Rauf Zaman, the only other bowler who's been used so far, has given up 13 runs, and it seems he's going to go back to him. So Zaman, who was clubbed for a couple of sixes on his first 2 balls and looked a little bit unconvincing at the start, is going to come back to bowl, although the captain will be thinking that he closed out his over very strongly. So let's have a look here. Well, there's too many men outside the ring at the moment, so the captain's deciding which boundaries he wants to protect. So there's a man who's, as you can see, in a very deep leg slip position on the top of your screen. And that's exactly why he's there, of course. That inside edge goes straight to him. So smart captaincy by Hardeep Singh to place him there. Yeah, just take a look at that one. It's an inside edge, and in the end, it's fairly good stuff by the fielder. That is Rahul Bale just using his thighs to prevent it from going to a boundary. And Hardeep Singh, once again, he's in debate with his fielders, and you just want to get this absolutely precise. He's asking Rahul Bale to move after he just prevented the boundary, and Rahul Bale seems pretty annoyed and says, look, I'm right where I need to be. I just prevented a boundary. I don't need to move from here. Move someone else. And it's just a little bit of debate going on here about how they're going to adjust the field. And let's see what's happening here. I think the umpire is telling him there's this is an illegal field. Of course, you're not allowed 3 men in those positions behind point on the offside. So he's forcing Hardeep Singh to change the field. And this is going to be a free hit, so this is a very interesting development. A little bit of length offered here. This is going to pop up to the fielder. He doesn't need to catch it because it's going to be a free hit. And it looks like this was well, we'll certainly get you an update about why that no ball was signaled as soon as we can. Definitely looks like it has something to do with the field setting. But let's get back to the action. This one's popped up in the air. This should be an easy catch for the keeper, and he takes it. He has to dive forward a little bit there, Gundeep Singh. But the man who struck a brilliant 50 at the start of the day takes the catch, and Mohammad Mohsin, of course, on this free hit, won't be dismissed. Let's take another look at this. That's a lowish full toss by Zaman. This one is played away to the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. This is a very, very good throw, and got to give full credit to the fielder out there. I believe that is Manzoor Ali. He's thrown that one right on the money, and that means that the Qalandars can't even contemplate a second run. Got to that ball very rapidly, too. Yeah, swing and a miss here for Mohammad Mohsin. I think the Qalandars here, they wouldn't mind Mohsin just going at 3 of these as hard as he can. As of course we see our favorite dancing swan on the screen. Comes down the wicket, Mohsin, and the wicketkeeper just trying to keep him in check. Tosses that one to the stumps. Of course, Gundeep Singh was just up to the stumps right now. This could make it a lot more challenging for Mohsin. He wouldn't be able to come down the wicket. And Mohsin manages to hoik this one away to Karan Singh, and that's a bit of a fumble. And that fumble means he can come back for a second run. So it's a very costly little misfield there. Wasn't hit hard at him, which certainly helped the Qalandars while they were running, but that misfield ensured that they would come back for the second run safely and with little issue. Tosses one up, and Mohsin completely misses this one. And in the end, Mohsin doesn't manage to make contact with too many, as he makes just 11 runs of 10 balls. And this one is a very quiet over to end it for Zaman, of course, with a couple of tail-end batsmen out there. It was always going to be very challenging. As in the end, the Limassol Qalandars will be slightly disappointed that they end up with just 97. They kind of lost their way at times throughout the innings and didn't quite end up with the score they once promised. They looked like they were going to reach that triple-digit mark and maybe even 110 at one point when we saw Varun Malhotra slogging it, and then Prashant Patel in the middle looking very good. But in the end, it's a respectable total and certainly one that should make an exciting chase, even if it is slightly below par. As we take a look at some of these shots by Varun Malhotra, he hit 1-4 and 2 6s. That is a rare mistake by Hardeep Singh, who is normally one of the most accurate bowlers. This is a very, very well taken catch by Manzoor Ali to dismiss Varun Malhotra. Tracking these catches with these insane gusts blowing is a huge, huge challenge. And of course, Sohail Ahmed would send that one straight to Sehran Ahmed. He hit just 1-4 as he made just 6 runs off the 6 deliveries he faced. And then the skipper, Umar Farooq, he slogged one brilliant 6. But outside of that, he didn't really do much as he was castled by Sehran Ahmed. This one just angling into his stumps. And take a look at some of this shot making by Prashant Patel. He had a brilliant innings in the middle, making 13 of 18 balls. He hit 3 4s, clubbed 2 big ones. And well, Numan Munir would just present this catch to Rahul Bail. He won't get too many easier catches than that. It was a nice dolly, a little bit of catching practice for Rahul Bail. And look at that, a little bit of a jig as well. He certainly enjoyed it as the Napa Royal Kings largely had a pretty good time this innings. And this was a very, very difficult opportunity for the new man just inserted into the team, Rolf Zaman. And we saw Prashant Patel with some smart shots as well. It wasn't just power by him. And then in the end, Prashant Patel got maybe a little bit too greedy. Probably should have tried to hang around over there, and instead he popped one up to third man, Mohammad Mohsin. Well, we know he can strike the ball cleanly. He certainly did that once, hit this one big 6. But outside of that, there wasn't too much for him to cheer near the end as Limassol Qalandars reached 97 runs. Of course, we'll have a look at the scorecard over here. Varun Malhotra led the way, making 17 runs of 8 balls, certainly at the top of the order. He looked very strong in that power play where he was slogging it around. But maybe another batsman who was a bit guilty of getting far too greedy, and Hardeep Singh would dismiss him. But of course, the top scorer was Prashant Patel with that very good 30 of 18. He struck 3 4s and 2 6s and played some good strokes. He especially found a lot of those gaps behind square, but he couldn't quite carry on his innings. And maybe if he just hung around till the final over, this could have been a different innings, and the Qalandars might have been able to find their way to that 110 mark, which would have made it a bit of a challenge for the Napa Royal Kings in the second innings. A slightly below par score, but certainly one that is defendable. As we take a look at this bowling card for the Napa Royal Kings, Manzoor Ali managed to have an economy rate of just 7.5 despite bowling a few slightly rash deliveries. He could clean up his game a lot by avoiding some of those unnecessary extras. And then Hardeep Singh, of course, the skipper, reliable as usual. Sehran Ahmed gave up 25 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, but he was slightly hit and miss. And the Rolf Zaman came in, he had 21 runs in the 2 overs he bowled, making a very respectable impression in his preliminary outing for this Qalandars side. As we take a look at the match summary, the Limassol Qalandars have posted a very healthy total of 97. This should be defendable. This could be very interesting, and I think we're going to be in for a very exciting chase. So make sure to join us in a few moments as the Napa Royal Kings have a target of 98 to bounce back after a loss. We'll be with you shortly.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to Ipsenas as we're here for our second innings. The Limassol Calendars posted a total of 97. Slightly underwhelming considering some of the potential they showed at points throughout this innings, but their innings was hampered by the fact that they kept losing wickets at regular intervals. But they've got a chance here with the ball. We've seen them really cause issues for this Napa Royals Kings side before. Of course, the last time these two teams played, Napa Royal Kings just about managed to win with some daylight robbery. And of course, the sun is shining really bright out here, so getting to see a lot of daylight here in Cyprus. Finally, those 300 days of sunshine we were promised in Cyprus have come, but what has been a bit of a concern is all the wind. Of course, the last time we checked, wind speeds were up to 45 kilometers per hour. It's currently saying it's 39. So let's see how these Calendar bowlers are able to handle it. I have to say, the Napa Royal Kings did a mighty fine job dealing with the wind. They were extremely good with their catching. Didn't really put down too many chances, despite the fact that swirling winds are causing all sorts of equipment to fly around. Forget about cricket balls. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be Mohamed Mohsin bowling his first over, so this is going to be a fun battle. A good left arm quick bowler steaming in. Of course, we really enjoyed watching Mohamed Hussain bowl for Everest, and here's another exciting left arm seamer. And this is going to be really, really good watching. Rahul Bale is getting ready to face the first ball. That's a fantastic delivery by Mohsin, going over the wicket, and the breeze just allows it to angle away, so that's always going to be a tough shot for Bale. And he's bowling to his field as well, Mohsin, so full credit to him. He's doing exactly what his skipper Farouk would want from him. Once again, similar line and length. Good consistency here by Mohsin first up. All Bale can do is just poke a bat out at it. If Mohsin continues to bowl like this, maybe Bale will just consider shuffling across to make this a little easier to play. Could dab this down to third man, of course. That's something which a number of batsmen have been pretty successful at throughout this tournament. And he's going wider and wider, and this time a little too wide, so Mohsin gives up the first run of this inning so far. Let's just take a look at this. That is a tight one. That is a really tight one. And see how this battle progresses. This time he's just trying to correct his line after going a bit too wide, and he's actually bowled a fairly decent ball, but it seems to have caught Rahul Bale off guard. Of course, I'm Nishay Bhatt, and once again, joined in the commentary box by the great Rico Full.
Oh, thank you very much, you're too kind. And it's nice to be back in the action of this one. And, well done, I think, by the Calendars out there with the bat. Managed to get a good score on the board. I have to say, though, also the Napa Royal Kings, I think they stuck to the task well. This has gone a long way up in the air, and well, where does it land? And in fact, it just lands as the bat has come back for two. Yeah, I mean, it's not easy out there to bowl on field, and I think to keep the extras down the way they did. I think 10 of those wides, it was a good effort, and now the Calendars have to do the same. They're looking to go back to winning ways, of course. Last time we saw them defeat under their names, so can they bounce back against the Napa Royal Kings? It's a very good delivery. I just think that these conditions, the one people that it does help is the left-handers when you're bowling, especially if you're bowling a left arm over. The wind naturally helps you get that angle right across the right-hander.
Yeah, this has been a huge challenge. Rahul Bale has looked very comfortable throughout this over. And one wonders why he was sent to open the batting. Tries to make some room, but it's a wild swing. I think he'd have been better off trying to use the pace of the bowler, but in the end, that's going to be the end of the over. Just 3 runs off it, so a quiet start here from Mohamed Mohsin. And Napa are off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, the Limassol Calendars are looking to bounce back after a disappointing day 3. Remember, they lost out to the Nicosia Tigers 93-67. Only it was once again the SM Mahmood that was putting the pain on them. He scored 46 and took 2 for 13. No better, apart from Mohamed Farouk, really got going for them. And then in the very next match, it was the Napa Royal Kings, the teams that you see out there at the moment, that were victorious 109-107. And that was when 7 was defended off the last over. And it was a very close game. Ali Khan bowled 2 overs, no wickets, just 10 runs, and he got the Player of the Match award in that very tight game, winning just by 2 runs. So we know that these two can deliver us a tight match. Maybe this one will go down to the wire as well. It's a very slow start, only 3 coming off the first over.
And Patti just trying to get the field right. There's a little bit of debate here. Mohamed Farouk has just asked Parminder Singh to move to mid-off. He was previously placed at mid-on. And you can tell what he's trying to do there, Junaid Patti. He's aiming for that leg stump Yorker, but he gets it slightly wrong.
Yeah, one thing I want to dwell on again, I mean, we just see here the openers. First over's gone for 3, and that's the first ball that Ahmed has faced. Now, he's your top batter. He's the top run scorer. He should not be the non-striker, and this is the point I was trying to make before. 6 balls have gone in the over, and he hasn't faced any of them. That's why he's got to be on strike. They'll get the run here, so he'll get a single and go back to the non-striker. So when you've got good batters in your side, batters that can score runs quickly, there's no point keep having them standing at the non-striker's end and seeing an over like that being bowled, where Rahul Bahel faces all the 6 deliveries and only scores 2 and puts them under pressure.
Yeah, a slight fumble there by Parminder Singh, which allows Sairan Ahmed to get off the mark. He had a few issues with that yesterday too. It's a good length delivery, and it's going to go straight to the fielder. So once again, Bale is playing out far too many dot balls.
Yeah, it's not a good start. I mean, it's hurting them already. 7 balls, 2 runs. And I think if you're a Calendar, you're probably thinking, you know what, we like this guy, let's leave him out there.
This one's popped up in the air. Should be a catching opportunity. It's been taken. Mohamed Farouk, the skipper, will gobble that up. Maybe even a chance to contemplate a tactical drop.
Yeah.
I don't know. But in the end, Rahul Bale departs, having played 5 dot balls in the 7 deliveries he faced.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. If that catch goes down, I am not going to be disappointed. If you're the bowler, you might be. But I think as a team, Calendars could be thinking, you know what, we could have just left him out there, because the next man could come out and start hitting the ball all over the place, and we would have missed the trick.
Of course, we did see Gundeep Singh earlier today. He had a fantastic half-century to start off the day. Then he had a 1 for 13. So we've seen a few batsmen who've faced too many dot balls early in their innings, and that just sets their team back, really.
It's one of the things that Hardeep Singh was saying to me right at the beginning of the day, saying that one thing he's going to be keen to do here today with the 4 matches he's going to play, he's going to rotate some of the players around, rotate the batters, and he's done that pretty well. I mean, he's used Rahul in this one, it hasn't worked. We've seen him use Gundeep as well in one, and we've seen Karam Virus also being given the opportunity. I don't mind that, but now he's going to go to a man that has performed today, Sarpreet Singh.
Good length delivery. This is very well played by Sarpreet Singh, as he just uses the pace of the bowler to once again find that gap between the fielders. This is a very intelligent cricket.
Yeah, it's a good charge, isn't it? Sarpreet, he made 32 in the Player of the Match performance in that win against Nicosia Tigers. We saw him score 20 in the last match before he departed, and I think it's a good choice to have him coming in at number 3, and he is scoring at a quicker rate than Gundeep as well, so I think that's why he comes in before them. There's still balls to play the power play, and shots like that can give you good reward. So it'll be a wide, I think. Yep. Shout out to the man in black. It's again, we always say these conditions are very difficult for the players, but taking into consideration the umpires as well that are out there and have to concentrate with this wind howling around you. It's a top job from Sujit Ahmed and Taranga. This one will be another wide. And also, you know, I just took a little walk around the ground and went to where the scorers are. And I know it's windy here. It's even worse there because they are right in the brunt of the force of this wind. And everything playing around, they've had to put extra pegs in to keep the tents down. The things flying around all over the place. And this is, again, cleverly played. I think he's played for this as Saraprit Singh. So he'll get another boundary. Just watch this. He just at the last minute pushes it away with soft hands. The fielder diving desperately to his left to try and stop it. Can't do so. It's 4 more. So yeah, big shout out to the ECN crew that are there. I know Andy Coe is in that area. Mihail Daub and Michael Guntalika, Ravi Panchal, and Nilkesh Patel, all doing great work, as well as Stefan Gooch is there, who's coordinating and keeping an eye on the umpires as well. Everybody working hard around the ground. Of course, I always say spare a thought for our production partners, productions here, Martins, and particularly, of course, Richards and also Ballantyne, who take it in turns to go up into the tower where the wind, but can you imagine, it's almost blowing us off our feet here on the ground. Up there is even more blusterier.
Oh, certainly they might have to actually physically tie Martins or Valentines to the tower to keep them in place.
Somebody wants to go again, but he gets nothing at all from Ahmed, our left-hander, who's only faced 1 delivery. So once again, I'm just going to highlight that point. Your top batter, the top batter in this series so far with over 250 runs, he's only faced 1 ball out of the 12 that's been bowled, and I think that's for me where the likes of the Kings could be losing out. He's your main batter. He's got to face the first ball. This is the way the standings look. So Naparala Kings, they went top after that win against the Nicosia Tigers, but they wanted to go further ahead. But it was Everest, the team, and they're the team of the day. They've won both their matches, and both the matches they've won have been against the top 2. So well done to Everest. Looking forward to seeing them again. But which way is this going to go? At the moment, you just say the Kalandars just put in the squeeze on the Kings.
Yeah, there's a very good point made on the chat by Meyer Patel that all these dot balls will force Ahmed into even more false shots. This one is just, has that come off his pad? It most certainly has. No, it looks like there's actually some bat on that, so Saran Ahmed will get a boundary here. This is a poor delivery.
Yeah, I think he just plays a little bit of the bat onto the pad as it goes down. Yeah, it's not a good delivery. And Ahmed gets a boundary to his name. And Prashant Patel, who batted very well. I must admit, I was admiring somebody's stroke play from the boundary as I walked around the ground. This is well hit as well, and it's too hot and spicy for the fielder, and it almost takes him with him the ball. And just watch this. I mean, it's a very good hit. We know he's a good striker. The wind is behind us as well, and this, well, I think it's one of those Tortuga bounces. It's going to the left, and it goes to the right, and he can't stop it. 4 runs. Big wild swing once again there from Saran Ahmed. He's an interesting player, isn't he? Plenty of talent, but at the same time, sometimes you see him get out, and the way he gets out, you think, why?
Yeah, he's always very vulnerable at the start of innings. And this time he goes for that big shot again. This is a catching opportunity. No, it isn't. It's well behind the fielder. It's going to be a bit of a chase for Navi Doctor. And it's a chase in vain, as of course Saran Ahmed is now starting to pile the pressure back on the Kalandars, who were just about ahead in the first couple of overs. This one, I'm not sure he had any idea where that was going, but it's certainly gone where it desired.
Yeah, you just got to think though, haven't you? I mean, how about this for a question? I mean, we all know, those of us that have played a lot of cricket, that if you're a batter, it can be a horrible day for you, as Prashant Patel comes in again, because this is hit out on the offside and he's going to be gone. And this is why it could be a horrible day for you, because you go out there and you play one bad shot, you do one thing wrong, and that is it. Your day is over. Wouldn't you love, I mean, I know from my days, and I know a lot of other people probably out there, wouldn't you love to be playing this format where you're told, well, you know what, you're going to get 4 opportunities in the day. You're going to get to bat 4 times. And that's what makes me think somebody like this guy who's just got out there, Ahmed, I mean, surely in 1 off the 4 knocks that he's going to have today, he's going to score some runs, because he's a talented player, but he just has the knack of getting himself out.
Yeah, this is a third of the 4 knocks we'll see him play today. And this one ends prematurely as well. Of course, these two teams will be back out there playing each other in just about an hour's time. And of course, this is the first of a back-to-back where Napa faced the Lemos Old Calendars, and now certainly alarm bells will start ringing in that Napa dugout. Of course, Saran Ahmed, who's such a talisman for this side with the bat in hand, has once again presented an opportunity that's been gobbled up. And it's Gundeep Singh who's just gonna knock that one away. Of course, he's had a very mixed bag of a day. Started the day off with a fantastic innings and then had a bit of a shocker of an innings. One run of just 13 balls. Let's see where this one ends up. Of course, he's seen both sides of the extreme.
Yeah, these two did put a good partnership together, didn't they, early on? And so they used the batting together. One thing they did really well, which we haven't seen them do since, is run well. They ran their singles, they ran hard. There were some good shots played as well, but it was just a good partnership. Started off by Gundeep. He was the one playing all the shots, and Saprit was just sort of just getting the single, getting this passing the strike onto him. And then Saprit Singh himself started to play some nice shots. And when Gundeep went, he was the one who played lovely shots. So they can do it. They've shown they can do it. But can they repeat what they did at the start of the day? As you see the umpire signaling the end of the power play. 3 overs in, 28 for 2.
Navi Doctor is going to take an outside edge, so a cruel introduction for Navi Doctor, who bowls a very decent ball, which unfortunately goes for 4, and that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes in this format. It sailed well over the fielder's head. Prashant Patel had absolutely no chance of getting at that.
Yeah, it's very similar to what we saw happen in the over before from Patel when Saran Ahmed had the same sort of luck, but they were able to get Ahmed out eventually in the same over. Will the same happen here to Singh? Singh looks like he's saying he can take the helmet away. I'll have the cap. So he's backing himself to be able to contend with Navi Doctor without the helmet. He moves to 12 or 4 deliveries though, so be it. A little bit lucky with that one.
Just nudged away towards point, and it's a very good bit of running between the wickets. That's a good single they've just managed to sneak in there.
Yeah, that's what these two are doing. I just mentioned that when they do bat together, they have a good understanding. It's almost just a gentle push, but the batter, the non-striker, is always responding. So I think this is a very key partnership. If these two can stay together for, say, 3 or 4 overs, you've got the hard-hitting Hardeep Singh, who hasn't had any luck today, can come in. Maybe he can make a good contribution as well. Just trying to up that score. You've got Karanveer Singh, who can maybe also make a bit of a contribution to the score. But once again, at the moment that rate is under 10, so they won't mind where they are. But of course, with Ahmed back in the shed, somebody's going to have to play really, really well. That's just a little flick away, gets himself in a good position. He sort of paddles this way. And well, I'm liking this man who's playing out there in the middle as well. He was involved in a fantastic run out the air today, Paraminder Singh. You saw that on the social media. And of course, remember, you can stay in touch with us on the social media as this one gets played out in the off. That's really well played. He sort of carves this away. Well, this is like the turkey being carved on Christmas Day. He just gets out the little knife and just says, a little slice for me, and a big thick one for me as well. Well, that was nicely played. In the gap, 4 runs, beautiful timing, good shot.
Yeah, this is something which Napa have done very well throughout this inning. Is just find those runs behind point. And they're just going to keep, well, every side of this tournament is just going to continue to exploit that until that gap is plugged. This one's just, once again, brilliant bit of running. Of course, Navi Doctor with the underarm throw. It was just a little bit disappointing for someone fielding at point.
A very wristy play, isn't he, Gundeep? He uses his wrist well to guide the ball there onto the offside. So right now, the way things stand at the moment, they are more or less where they want to be. So staying at 10 and over will mean that they will go on and win the match. 40 on the board now. That's a productive over from them, 40 for 2. And once again, this partnership, very, very important. You can see there, only just a smidgen, but just above where they want to be if they're going to go on and win this match.
Yeah, it's a very tight affair so far. Of course, as you mentioned, these two were involved in a 68-run partnership in the first game of the day against the Nicosia Tigers, and we'll hope for something similar here.
This one It's wide waisted. They might take the single now, and they will take the single. So a bit of a gift there from the wicketkeeper. Well, if you're going to be having a shot at the stunt from there, you can't miss. Well, Nish, he's on your team when we go 10-pin bowling later tonight. I'm not having him.
I mean, this isn't just a miss. This is actually, goodness me, that was so poor. I didn't even think he was aiming at the stumps.
That's why I said he's playing for you. I don't want him.
That's a fuller delivery, and this is a good bit of fielding. And the fielder just managed to get his arm to it. So good stuff there by Navi Doctor. I mean, surely if he was in your 10-pin bowling team, he might knock out the pins in the wrong alley.
I'm watching this today. I mean, of course, we had a day yesterday. It was very windy, and watching it today, and I'm trying to think to myself, what's the windiest conditions that I've played in? I know there was a few times we played in real windy conditions, and the typical day in England where it's a stormy grey clouds, the wind is howling, the umpires are grateful that the bowlers are giving them their thick jumpers so they can wrap them around them. As a bowler, you're reluctant to take your jumper off, but you have to because it's so cold. There's no bails. It's just not nice. You don't want the ball to come to you because you know it's going to hurt your fingers. And you're going through the motions. The wind is blowing in your face, in your eyes. The ball goes up in the air, and you think, "Oh no, it's not mine, is it?" It's not. It's not nice. And I just want to, once again, full credit to all the players, and particularly to the likes of the Napa Royal Kings. They're having to play 4 matches here today. I suppose the only good thing is, the only blessing is that the sun is out, which just helps a little bit. Meanwhile, Barty's getting a few very crucial dot balls in here.
Yeah, he's quietly having an extremely good over, and this has been a fantastic spell by Junaid Bhatti, who's becoming a very good, competent bowler for his side. He's someone his captain knows he can lean on in
Bhatti.
numerous situations.
You're absolutely right. This time it just gets pushed out, and 2 will go for again. In comes a throw, and this one, well, the wicketkeeper has to be full alert, and it almost is like a bouncer being bowled at him by Michael Holding. Look at this. I mean, it just takes off. Don't quite get to appreciate how well he takes it there because Waleed's body's in the way. But end of the over, only 4 come off that one, so a nice tight one. And at the halfway point, it is 44 for 2.
Yeah, Napa need to go just above 10.5 here, and both of these guys accomplished batsmen. There's still some batting to come. Of course, the skipper himself, Hardeep Singh's in the dugout, as well as Manzoor Ali. So as long as these two can put themselves in a position where they need about 10 and over with 3 overs to spare, I think Napa should be quite pleased with the situation they find themselves in. So it's a very tightly balanced game. It's hanging in the balance.
Lufa Neon going Napa, Napa, Napa. I think he's a Napa supporter. What do you think? Well, I was telling you people about the windy conditions I played in. What about yourselves, people, cricketers out there? Let us know where you've played and how windy it was and how you, the umpires, batters, bowlers, dealt with the conditions, and let us know where it was. Be interesting to hear from you. And well, if you just want to say hello, come and say hello as well. We don't mind. You're all part of our global cricket family. They'll take the single here. Well, this is like a goalkeeper making a penalty save, diving to his right and pushing the ball past the post. Nice stop.
Yeah, this is a very good stop by Waleed, who's that was a very good plan by me. Of course, he was aiming for that leg stump Yorker, and he didn't nail it, but he still only gave up a run. Going for that again, and this is a helicopter shot?
That is the helicopter. Look at this. Oh, I love it. Here we go. Woo! What a shot. Oh, I love it. Sun, sea, sand, and sexy cricket. The helicopter is out. Well, Gundeep Singh, well, he says, forget the guns. I'll just use the chopper. What a hit.
That is a terrific hit by Gundeep Singh. He managed to dig that one out. And it's a real shame that it's fallen just in front of the boundary rope. That shot deserved a 6 if any does.
Oh, I like it though from Gundeep. I just hope he doesn't get too clever, too smart. 49 for 2. What a shot that is. I absolutely love it. I tell you who ain't loving it. Oh, Waleed, Ahmed Waleed.
Again, Waleed keeps trying to go for that Yorker length delivery, and it's actually managed to work for him more often than not. But again, you're always running a risk trying to bowl that. Let's see here if Cyprus decides to pull out the helicopter as well. course, doesn't look like Waleed's going to deter from his strategy of going for Yorker length deliveries.
Plays these out pretty well, doesn't he? He's, reaching for it. And this Parminder making the stop. Nicely done from you, Parminder. Shaba, Shaba. Well, Lufani on. He's back again with the napper, napper, napper. Are you a napper by any chance? Are you having a nap? Are you just waking up and saying napper, napper, napper? Who knows? Oh, he's very lucky here. This one looked like it was going to knock the stumps over from Waleed, but the batter somehow manages to get a bit of bat on there. And well, that's Gagandeep Singh, and maybe this is the chopper going backwards.
Yeah, you could see what he was attempting there. It's worked for him once, but this time he gets the same result. It's more of a, this must be some kind of a French manufactured helicopter considering the direction it's gone in.
Yeah, that was the helicopter reverse, maybe in reverse mode. Well, it's still effective. It's still 4, and after a quiet over from Barty, this is just what they needed. Okay, slices it up. Has he got enough to get over the field? He's going to get lucky. Second time lucky for the man. He's going to get all the jumpies and the hugs because he takes the catch. And, well, the helicopter has been grounded. Gagandeep Singh will go for 17, and that just opens the door once again for the Qalandars.
Yeah, that's the end of the helicopter as Junaid Bhatti, who's done so well so far this innings, gave up just 1 run and, beg your pardon, took 1 wicket and gave up just 17 runs when he was out there bowling, and now he takes the catch, the number 9 for the Limassol Qalandars. So he's making his impact felt, and he's just someone the captain knows that we can turn to for a solid performance, and that is such a relieving feeling for Mohammad Farooq.
Yeah, it was a good over, wasn't it, up until that last ball. So the last ball gets the wicket. He goes for 12 in the over. He does get the all-important wicket. So, no, it is 11 off the over. I'm looking at something totally different. So, well bowled to Waleed. And that means that they will go now to Naveed Akhtar, who's been a little unlucky, I have to say. Gone for 12 of his first.
This innings following a very similar trend to the first one. The Limassol Qalandars were going along at a similar run rate as well, but kept losing wickets at regular intervals. So both sides going along in similar fashion. So this could be a tight finish. This one is struck very cleanly, but it's gonna beat the fielder. It looks like it will trickle over the boundary rope. Oh, he's managed to stick a foot out and stop that. This is some very good fielding by Sohail Ahmed. Just about comes in time for that sliding tackle to prevent the boundary.
Isn't that nice, Sohail Ahmed? He runs, his hat comes flying off. The first one fielder goes down there. His hat goes flying off. There's his hat gets flying off. He manages somehow to get a foot on there. He's lucky he hasn't broken his foot. Runs back, gets a throw in, and then look, just on by autopilot, the cap gets blown back to him. Great stop, you got to say, because not too many people chase and get to the ball once it gets past you. So Naveed Akhtar will be thanking the fielder there for that bit of work. And well, this one, forget it. This has gone. Cuatro carreras. Akhtar just a little bit too short, and this gets stumped away. And Saprit Singh has been joined out there by Manzoor Ali. Hey, listen, if I'm the part of the opposition and I've got a quickie, I'm lining him up now because I'm saying to Manzoor Ali, you want to bowl short at us. Now let's see how you like it. He's got away with a lot of short stuff today, isn't he, Ali?
Yeah, he is, but he's they've still got 1 over Mohammad Mohsin, so I have a feeling that Mohsin will won't show much mercy to Ali, as this one's been tucked away. It's going to be a little bit of a chase for that man, but oh goodness me, after some terrific bit of fielding 2 balls ago, Sohail Ahmed has just let one slip through right his hands.
Oh no, please don't show it again, please don't show it again. Oh no, I think I made a boo-boo.
Yeah, he does make a boo-boo. That could be costly. I mean, no, they're getting the odd wicket here and there, but too many runs being given away. And this is short, is it hard, and it's going to, oh no, now Parminder drops the catch. Hey, yaar, bola, parla, pakala. And now they're going to take 2, that's a double whammy.
Fielding errors are infectious right now for Limassol Qalandars. It seems like errors are just spreading out all over the field. Parminder Singh, we've seen him have some of his fielding issues. He had some trouble inside the ring. I think at this stage the captain needs his best fielders out on the boundary. But guess what? Sarpreet Singh, after surviving that opportunity, is dismissed on the very next ball. This one shatters his middle stump, and Navi Doctor always bowls stump to stump. Gets what he deserves there, but not much of a celebration. He looks like he's still annoyed by the last couple of balls.
Yeah, it's going to annoy him, but look, he gets a wicket, and it's an absolute horrendous shot. The shot money at Ganda Bapas Agyabanda was Saprit, after being given a live, he then throws his wicket away. And you know what? He gets dropped on 28, and then when he plays that horrendous shot, he finishes on 30. But that wicket there could be the opening that the Limassol Qalandars needed, because now all of a sudden with Saprit gone, they're probably thinking, okay, we got an opportunity. I wonder if the captain is going to come in here now to try and win the match for him, because, well, him and Mohsin have to maybe try and get the 31 runs still required in this innings.
I mean, this is a terrible situation for any batting side, which is you enter the death overs with 2 batsmen out there who still haven't faced the ball. So some valuable deliveries might be wasted here for both these batsmen to settle. And this one is poised really nicely for Limassol Qalandars, as 31 runs are needed now of 19 deliveries. They just want to get their fielding precise here, of course. Hardeep Singh, the left-hander, they're going to have to change a couple of things here, the Qalandars.
Yeah, if he hits it clean, we know it disappears. And with the wind behind him as well, he's got to hit it clean. I think he's just got to be selective. This is not very selective. It's a chance. Paminda can get... Oh, well, what happens here? Paminda looks like he's going to take the catch. I think it's been called by the man behind him. So Paminda does the dummy, and then the catch gets put down. I've never seen anything like it. Baba does the dummy, and the man who's coming behind him probably shouts, and I think Paminda does the right thing. Okay, and then he couldn't hold on to it, and it's Numan Munir that puts it down.
I mean, Numan Munir really has to take that one once it's come to his hand, regardless of any calling. And this is the difference between these two sides. And if the Limassol Qalandars don't go on to win this game, they'll look back at these drop catches, because remember how clinical the Napa Royal Kings were in when they were out there fielding. They put nothing down. As of course, remember, this match is just the first of back-to-back fixtures between the Royal Kings and the Limassol Qalandars. They'll be right back out here in 35 minutes time, playing their second match between each other. As we, of course, see over there, Saran Ahmed still leading the way with 751 points, despite a few of his struggles in today's games. Meanwhile, for the Limassol Qalandars, Prashant Patel, unsurprisingly, is leading the way with 264 points. He's been so good with the ball in hand as well as the bat. And speaking of Prashant Patel, he's exactly the man we're going to see coming into bowl. And I think he's going to bowl the final over as well.
Well, this is high in the air as everything. Well, your laptop goes in the air as well. And I don't know that once that's flown, that's gone over the other way. And they'll take a single. And, well, Patel, I don't think he can bowl the last over. I'm sure we've seen him bowl over number 3 already. So this is his second over already. So they're using him early, but he does pick up wickets. Well, that was a good catch by you, by the way. I'm glad to... Have you got that laptop insured?
I mean, this laptop's been flying around as much as many of the swallows over here. And that just shows you the kind of wind we've seen. And of course, at this stage, the Limassol Qalandars were just 1 run ahead of what the Napa Royal Kings are right now. So it's really finely poised.
Well, he's going for the big one again. Is he going to get lucky once more? Yeah, he does. Hardeep Singh, maybe he just don't know how to play any other way. Whatever comes his way, he plants the foot down the ground, he swings hard, and he's had 2 chances already. He was dropped by Munir on 0. And now on 1, well, he doesn't quite go to hand, but he's not a good shot. Prashant Patel, he's directing fielders all over the place as he now gets bowled to Ali. Ali, of course, remember, he threw his wicket away in the last match. That'll probably be a wide. That's a very good take, though, from the wicketkeeper, Varun Malhotra.
This one just going down like sides of Prashant Patel now. He's, I think he's just slightly lost his radar, of course, having to adjust between a right-hander and a left-hander. And we've seen a number of bowlers struggle with that so far this tournament. This time he gets it much better. This could be a catching opportunity. Is he going to take it this time, Munir? No, he won't. He drops a second consecutive catch. And has this one rolled into the goal? I don't think so. But it's gone for a 4. So Numan Munir having a miserable time out at long off. This one, once again, I don't even think he's quite got his hands set. How's he going to take that catch? He's gone for the crocodile hands.
Yeah,
and,
well, He goes for Crocodile Dundee. He says, look at these snappers, look at these snappers. Well, those snappers let him down. The ball goes to the boundary. He has been dismissed and been moved. Now, I'm telling you this, look out for him, because this ball, Numan Munir, I am telling you now, he's gonna get more coming his way. You cannot hide anybody out there in the middle. You just cannot. Patel to Mansour Ali. He leans into this once more. The fielders chase hard after it. They'll get there. In comes the throw. They're going to have to be quick. This will be out. This is going to be out, if you ask me. And I think the umpire's given it on the field of play. They tie the fielder's arm on. He throws himself at it, does the batter, Mansour Ali. Well, we saw the way he gave his wicket away last time when he opted to get funky in the middle. Now, this time round, he's gone for 2, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't get here. And yeah, he's gone. Great effort by him. He gets the bat down. He does everything he can do right, but it's a really good throw. Look at this. And don't forget, this throw, this arm is assisted by the wind. So you're taking on the fielder and the wind. Rocket throw. Down he goes. And you got to say that, well, the Napa Royal Kings are not helping their cause. Whenever they take sort of the upper hand, they then throw it all away.
And I believe that was Mohamed Mohsin who made that throw. Of course, we'll have confirmation shortly, and that shows you that's the advantage of having a fast bowler out at the boundary. He's got a strong arm, and that rocket throw went right to the keeper. Perfect stuff. And Mansour Ali has to depart, and the Napa Royal Kings are starting to run out of accomplished batsmen. It's going to be really hard to see where they can get these next 22 runs from.
Yeah, well, that's a real disappointment once again for Mansour Ali. And I think no wonder he keeps banging the ball in short. He probably gets so frustrated that it keeps getting out. He takes all the aggression out. Look at Hardeep Singh. Look, talking to Jasdeep Singh, who's going to join him out there now. So he's saying to Jasdeep, come on, me and you. Jasdeep, though, I think he's very similar to Hardeep. I think he's going to be exactly the same. He's just going to swing the bat and everything.
Let's just take another look at that throw. That was fantastic stuff. And speaking of fast bowler arm watch, of course, Numan Munir has now been moved right back into third man as they've sent another person out to protect the straight boundaries for Jasdeep Singh. And Jasdeep, well, he was aiming for cow corner, but that one goes straight through the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, this is what I'm going to see from Jasdeep, and I think Prashant Patel, he's a clever little player. I reckon he knows this, so he'll just keep it, trying to keep it outside the off stump. Anyway, let's see how he fares there. Jasdeep, if he's going to play that shot, he's got to use his feet.
There's a brilliant delivery by Prashant Patel, right on that Yorker length, and he's been absolutely money so far this over. So excellent stuff by Prashant Patel, who once again has a brilliant spell. Gave up just 20 runs and took a wicket, so keeps doing the job for his captain with both bat and ball in hand as we end up in the last 2 overs. So we're at that stage of the game where, of course, everything's going to be decided. Just 21 runs needed of these last 2 overs. It's hanging in the balance, but Napa Royal Kings might just have lost too many wickets from their point of view. And take a look at that. Everything is right on the red line. It tells you just how narrow this game is right now. Very little to separate these two sides as we head into the conclusion of this match.
We've had some close games today, haven't we? The first one, Napa Royal Kings 103 to 97 against the Nicosia Tigers. The second one, Everest 123 to 110. Game number 3, 18 in the series, 94 to 95. And then, well, this one, 98 is the target. We haven't had the golden ball. Maybe we are going to finish with one today at some point. This is another close one. We see the last wicket there was that of Ali run out. I think he's going to be disappointed. He'll feel that he's let his side down again. Can the captain Hardeep Singh and Jasdeep Singh make things work for them? He gets width high up in the air. It's the 3rd time he's gone up there. This time surely it will be taken. There's no mistake. Hardeep Singh, well, I've got to say the captain is all or nothing. But the thing is, he's only got one shot. And if you only got one shot, sometimes you get lucky, but majority of the times you won't. So Singh will go of three deliveries, and now I do believe that it is the Limassol Qalandars that have the big time upper hand in this one.
Yeah, this is all heading towards the Qalandars' way. That's a very good catch by Varun Malhotra. Not easy with these swirling winds. And it's just slipping away from the Napa Royal Kings. They've not played this right. They knew the total they had to chase, but they've been a little bit foolish throughout this innings, throwing their wickets away cheaply, not respecting the bowlers. And now well, they're going to have to find a way to get some of these lower order batsmen to score 21 runs.
Yeah, what we are seeing though, we're probably seeing people that we haven't seen before, and you know, there's a few people saying Napa, Napa, Napa. Well, at the moment, Napa seem to be falling away. And this one, well, it was down the leg side. This is one that you could have probably just let to go past you. But like I say, they've got guys coming out now that we haven't seen before. Maybe one of them is able to hit the ball big. A little bit of luck is what you need here as well, but you need it quickly because you can see they're running out of deliveries. They need exactly 20 of 10 deliveries. 2 ball. Just deep. And he's going to get done here by one into his body. Oh, it's put down. Can you believe this? Well, it's another one where the wicketkeeper this time has to duck under it. And the fielder gets ready to take the catch. That's Mohammed Farouk, the captain of all people. Watch this. The wicketkeeper says, all right, it's your skipper. And the skipper puts it down. It gets past him. They'll get a run.
Yeah, I mean, think of all the catches the Limassol Qalandars have dropped. I mean, how much wider would this margin have been if they'd been a bit better with their catching? So far, the Napa Royal Kings have just not been able to punish them for those errors. And this one's going to take an edge, and it's going to go away for 4. So they tried to hide Numan Munir out there, and looks like all he's going to do is a bit of ball boy work as he has to collect that one, as it's just sailed over the wicketkeeper's head and gone just below the camera.
If you're going to swing hard, swing like you just don't care. And that's what Kanavir Singh does. Gets the edge, races to the boundary. Well, that's bonus. That's a big time bonus. 10 balls to go. And well, this is what the score is looking like. 8 balls to go, pardon me. 15 required.
This one's stroked away. It's gone high up in the air. Is this going to be a catching chance? Little bit of a juggling act, but he manages to take it in the end. So the Limassol Qalandars do hold on to a catch on this occasion, and Sohail Ahmed takes this one, of course. He's been very solid out in the field, a fairly safe pair of hands. And we saw Karanveer Singh just throwing at the kitchen sink at everything. This time, he presents a good dolly to Karanveer.
Well, look at the way this held up. It's quite amazing, actually. It goes in the air. It stays up there. How many times have we seen that today where it's been taken on the 2nd or 3rd attempt? With the ball, it seems to hit the hands, and then because of this wind, it just pops it back up in the air. Catch is taken. So, well, there goes Karanveer. He is not going to be the man to get them the runs that they need. There's still a ball to go in this one from Mohsin. And they've got to run hard, and well, I don't believe they don't run here. I think this is all about just deep thinking, nah, don't worry, I can deal with it, I can get him. So they're going to need 15 off the last. And let's see how close they get. I think if the first one goes to the boundary, game on.
I mean, of course, do keep in mind that Jasdeep Singh played a major role in that tight finish between Napa Royal Kings and Qalandars yesterday, as we once again take a look at the golden ball rules. Of course, in the event of a tie, the match is decided by a golden ball, and the batting side needs 2 or more runs to win. We've had 6 golden balls so far this calendar year, and it's been even Stevens between bat and ball. Of course, remembering that game we saw yesterday between the Napa Royal Kings and the Limassol Qalandars, it was incredibly dramatic, where the Qalandars needed just 7 of 6, and we saw the big role Jasdeep Singh played down the stretch there with the ball in hand. Let's see if he can do something with the bat in hand here, and he certainly doesn't at the start of this over. A little bit of hopscotch by Jasdeep Singh as he bounces on one leg and completely misses that delivery.
15 now on 5. Got to get bat on ball, Jasdeep. And he does, and this one will go. 1 bounce. 4, well, that's more like it. 4 carreras. And Ravi punch out, gets the ball back. So, okay, that's more like it. 11 now, or 4. It's a lot of people saying, don't worry, Napa, better luck next time. But there's still a few people like Irfan Ahmed saying Napa will win. Let's see. Hits this down the ground. How hard will they run? The fielder comes in, makes a stop. The game for 2. Here comes a throw. Should be out. And it will be out because the batter doesn't ground his bat. This is laziness from the batter. It really is. He's going to pick up his bat and he's going to go. Why doesn't he slide his bat in here?
I mean, how lazy could Rav Zaman be at such an important stage of the game? The match is on the line. We have a dramatic finish on the cards here. And Rav Zaman, take a look at this. Jasdeep Singh is absolutely sprinting as hard as he can to the other end. A few other things slipping away from the Napa Royal Kings, not just potentially this victory, but Jasdeep will at least be at the striker's end And of course, we see the old duck back, or swan, as many of
Is
our
it a duck?
fans
Is
say.
it a swan? Well, he's dancing, he's joyful. Maybe he's dancing because he's liking just keeps running. Okay, up in the air. Where's his going? Going! Shaka! Lagia! Well, that has gone into the Ollie Pros. Boom! Shaka Lagia! And just like that, that is incredible. What a hit. So now we go to, what's that equation now? It is, oh, well, it just keeps changing by the minute. I think, what is that? I'm sure that's on the screen, not correct, is it? It's 4 of 2 balls. I think, well, there's the ball. 4 of 2. Goodness me, surely not. And, oh, he misses. How can you miss? You just got to get bat onto ball. All he had to do, bat on the ball. All right, we're going to the wire. 4 required off the last ball. Waleed to bowl it. Just the missing out on one.
Okay. I mean, surely the Colunders won't throw it away again against the Napa Royal Kings. This one's belted straight down the ground, but straight to the fielder Waleed, who manages to keep his cool. And Jasdeep Singh brought us to this great crescendo. And in the end, he ends it fairly anticlimactically as he hits this one straight back to Waleed. And the Colunders don't throw this one away. They managed to hang on. They managed to get the win. And once again, the Napa Royal Kings were this close to breaking their hearts again.
Oh, Limassol Colunders, well done to them. They'll hold on through victory. But Jasdeep Singh, well, we thought he was going to be the hero when he plummeted 1 for 6. And the next 2 balls, he gets dots from. Oh, that's so disappointing for the Napa Royal Kings. But I'm going to say it's the only people to blame for that is they themselves. I don't think they batted sensibly. There's a couple of batters who are going to have to look back to see the way that they got out. They had it under control, didn't they? They really did. And they just kept throwing wickets away unnecessarily. And, well, they won first thing in the morning, and it was a fantastic victory for them. We know that they're under strength, but, well, that's going to be disappointing because after winning the first, they've now lost the next 2 in the spin. But these 2 do it again. Can the Napa Royal Kings pick themselves up and get a victory to end the day with? But everything was going so well, but it just kept them finding a way to get themselves out.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the shots Sarpreet Singh played. He hit 5 very nice boundaries that would often just use the pace of the bowler and play it down the third man. Serhan Ahmed, he stroked 3 boundaries, made a short 13 of 6, but he simply couldn't extend his stay. This one, he got a little bit fortunate slicing that one up. Navi Dakhtar with a chase in vain. And then let's take a look at this one. This was struck away, and a very, very well taken catch by Mohammad Mohsin, and a crucial catch.
Yeah, I mean, he played a big part in this match, didn't he? Took a good catch. That one was crucial. Once again, poor batting from a quality player. Serhan Ahmed, I don't know what's going in his mind at the moment. I think he had such a good start to this series when he made those back-to-back 50s, and then I think he then went on and made another 30 or 40, that he thinks he's indestructible, and now he keeps getting himself out. Well, there was a helicopter. Well, we saw the full helicopter. We saw then the reverse helicopter, and we thought then, well, maybe Gundeep was going to be the man that perhaps got them to the finishing line. But then there was this bit of good fortune as the catch gets taken by Bharti. And all of these little things, those 2 runs saved there, how important they become, because that could have been the one that took us to, well, a golden ball or a victory in the end. So some important saves were made, but there were some blunders as well.
Yeah, a lot of blunders, and particularly all these dropped catches. Parminder Singh had a difficult day in the field. This was a very important wicket for Ahmed Waleed, and he managed to get the stumps to shatter. Parminder Singh just ducked out of the way there, and Numan Munir, we saw the Colunders try to hide him out at third man.
Yeah, you can't hide anybody. This is another one that hits the hands and go to the boundary. This was that throw. What a throw that was. And once again, that was a big moment as well, wasn't it? They were going well. They're taking the 2 on there. They're wanting it, and they get the run out. So somebody like Mazur Rowley who could stay there at the end to get you victory. And Hardeep Singh, I really don't know. Hardeep Singh is a lovely guy, but I mean, what he's doing with the bat at the moment, I don't know. This could have been the crucial drop because Jasdeep got a life, and then Jasdeep was the one right at the end who could have won it for them. That was an important runs as well, wasn't it? Those 4 runs. This is a really good catch. Again, though, takes it on the double bounce. In hands, out it comes, takes it second time round. And, well, that was a cracking shot. And we thought, okay, hello. And then going for the 2 here. I suppose I could understand this though. The running and the way that he slides the batting was comical. This was the big moment. 6 runs and we thought, well, okay, here we go. We'll take that one later. And then 2 dots at the end, and this was that last delivery, and you can see Justin totally disappointed with himself. But unfortunately, it's one of those things, isn't it? If you're not using your feet, Nish, you'll get lucky once or twice, but really, in long term, it's going to be a downfall. Jasdeep Singh doesn't use his feet. He's not able to get under that. If he uses his feet, he's getting to the pitch, he's getting under it, he's hitting it down the ground. But congratulations to the Qalandars. They come back after disappointing 2 defeats on the spin, and they're back to winning ways themselves.
Yeah, we take a look at the scorecard. Sarpreet Singh, the top scorer with 30 of 17, and of course going back to Jasdeep Singh right at the end. We do remember there was a 4 in that final over which fell just 2 inches short of the boundary rope. Imagine if that had cleared it, it would have been a completely different game. They might have needed just 2 runs off the last ball. So very good bowling by Limassol Qalandars as well. They gave up just 6 extras, which is some really handy stuff. We've seen a lot of sides struggle with that, especially in this wind. It wouldn't have been unsurprising if they hit the double digits, and these bowling figures look really healthy. Mohammad Mohsin, 2 wickets, just gave up just 9 runs. He led the way, took some great catches as well. Junaid Bhatti, he's a solid performer. He's just one of those players who the captain knows, if I give him the ball, he's going to give me a solid performance. An economy rate of 8.50 and good figures all around. Navi Doctor may have gone for a few runs, but he did pick up a very crucial wicket. So in the end, a very good all-round performance by the Limassol Qalandars.
Yeah, good all-round performance, all the bowlers in the air. But I think the lesson there, I think maybe for the Napa Royal Kings, I know the captain wants to be nice. He wants to give everybody an opportunity because it's a big day for everyone. 4 games yesterday, 4 today. But he's playing around with the batting order, and well, don't forget Rahul Bahel, 2 of 8. I mean, you love to have some of those deliveries back there towards the end, and you would have got a win. I think in this last match, he's got to go back to sticking with his best batters in the right order and then really try and finish on a high. You don't want to play 4 matches in a day and only win 1 and then lose 3 on the spin. I mean, it's tough work for them, but I think he's really got to get focused here now and say, right, okay, I've changed things around, but this one, I want the win. Let's go back to the way we started the day and finish on a high. But Limassol Qalandars, they themselves will think, you know, we've got 1 victory against these guys. Let's go out there and do it again. That match, the second one between those 2, coming up in 14 minutes time. So join me and Nish as we come back for the conclusion of the day. Match number 20 coming up in, you can see there, just over 14 minutes time.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Okay, Calander's to call.
Heads.
Heads is called. It is heads.
I want to bat first.
You want to bat?
Yeah.
Okay, good luck, mate.
Yeah,
have a good game. Good luck, guys. Cheers. Calanders have won the toss and they will be batting. Back over to you in the commentary box, Rico and Nish.
Thank you very much to Stefan Gooch as we see an air review of this ground in Ipsona here in Limassol in Cyprus. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series, and we can see that Stefan Gooch himself is having issues with the wind. I think that coin almost ended up in cow corner. It just goes to show how strong the wind is. So you see there that Limassol Calanders winning the toss, and they're going to have a bat first. So very much is what we saw already between these two. But will we see a different result? The Calanders just added a little bit more misery to the Napa Royal Kings. The Royal Kings, of course, started today very well. They are still at the top of the table, so that's one good thing for them. But the thing is, their courtesy of net run rate, that net run rate also gets dented every time that you don't win a match. So they're looking to finish the day with a victory. I mean, we know that they've got some key players that are missing. There's no Ikram Mohammed in their side. Ali Khan is not being available for them. There's no Tanvir. So that's 3 key players. So you've got to say, you know, hats off to them for the way that they have performed. But they've got players in their camp that, if they apply themselves, can get their team a victory. This is what the bat versus ball wall is saying, that once again is picking the Napa Royal Kings 96 to 94 in favour of this match. But I think the Limassol Calanders, after winning the last match, probably think that they will be able to do the double over their opponents. Rico Full here in the very blustery commentary position, and alongside me is Nish. Nish, what are you thinking? Which way do you think this is going to go?
I think that bat versus ball wall was very accurate. I would just about put the Napa Royal Kings as 2-run favorites because it's just been that tight between these sides. This is the third and final match these two sides will play against each other in the group stages, and both of the first two were incredibly tight last over finishes, and I expect to see a big bounce back from the Napa Royal Kings here. We saw them in a similar position yesterday where they lost to M-Docs and then bounced back in the final game of the day. Let's see if they have the resolve to negotiate another long 4-day game day for them.
Yeah, well, Varun Malhotra is right up there opening the batting, and man who's out there with him is Ahmed. So let's see how these two do. So Hill Ahmed has been good, and Malhotra certainly has played his part behind the stumps. So this one gets played away on the onside, so they'll start with a single.
Yeah, I like this length from Mansour Ali. That's exactly the sort of length he should be bowling at. It's just around hip height. It's tough for the batsman to negotiate, and that's really how good limited overs bowlers bowl.
Yeah, it's much better, isn't it? Sometimes, as we've seen already, he can be a little bit too short. But you're right, that's the right length, because it causes more issues than one that is sailing over your head. So once again, better. This time he's outside the off, and gets well fielded, and he says, well done, I'll help pick you up. Let's see how the Kings respond. Long day, hard day. They're going to feed it at the end of the day, that's for sure. Durali. That's a good delivery, really well bowled. That's class. Good take also from the keeper, Gundeep Singh.
Great ball. I need to see a little bit more footwork from Sohail Ahmed. He was just trapped on the crease and trying to reach out at it. When you're going up against such a quality bowler, you need to move your feet.
It's a good areas again to be bowling, isn't it? I'm just wondering, and I've said this before, I think if the likes of Mansour Ali is going to bowl that line, and he's already shown that he can keep it there and thereabout all the time, I'd still think, I know we're playing this shorter format T10, I'd still have a slip in there, why not? It's all about taking wickets. If you get a wicket early, the last thing you want is an edge and the ball just bouncing awkwardly past that fielder there who's just inside the circle, sort of at the fly slip area. This is well hit. This is yours, Nish. I'll leave it to you. Come on, deal with it. Oh, well.
It struck my metal bottle perfectly.
Well, Nish was getting ready for it, and then it hits his water bottle. Water bottle's got a dent in it. But, well, down but not out. And Crash, bang, boom. Let's hope your border bottle hasn't dented the ball. Wait, there, the ball is okay, says the umps. Good shot though. Now this one's just been paddled out onto the offside. There's the man come from all angles to keep it to the single. So let's have a look at some of the stats here between these two things. Then I'm wondering if they've been updated. You'll probably find that they have. What is this up to? Up to match number 18. So they're a little bit behind where they need to be, but it sort of gives you an idea who the key players are, but it's not quite up to date. It doesn't take into consideration what we saw in the last match, but you can see that Ahmed and Prashant Patel and the captain Farouk are going to be the key batters for the Qalandars. And the other side, and this is based on the players that are playing, by the way, and you can see that again Ahmed is the man that they really need to get going in this one. Will he be able to? For me, the way I look at it, he's too good a player to have 4 opportunities in a day and not score runs.
Yeah, this has been, he's been really off color so far today, Saran Ahmed, and it's not just the low scores, but it's the manner he keeps getting dismissed. It's been rather poor. His shot selection has been all over the place, and you just wonder whether he's been, for lack of a better word, slightly exposed today. Oh, that's a rank full toss by Hardeep Singh, extremely unlike him, but he gets away with it. Of course, Varun Malhotra, as we see, that is perfectly fine, no issue with that one. Varun Malhotra, of course, got the Qalandars off to a very explosive start in the power play last time around. Just came out, slogged the ball all over the place, smacked 2 6s and a 4, and it really set the tone for the Limassol Qalandars. I think he's out there for a similar role. And this is a better ball by Hardeep Singh. Look how much it dips late. That is very difficult to play for Varun Malhotra, as we actually, goodness me, the stumps have just been knocked over. Got strong gusts blowing across the ground. You know, we mentioned some of these, some of the data at times. The speeds are well over 40 kilometers per hour. Again, another full toss by Hardeep Singh. This is incredibly unlike him. And he gets away with that one as well. So Varun Malhotra has had a couple of juicy full tosses presented to him, and he has not capitalized on any of them. That one really should have disappeared, because if he hit it either side of that lone fielder inside the ring at mid-wicket, he was going to get a 4. So he's a lucky man so far, Singh. Another full toss. Goodness me, this is completely unlike him, but the Qalandars are just not able to capitalize. They seem to have forgotten how to hit. This is poor batting by the Limassol Qalandars. They're missing out on some great opportunities here.
Yeah, it's not like him at all, is it? You're absolutely right. So, thing is though, he's not being punished for it. One is better, but the better ball, funny enough, is the one that gets punished. That's the way the game goes sometimes, and Hardeep Singh is probably thinking to himself, I should have just stuck with the full tosses.
Yeah, it's quite funny how often in T10 cricket we don't see full tosses punished, and they're becoming a bit of a weapon. We saw certainly a few players for Everest using that dipping low full toss as a weapon, so this is certainly could be a new innovation in the game.
Yeah, I think in the shorter format, we've certainly started to see it a lot in the T20s, and a lot of bowlers bowling the knuckleball, for example, which is the slow full toss. And we've seen it a lot in T10 now as well, as we have a look at the standings here. So, well, the Limassol Qalandars, victory here will just put them 2 points behind the 2 teams at the top. But I think, well, you see, the Kings should get a wicket here, and they will. Well held by Gundeep. Well, they're a team that want to go back to winning ways. You can see some of the body language from the Kings. They're tired, they're hurting. There's been a big, long couple of days for them. 8 matches it will be in 2 days. That's a lot. But if they can pick up a win here and be 2 points clear at the top over Nicosia Tigers, they will feel that it's been worth it.
Yeah, that one, he just pulled his length back a bit and took a top edge. Of course, we saw how well Jeevan Lusmal played some of those deliveries earlier for Everest, but Sohail Ahmed, he's just never looked convincing during his time out there. This has been a fairly disappointing opening stand, as it's just not provided the Kalunders the springboard they needed.
Yeah, the thing, I mean, he's out the way. I suppose he's chewed up a few deliveries, hasn't he? 8 balls to get to the 7th. So, but he's gone now, so new batter will come in, and it is a Waleed who bowled ever so well, didn't he, Ahmed Waleed, in the victory. And he goes after this one and just catching the line, says the umpire. One highlight for me today has been the introduction of spin from the Napa Royal Kings. And this man, Karan Singh, I've been very impressed with his bowling. The left arm around bowler, and I think we're going to see a lot more of him. Just tries to squeeze this one through. Now, here comes the throw. Well, it's been fired in by the captain, looking to get the run out.
I'm a little bit surprised, though, the Kalunders haven't sent Prashant Patel or Farooq into bat. I mean, we saw how they've been some of the most important run getters for this side. So, again, this is a tired and weary Napa Royal Kings side. The Kalunders should really step on it and try to get the win.
Well bowled again from Karan Singh, just a little bit short of length. His variations have been good. That's what I liked about him. The slightly quicker ball. He floats one up occasionally as well. This is the one which is straight, and he almost gets through. As the batter is able to drop a bit of bat on this. I think if this hits the pad, I think he's definitely going up, and I think it'll be pretty close as well. Now this time he gets this slightly wider, so you can see no 2 balls are the same. I think that also is the key to the shorter format, especially if you're a bowler. I mean, it's very much, a lot of people say it's a batter's game, the short format, so the bowlers have to become more imaginative, and the variations become key. And okay, well, hang on a minute here, he's asking the question, and this will be a run out. And let's see this again now. I mean, he can't go into his bowling action, so that's the thing you have to look at. The umpire has given it out. So, of course, now wondering if, so let's just see here. So, okay, it's before he's bowled, so he's very much entitled to do that. If he had gone through his bowling action and pretended to bowl and then done it, it's different. So, they're asking, is being given on the field of play. Then there's been a little debate, and they decided, well, are you honouring it? Are you going to go ahead with it? Yes, we are. He shouldn't be where he is. I think it's just the batter losing his concentration, and perfectly within the laws of the game. Some people will say it's not the spirit of the game, but he's going to find that he's run out.
Yeah, I certainly fall in the latter camp when it comes to that argument. And also very unnecessary. Why violate the spirit of the game to dismiss someone who's been going at run a ball and not looked at all comfortable out there?
Yeah, I mean, all right, I know where you're coming from, but at the end of the day, laws are the laws. I mean, he's doing what he should do, and well, it could have been 2 in 2. This is a sitter that has been put down. And just have a look at this. I mean, he's floats it up, it's hit up, and it's an easy peasy catch, and down it goes. I don't think he even gets it into his hands, but that's a big opportunity that Shahid Ali has put down. It is the end of the over, and Waleed gets a real chance, a real life.
And let's see if he can make them pay for this, because certainly haven't made this power play count the Limassol Kalunders whatsoever. That is an appalling run rate for the first 3 overs, as they've looked really off color, and I'm stunned that they haven't had any of their big hitters out there during the power play. One would have liked to see Farooq or Prashant Patel maximizing on the fielding restrictions, but instead, well, Patel's now going to have to try to dig his side out of a very tough situation with more fielders outside the ring.
Yeah, we saw, I mean, of course, we don't refer to it as a man-cat anymore. It is a run-out. My view on this is this, and a lot of people I know have mixed feelings that this is bowled down the leg side as wide, is that when a bowler is bowling and he goes over that line, the umpire calls a no ball. Nobody turns around and says, oh, well, give it to him. It's only, you know. And the same with the other end. When the batter is outside the crease and he gets stumped, nobody's saying, well, he's only just outside, so, you know, give him the benefit of the doubt or less. And it's the same with the batter. That line is there for a purpose. You've got to be You can't go past it until the bowler releases the ball. And if you do, well, I think it's just lack of concentration sometimes, but laws are laws, and I think the more that we see that applied and run outs like that are done, then the less batters will start doing it. It's as simple as that. It's an easy thing to do, and it shouldn't happen. And that's my view. Other people will say it's not in the spirit of the game, but then maybe you could turn around saying, well, stumping the batter when he's just outside of his crease is not in the spirit of the game. So debatable. I know it is, but the more it happens, I think the more it will. So Saran Ahmed, the bowler, he's had a mixed day as well, and the one thing he needs to improve on today, I mean, he's probably been more useful as a bowler than a batter, hasn't he? But he's in the side as the #1 batter, and what I want to see in this one is I want to see him face the first ball. I don't want him to be the non-striker. I just think there's too many balls get chewed up, especially when they've got those other key batters missing. There's no Ikram Mohammed in the side, so when he's not there, he's got to take responsibility. This is going down the leg side, so he won't be given LBW. It shouldn't be, and it's not. But good areas, better length. Sometimes he's got it wrong with the accuracy. He's bowled a few wides, but this is right on the money. It's right up there. It's pitched up, good length. They're trying to keep the pressure on here.
This is much better stuff by Saran Ahmed. We've seen him bowl a lot of extras in the first 3 matches. Kept it tight so far. Once again, stump to stump. And it's going to be a tight run. And ooh, the throw wasn't the best by Saran Ahmed. Maybe Prashant Patel would have been at a little bit of trouble at the striker's end, but would have been a half chance at best.
Yeah, well, Maya Patel thinks that maybe it's going to fire up the Kalundus, that dismissal. Kroom, he's piping in saying he doesn't like it either, but he doesn't also like it when batters are walking out of the crease for no reason. So yeah, it's a number of ways to look at it. So yeah, high up in the air, will it carry to the fielder? It will just about. But this is a really good stop, actually. I think. I mean, I think he's hurt himself here. I don't like the look of this. I don't know what he's done here. And I think it's cramp actually. So that's hardly surprising when you think the effort that certainly the Kings have put in, but he's come a long way. If he takes this, it would have been a sensational catch, and I like the way he's actually trying to take it. It's Hardeep Singh, and then he gets the throw, and then I think he gets a cramp straight away. So they don't want him cramping up. They still need him to get another over it.
Yeah, I love the way Hardeep Singh really leads from the front as a skipper. He leads by example. It's a great style of leadership. He's usually out there taking the toughest catches, diving around on the field, bowling very accurately. He's been one of the most impressive captains we've seen so far this tournament.
Yeah, he's hobbling around a little bit at the moment, and it looks like it is just cramped, so he's trying to walk it off. Okay, so 22 for 2, 4 overs in. Got to get going here now, the Kalundus. Need to play a few shots. Patel is capable of doing it. He gets a horrible delivery, which is a wide first up here from Singh. So to go back to Singh, I just think here's another area where maybe Hardeep Singh can be clever. I mean, he's used Karan Singh who's bowled a good over. So he could have said, right, if I'm going to use Jasdeep, let's get Jasdeep one in here now when we've got runs to play with, if you like. It's a slow start, so you don't want Jasdeep to come in on to bowl when the batters are getting themselves in, because he could go for a few. We've seen that already. So while the batters haven't got clicking, try Jasdeep then. And also, he could just get you a wicket or two, because the batters are not in touch. So he goes to Karan Singh first though, so if he's going to use Jasdeep, it may backfire with Jasdeep coming on the ball when the batters have found their rhythm. It's going to be another wide. He's just not getting this one to, just not getting his arm over, if that makes sense. So he's bowling before the arm actually comes over the ear, so he's letting go of the ball too soon.
Yeah, of course, the other option Napa have is Rauf Zaman, who they've also bowled once today. It just comes down the wicket there, Ahmed the lead, and he will strike this over to cover, and that was Jasdeep Singh, who we just saw there. That one just managed to get past him, so good placement, and it's always tough for the fielder to try to run around and make a mini dive, I would say, to his left.
Jasdeep, he gets down, he shows all his glory, but he can't stop it. Good attempt by Jasdeep, but some tired bodies Stop those deliveries, and Karan Singh now high up in the air, should be taken, but well, it's got away from the fielder. This is one of those which it looks like it should be taken, and then at the last moment it's like a gush of wind, and well, there it goes, and he goes down, and the ball finds its way to the boundary. So not the tidiest off over so far from Karan after bowling quite a nice tidy line. Panda Boy has just lost his rhythm slightly.
Yeah, of course, this is the 8th game these Napa Royal Kings have played in the space of 2 days. This one struck firmly, and this is certainly going to find the gap, and it's also going to nestle right into the bottom of the net of the goal we have placed to the right of our commentary box. So he's starting to find his touch now, Waleed.
Yeah, this is a nice shot. Goes back, thumps it. So Waleed, a few people said that run out may just spark the Calendars into action. That's a good stop from the wicketkeeper, Gundeep. It looked a bit like the Karate Kid, you know, wax on or wax off, and jacket on, jacket off. But he does make the stop, Gundeep.
This is some good running here by the Limassol Calendars. They take full advantage of that little mishap. It's very alert and sharp stuff, so really alive and aware of the moment. Let's take a look at this one here. This was really, really sharp and alert running. And ooh, he actually grounds his bat a little too early, so this might be more interesting than we initially thought. But I personally think there's just enough of his foot in front of that white line. I think his toe has just come across it, but of course, my opinion, it doesn't matter. It's the umpires.
Well, it's close, but yeah, looking at it from that angle, you can't give it. There's nothing conclusive to say that it's out, so you have to go within. And I think you're probably right. There was probably enough of the foot that gets past the line. So it's a good job. He's got big feet. That's what I would say. That gets him in. And this one is been a troubled over from Karan Singh. When you think his first over was so tight, so I think only three came off the first, but this one is turned to be a pretty bad one, as this one will go out to Singh. So just like that, as so often happens, and you think you're getting a good tight over in, something like that happens, and all of a sudden, I mean, they almost double their score there, and that's 20 that come off that over, so it goes magical.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the upcoming events here on the European Cricket Network. Of course, we are here in Cyprus until Sunday, the 23rd of April, and then we'll head over to Milan for a couple of great weeks of that fancy European Cricket Series, and then there's going to be that great weekend of cricketing action. We'll have action in Gibraltar running concurrently with some action in Milan, and then, of course, we head up to Austria as the weather does get warmer in Central and Northern Europe. Really looking forward to this and a good full calendar of European cricket from all over the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a stellar season. As this one is into the pads and is going to go for 4 more. So the boundaries, in fact, it's all bat. I thought it was pad on here, but he does get bat onto it. He whips it away. Cuatro carreras más. So the acceleration certainly now in full swing as Rauf Zaman comes into the attack. First time we've seen Rauf Zaman as well, so I'm liking that Hardeep Singh is recognising that some other players that probably haven't had the opportunity yet. There's a stallion, and in the background goes, and like the stallion liking that from Rauf Zaman.
Yeah, I think Rauf Zaman's usage here might mean that we might not see Jasdeep Singh with the ball later this innings, although I don't think Hardeep will be reluctant to use 6 bowlers if necessary. This one is slogged down the ground, and this is going to beat Saran Ahmed, who actually put in a great effort to get his right hand out to it, his weaker hand, of course, as a left-hander, but it's gone for 4.
Yeah, this has been hit pretty well. The field has done pretty well to try and stop it. And, well, I don't know what's going on at some part of the ground. A bit of horsey acting somewhere. Horses are making a lot of noise. Don't know if you can see anything on the cameras. This is hit pretty well as well. They may try and take the 2 and decide against it. Zaman gets the ball back, so interesting little phase here. And this is being launched into chance for a catch, but he can't get there. That's the captain, Hardeep Singh, jumping up into the air. And another really good shot, unlike in the way that Prashant Patel uses his feet. Well, that's not Patel, actually, that's Waleed. Beg your pardon. Comes down, hits it hard, it goes all the way. So, Zaman, don't forget, we just had one magical over from Karan Singh. This one's gone for 16, and this could be an opportunity, and it's been caught once again. Is on the second attempt. There's definitely something in the air, so Rauf Zaman, he goes for 16, but he does get the breakthrough. He gets a wicket of Ahmed Waleed. Waleed was going well, but he'll be out of ball number 14 for 27.
Yeah, Ahmed Waleed was dropped earlier on 3, and I was wondering, no way he's going to get lucky again. And it's a little bit of a juggle here by the fielder. Take a look at this. Whoop. And he finally gets it, snaffles it with one hand in the end. So just making it a little bit more challenging for himself to keep himself awake.
Yeah, well, that's what he's saying there. That's once again, if two hands don't work, we go to one. So well done to the fielder. So Waleed will go, and it is Karanveer Singh that takes the catch. So Zaman gets
looks like
the wicket.
the skipper, Mohammad Farouk, is now joining. He's probably coming a little bit late. It's interesting that, of course, he started off this tournament opening the batting, and now we're seeing him go further and further down the order as the tournament progresses.
It's not a good delivery, not a good start. And does that not mean... Oh, I was going to say the umpire's fallen asleep there for a moment. He has signalled wide eventually. Wakey, wakey. Well, I suppose it's been a long day for the umpires as well. As Ahmed coming back into the attack. 59 for 3, so we just had some expensive overs, haven't we? We saw the 20 from Karan, we saw 16 of that one, so 36 has come off here. And now, well, this has been an issue sometimes with Suran Ahmed as well. You're absolutely right, you got the captain out there, Mohammad Farouk, yet to open his account. He's at the non-strikers end. We all know what Prashant Patel can do. He scored a fine 30 in the last match. So these two are more than capable of hurting the Napa Royal Kings if they don't tidy up. This one does get whipped away, and the chase is on. Will they go for 2 here? They may do. One batter is interested, but of course remember that Mohammad Farouk does have that injury, so he's not going to be running too many quick singles or not converting ones into 2s.
Of course, they're going along at a fairly similar rate to what they were at this stage in the previous match they played against Napa.
Big swing and a miss from the El Capitan of the Calendars.
I think he might be targeting this gap between the very straight long off and deep extra cover.
This will be another wide, so that's the 3rd wide in the over. And Ahmed looks like a man that is ready for a nice hot bath at the end of the day, isn't he? As he walks back, and now he's got nothing worse for a bowler than when you're having a bit of a rough time. You've got to then go and run and pick the ball up off the ground and get back into your action. It's a better delivery. Gets played out. Will be a single as it gets fielded there by Karan Singh, who started this surgence of the Calendars as they started to really get the acceleration going again.
Yeah, very strange sight. Hands in pockets for Manzarelli, who's out at deep cover. This one's struck away, and this is going to be a catching opportunity. No, it won't. It clears the boundary rope. And fantastic stroke by Prashant Patel, who's been in fine touch these last couple of days.
Well, Patel, he has been with bat and with ball. And already touched on the fact that he was the main contributor in the last one with the bat. He scored a very fine 30 of 18 deliveries. And once again, he's in good form. So this partnership, as I said already, could really hurt the Kings if they don't bowl well. And this one, he tries to just nurdle this away. to the leg side boundary. They're all getting each other's way there, the fielders, the wicketkeeper, the gun deep. And just like that, they'll get a single.
I mean, Mohammad Farouk was 3/4 of the way down the pitch before Prashant Patel even contemplated running, which is rather bizarre that his injured captain was more eager to run than he was.
Okay, well, injured or not, he still wants to get hold of a few, and he misses out on this one. The backstop comes into play, that's why he's there. And Gundeep, the keeper, misses it, but stopped by the backstop, end of the over. And yeah, that's nicely done. I suppose it's a little back flick from the foot to that man. So they're going at the 100 mark, aren't they? As the score moves to 70 for 3, 7 overs, 18 deliveries to go. This is what we got coming up tomorrow. What a big day. I tell you why it's a big day. Forget 5, 6 matches coming up your way. And you can see, it's, yeah, Limassol Columbus. How about that? Look at them. They got 4 matches tomorrow, including 3 on the spin. That is huge. Amdocs, we're going to see them play 3 as well. Nicosia Tigers, they got a couple of matches. And, well, in fact, Amdocs have got 4 matches. Just notice they're going to start the day, they've got a break, and then they're going to play 4 in the day. So it's going to be a massive day. Nish, I hope you're ready for it, and make sure you get a good breakfast in tomorrow.
Oh, we certainly will. I mean, we've been talking about quintuples every day. Tomorrow we'll have a hextuple. This gets even better. Exiagones for all our fans around the world.
Yeah, Hardeep Singh is back to his mark. Oh, well, this goes through the legs of the batter. Well, that's a nutmeg and a half, and he's unfortunate, really, because I think if he steps inside of it, we've said this a lot of times, could have taken a wide, but he's looking to play the shot, gets it wrong.
Yeah, I think he was watching the previous match and wanted to do a bit of a helicopter shot himself, but just doesn't come off for Mohammad Farouk.
Yeah, it's a Jewish holiday today, Passover. And this is where Jewish families come together, and they have a special meal. So if you are celebrating, it's a very happy Passover to all of you. And this one is, well, oh, nearly. It knocks it up in the air, looks to take the catch second time round, but knocks it out of his reach. Well, this would have been special. I suppose you got to say, though it's unlucky to Hardeep Singh, I suppose you could say that the man there, he does save a boundary. Look, he knocks it up in the air, and then he just can't get there on the second try. Superb effort, though.
Yeah, I believe that is Sarpreet Singh, so top stuff by him. Electric stuff. He doesn't care if they're late in the day. He's still hungry for a win.
And this one is high up in the air, it's going nowhere. Hardeep Singh chases after it. A couple of other days that we mentioned. It's a day that, if you like the game Scrabble, well, the inventor Alfred March Butts was born on this day, so it's a day that all of those the board game Scrabble people celebrate. And also, it's Grand National Festival in terms of the UK when that national horse race in Aintree starts between the 13th and the 15th of the month. So if you're going to have a bit of a flurry, good luck. As good luck to Hardeep Singh, who's trying to get to this, and he does very well. Chases back, he gets there, but he doesn't get the catch. He's a little bit frustrated that he can't pick up a wicket. Well, at least he ends up back to his mark. How does he end up getting hold of this? Where does this stop? Well, it's like he's laid an egg. Well, I know some people are going to be celebrating Easter this weekend when he lays one, doesn't he, Hardeep Singh? Hey, can he finish? He spelled well. He gets this one through the gap. Very good start from Gundeep. So that will be the end of the 8th over. And as you'd expect, is another tidy one from the captain. Only the 5 runs from it, 75 for 3. So 12 balls to go. Can they once again get the acceleration in and get to the 100 mark? International Plant Appreciation Day today as well. Plant lovers throughout the world will get together to express their appreciation for these green oxygen machines. Many benefits, of course, to plants, such as improving air quality, creating small wildlife habitats, and also making dwellings look more visibly appealing. So go out and get a plant and go and plant it in your garden somewhere.
Of course, they're now in a pretty decent position here, the Qalandars. I mean, Mohammad Farouk might be struggling a little bit, but we know he's got some big shot-making abilities. We take a look at that graph. That's a bit like looking at the way crypto is behaving if you examine that graph with the ups and downs and the dips. Of course, they're in a nice position. They've got 2 overs, 2 settled batsmen out there. You know, Prashant Patel has struck a 4 and a 6. Mohammad Farouk, he's seen now 6 balls, and you'd hope he's got his eyes set in. And maybe these 12 balls are now a nice springboard for them to accelerate on. Of course, they'd be eyeing about 25 to 30 runs in these last 2 overs, get to a slightly higher target than what they said in the last match, and then I think they would back themselves to defend it and pick up a second win on the bounce against Napa.
Manzoor, well, he starts with a short one, and what's the umpire think about this? It goes over the batter, so no chance of it being a wide. It's short, but how short is it? I mean, he ducks under it. I don't know. Here we go. This is a show, so keep an eye on where the shoulder is. Yeah, that's certainly not a wide. It will be 1 for the over, and straight away the batter wisely says, I think I'll have a helmet. So I didn't pick if 1 for the over was signalled there. I'm guessing it was. So you can't bowl another short one, does Manzoor. But you mentioned this when he bowled his first over, which only went just for 6. He wasn't as short. He bowled a much better line, a more trickier one. See, because a ball like that is very easy to just duck under it. It's also then 1 for the over. Then now he's under pressure. He can't bowl another short one. It'd be called a no ball. Whereas what he was bowling before was about sort of mid-rib chest height. Far more productive. Big swing. And it's okay. I don't think no issue with this one. So Manzoor sort of going back to the way we saw him bowling in the other matches. Let's see, keep an eye on this one. Yeah, that's okay. It's under the shoulder. Couple of dots to start with. Can he get the Yorker in here though? Because the batter, well, yeah, that's really well bowled. He's so unlucky. That's the way to do it. You see, a couple of short ones to soften them up, and then he goes for the fuller one. And just a little bit of way movement means that it doesn't clutter into the stumps.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't become as predictable as he's been in the last few matches, he could be one of the most dangerous bowlers in this tournament. And it's good to see that in this match he's shown us a little bit of his ability to vary the length as well.
Okay.
Back a bit shorter. This one is high up in the air. Is it a catching opportunity? It is, and it is very well taken by the fielder out at deep mid-wicket. And Prashant Patel, who's been softened up a bit by Ali, now has to depart, and that was a very good little burst of bowling.
This is an outstanding catch, you know, because he's hit this pretty well. The ball is hovering all over the place, and not only does he have to be aware of where he is, he takes a very neat catch. That is not easy, and yet he makes it look absolutely simple. And they get the big wicket of Prashant Patel, who we knew was the main contributor last time around. He'll fall for 19 of 17 balls. Well, what a good catch that is. That's an outstanding catch in these blustery, windy conditions. And that is Rolf Zaman that takes the catch. A good catch from Zaman. Knocked over, Jakle Fateh and Manzoor Ali showing you what he can do. He can pitch it up, he can knock him over. This is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly fly ball. Jakle Fateh and Manzoor Ali, well, we'll be looking to repeat that again. He's a man who now is on hat-trick alert.
I mean, this is what's so great about Ali. If he can keep bowling like this, he's going to be unplayable throughout this tournament. And look at him. He shows us that he can bowl full and straight as well. He got a bit obsessed with that bouncer the last few matches, but today he's using that bouncer as an occasional weapon, and that's what we want to see from him. That's why this match, for me, it's been his most impressive performance so far in the 4 games Napa have played.
Yeah, so another duck for Munir. That means that we have a man on the hat-trick. Here we go, hat-trick ball coming up. He's right up there. Oh, well, almost. It's almost a perfect Yorker. And the batter drops the bat down onto it. And it will be a single. They're just waiting to see the umpire. If that is the over, it is the over. What a fantastic over that is. What a good spell of bowling. 2 for 7. And I think, you know what? It's almost like somebody's had a word with him and said, you know what, you don't have to bowl short all the time. Why don't you just try pitching the ball up now and again, vary it around. He's done just that, and he's bowled beautifully well. It's a top quality bowling.
And just 6 runs of the last 2 overs for the Limassol Qalandars. We sat here, we said how nicely this was set up when they were going at 10 and over, but now they're in real trouble, and there's a major concern. They won't even reach 90 the way they're batting.
Only 1 run of that last over and a wicket. Top over from Zaman, and now, okay, here we go. Can they keep it tidy here as well? Once again, I think they're going to go for the man who took a very good catch. Zaman is going to bowl the last, so he's going to start with a wide, and they should be looking to go. They think about it, but don't. Doesn't want to let the side down here now. And Zaman just fires it down the leg side. Zaman, we know Zaman. I think last time I remember him. I don't think who he played for. And Hydro Lions. I'm sure I saw him play for Hydro Lions. And, well, as I think of who he played for, well, he is a bit of a lion because he roars into action as he knocks the stumps over. Well bowled.
Yeah, Lions just entered the palace of the Royal Kings. This is a really, really good ball. He's just doing the right stuff when you're bowling to lower order batsmen. Just aim it at the stumps. They'll either hit out or get out, and more often than not, they'll completely miss the ball. So smart bowling here at the end by Napa, as the Limassol Qalandars just seem to have lost their head a little bit. They're not showing the same wisdom we saw from them in the previous match. Both these sides a little bit guilty of not maximizing their batting potential.
Yeah, Akhtar cleaned up by Zaman, who took, once again, he took the coolest catch you can think of on the boundary. So now he comes into action and he knocks the stumps over of Naveed Akhtar, who goes for 1 of 2 deliveries. So another batter comes in to face the music. Zaman wants to be right up there.
I think we're going to see Feroz Khan for the first time this tournament. This one's, well, he doesn't quite actually have an idea where that one's gone, which tells you the confidence he's played that one with. But of course, many of you on Mustache Watch might like to see Feroz Khan. He's one of the cooler mustaches of any of the players out there.
Well, this is a really good stop. It's the scream of catch from Zaman, but it's too sharp and quick for the keeper. It gets past him pretty quickly, but well done to the fielder out there. Gets his body right behind it. That's the way to do it. And quality work from the fielder. So, Farouk, the captain, and he gets his stumps shattered. Zaman goes right through him. And, well, I think Zaman is saying, he's not going to hit me for no big 6. What does he think he's doing? So, Farouk, he goes for the big one. He's now knocked over. So, Zaman, what figures this is for him? He's taking a 3 for here.
I mean, the wheels are just completely coming off the Qalandars. They just seem to have forgotten how to bat these last 3 overs. 6 runs off the 8th and 9th, and they can barely buy a run in this over. It's been a pretty tragic viewing for any Qalandars fans watching their team just spiral out of control at the end.
When you think about it, there was that little spell, wasn't it? There were 22 for 2, 4 overs. Then we saw Karam Singh, who bowled a very uncharacteristic bad over. He went for 20. Rav Zaman's first one went for 16. And we thought, oh no, they're going to blow it here. Ahmed didn't bowl a good one either when he sprayed it all over the place, but got lucky. And then after that, Hardeep Singh again, cracking over from him. Manzoor Ali, a great over. Now this one looks like it's going to be another one, good one from Zaman. Then he's going to get another 2 in 2. So now it's time for Rav Zaman to be on a hat-trick. He's taken 4 wickets already. Well, not only is he taking 4, he could finish with a fifer and a Michelle fifer. And look at that one. One man's got a bit of swag about him. It's Gundeep Singh, because he takes the catch. Loving the celebration. This is a quick take. That is rapido. And I love the way that Gundeep is celebrating. Look at this. The thing is, how much of that is he looking at when he takes it? But he does take it. Celebrations all around. Zaman gets the wicket. He's picked up 4 for 18, 78 for 8. With a ball to go, it's all fallen apart in the last 3 overs. And now we keep having a look at this. Is somebody finally going to get a hat-trick here? Shafiqul Islam is the only man in the European cricket series to do so. All the others are either ECL or ECIs. So here we go. Hat-trick ball, Zaman bowling to Barty. And he bowls the gundiest of deliveries, but it's just managed to keep it inside the line. Will it be a dot? No, it's been called a no ball. I don't know how this is a no ball. I don't know how it can be a no ball. Let's just have a look at this. There's never, what's this called for? What is this called for? I want to know what it's called for. It's got to be a field complaint. Had to be the field, is not the height of the delivery. No way. Well, it's a no ball, so it's another run, takes the score to 79. I don't know what it's for. I'm going to keep an eye on my devices to see if anything comes up. And then, it's well, they might as well go for 2 here. They might even get there because the fielder's got a long way to come. In comes a throw. And Gundeep knocks the stumps over. What's the umpire at square say? Says nothing. So they're going to get an extra 3 runs from somewhere. I have to say, nothing's coming through to me to say what the no ball was for. So, well, you may be able to wait on this, but no ball was called. Surprisingly, I don't know what for. It can only be that there was too many fielders out. And so, valuable 3 runs at the end of the innings. And you never know, you know, as they get into the 80s, 81 for 8, those 3 runs could be pretty crucial.
Indeed, and I personally believe I saw the umpire as well, just pointing at the fielders when explaining his no ball decision. So that is probably the most valid explanation. If we take a quick look at the highlights, of course, we see this shot by Sohail Khan. He wouldn't play too many other strokes throughout this innings as he would fall short. And it really was the case for the Limassol Qalandars. Nobody was really able to get it going. You see that one popped up, well taken by the wicketkeeper, and then well, this little bit of mud cutting, that's a bit of a controversial moment, and this one's going to be hotly debated and is currently being hotly debated in the chat, as this was a catching opportunity off the bowling of Singh as well. And that one, Ahmed Waleed was on just 2 when that was dropped. He ended up making 27, and despite the score being below par, it could have been really embarrassing if that catch was taken.
Yeah, but they didn't finish well, weren't they? That's what they're going to have a look at. I mean, they were certainly on to get the similar to the scores last time, or maybe even more. But then somehow from nowhere, I think they went for just something like 11 off the last 3 overs. And at one point, it was all happening. It was all going their way. And they sort of lost the plot, didn't they? Especially with those expensive overs. Karan Singh, as I mentioned already, he went magical. Rav Zaman's first one wasn't a good one. But didn't he come back well? What a good catch that was as well. That was nicely done by the fielder. This one, well, there was nothing that Hardeep Singh could do about those. And this almost ended up being a fantastic catch from Sarpreet Singh. He's going to be key now here. Now, I wonder how they go about this. Well, this is where everything changed. Zaman takes a really good catch. Manzoor bowled absolutely beautiful, just showing that he can mix the short stuff with the old pitched up deliveries as he's knocking the stumps over. And then Zaman, he was saying, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. I'm going to knock the stumps over. And he was making all sorts of suggestions, saying, you didn't want to give me the last over, did you? I told you I'll do it. And this was an absolute fantastic take from Gundeep Singh. And then right towards the end, there was a no ball, which then resulted in the free hit and 2 extra runs. How important could those 3 runs be at the end of this one? Got to say, though, the Napa Royal Kings, they've given themselves an opportunity to win the last match, having set a target of 82 against the Limassol Qalandars. But the question for me is just how much grit and how much resilience and how much energy have they got left to give in this day. This is match number 4 for them. They're playing 3 on the spin, and they'll love to end with a victory as we have a look at that scorecard.
Yeah, only one partnership of note, that 42 one for the 3rd wicket between Waleed and Patel. Outside of that, of course, it unfortunately looks like a phone number, 77201102. No real contributions. Very disappointed, by the way. Mohammad Farooq batted just 2 runs of 7 balls. The skipper's batting abilities have really slipped as this tournament has progressed, and of course, Varun Malhotra run out with that rather contentious manner. Look at those bowling figures; those are absolutely stellar. Manzoor Ali finally found his groove. Wasn't obsessed with the bouncer throughout the innings. He mixed it up, used it as an occasional weapon, and also got that Yorker going. And then Rav Zaman, not only did he come close to a hat-trick, he came close to a fifer. Of course, Manzoor Ali was also on a hat-trick at one stage in the innings, but it just didn't quite come out for him. The only small criticism would be those 15 extras. They could slightly improve on that, Napa, but otherwise, this is a very impressive performance. And of course, they were stellar in the death overs, gave up just 11 runs in 3 overs, and they restrict Napa to just, beg your pardon, the Calendars to just 81 runs.
Yeah, I mean, it's a magnificent effort, and I'm just at the top of my head. I think, is that the first 4-for that we've had, 4 for 21? I think it might be, it's a great bowling performance of Rob Zaman, so well done to him. But look, it's only halfway through match number 20. We've got the last innings coming up, and an opportunity for all of you to get in touch with us for the last time. And we normally say this is the innings that we talk food and we talk about any questions that you have for us. So get in touch with us, think about your questions, and join us in about 10 minutes time when we come back for the conclusion of match number 20.
European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back as the umpires are making their way out into the middle. So Taranja and Sujith is there, Rico Full is here, and along with me is Nish. Hello, Nish. Welcome back, and certainly looking forward to this final innings of the day.
Yeah, this should be exciting. Of course, the Limassol Columbus looking to make it 2 wins in 2 against the Napa Royal Kings, and I'm really interested to see how Napa are going to approach this. Are they just going to try to play this safe and go for the win, or are they really going to try to end this in as few overs as possible and get that net run rate back on track after suffering a couple of defeats today?
It's going to be interesting. One thing I like to see, and let's see if they make this change, I want to see that Suran Ahmed take the ownership and face the first ball. I know he's going out there with, looks like Gundeep Singh. So who's going to go to the striker's end? And I like to see the Suran Ahmed, the left-hander, the main batter of the side. And really, when you think all the players missing, no Tanvir in the side, no Ikram Mohammed in the side, no Ali Khan in the side, all of those guys were great contributors yesterday. It'd be great to see. Yeah, it is. And so finally, the left-hander is going to take responsibility, Suran Ahmed, and he's going to face the first ball. And I like this move because I'm not saying it's going to make a difference that he's going to score loads of runs now. I think it just means that whereas we've seen so many times, if they have a different opener, we see an over being bowled the first over, and Suran doesn't even get onto strike. And we saw that in the last game. I think 2 were scored. He didn't face a single ball. So this is an opportunity for them to get off to a better start. So Gundeep, I like him opening as well. So here we go. Here comes the first delivery, and it will be Mohsin that is going to be bowling it.
Oh, this is a terrific ball. Look at how well that comes back into the batsman. I don't know how Saran Ahmed has managed to get that one away for 4. Take a look at this. He almost turns his head away from it, and he strikes it to the opposition dugout. So that is beautifully struck by Saran Ahmed, but a nasty ball. I'd be fairly encouraged by that if I was Mohsin.
Oh, that thing is that all of a sudden, straight away, though, you're seeing the difference it makes. It's a batter who's recognised. He doesn't waste a delivery, gets 4 from it. Let's see if this turns out to be the vital move. Well, this has been hit hard, but well stopped by the fielder there. Put him in the sink.
Yeah, Parminder Singh, what a beautiful flowing beard. Of course, the Qalandars certainly lead this league in facial hair so far. They got Rose Khan, one of the finest stashes, and then the beautiful flowing beard of Parminder Singh.
Mohsin to Ahmed. Ahmed crunches it straight to the fielder. It's a spicy catch, but it's been well held. Naveed Akhtar gets the wicket, and Suran Ahmed's disappointing day comes to an end. He hits 1-4, and then he hits his 3rd ball hard, but straight to the fielder. No mistake made from Naveed Akhtar, and that is the end of Ahmed.
Yeah, as you said, he's a man who needs a warm bath. This time, strikes it straight to Naveed Akhtar, and of course, look at that, goes for that old slap across, and goes straight to the fielder in mid-off. It's just been a disappointing day for him. Nothing's quite clicked for him. He hasn't been able to string together too many boundaries, and well, he'll be glad to be heading to the dugout and this day is over.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, sometimes that's just the way things go. He was a man who had the hot hands the other day, and back-to-back 50s, batted really well. He looked the part, looked the business, started the day with 250 runs plus. He was by far the leading run scorer. Almost, in fact, he was over 100 runs more than Zishan Mahmood. And Zishan, as you know, has batted really well. The Nicosia Tigers player, but just hasn't happened for him today. So once again, it's Napa Royal Kings going to have to do this without him. Well, this is an aggressive shot, and it will probably go all the way because he timed it really well, and he will. Manos arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. And well, Karanveer Singh comes out and he blasts his first ball for a big 6.
Yeah, good shot by Karanveer Singh, immediately putting pressure back on Mohsin. Very interesting over so far. He's seen a 4-6 and a wicket. So Napa not backing down despite this some early pressure. They've come out firing.
the reply going to be from Mohsin? And he digs this one into the body of Singh, who manages to push this one out. Mohsin throws the ball straight back to Parminder and says, there you go, work on that for me. So Parminder gives it a little shine, passes it back. Nice character. Once again, loving the detail on these kids. You said it's like a street map. I wonder, did we investigate if it is a street map and where from? The lime green and black. And hits it hard and to the fielder. Very good backing up and not so good from the actual batter himself. Well, Karanveer, I don't know what he's doing here. He is, well, this is a bit like the hare and the tortoise. You saw how quick the hare was there with that Gundeep Singh. He was the hare. The tortoise was Karanveer. It took forever to get to the other end. 115 matches now without a golden ball. The number keeps going up. We keep getting close, but we can't quite get there. End of the over, 11 for 1.
I mean, we've had so many thrilling last over finishes here today, and I certainly thought that streak would be broken in today's games. But of course, we still have one innings left. Might as well be this one.
Could be, couldn't it? We've had so many close ones today, so many that have gone close to the wire. Here comes the next bowler, and this gets played out. No run. We'll have to do the fielding himself as the bowler. Good delivery, good areas.
I believe this is Junaid Putty, so do ignore the graphic on your screen. There's a bit of width over there. And Parminder Singh, there's a chance for a run. I think he just collect it cleanly. It's not the cleanest fumble, but just allows the batsman to get across fairly safely. Of course, Junaid Putty, a very solid bowler. He's one of those players who the captain just knows, if I give him the ball, I can expect 8 or 9 and over. That's a fantastic length. Just bowling on top of the off stump. That's what you get from him. He just keeps things simple, which is what I really like about him. And just a little pass around. So of course we are in the power play over, so just the 2 fielders are out outside the ring. So there's a long on. The captain himself is out there, and then there's a third man as well. Munir's over there. There's an edge on that, and that is very, very well taken. And that's the great thing about Putty. He forces you to play at every shot, always has it in and around the off stump, and he gets an edge through to the keeper. Great stuff, and a well-deserved wicket as the second one bites the dust for Napa.
Yeah, good catch from Varun Malhotra, and just puts the one glove out there, sort of cushions the blow, and then sees it drop safely in his gloves. Well, that's going to be for the batter, and well, Guldeep, who started the day so well and is ended badly for him. He was the hero earlier in the morning when he made 45 and 27, and that's how quickly your day can change. Started well, but finishes on a low, and he gets quacked off, and it's 12 for 2. Good bit of bowling from Bharti. This one just gets pushed out on the offside. No run.
And they've started this defense very well. The Qalandars are not defending a big target, as you can see, just 82 runs, but they've been on the money, especially this man right on your screen. Again, he's just got that nagging line and length. This is terrific. 6 deliveries, every single one of them were on the right line and the right length. This is terrific stuff, and this is why Umar Farooq loves him so much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great bit of bowling from Bharti. He just gets the ball in the right areas, and he gets the wicket as well. He gets an important wicket, that of Gundeep Singh. So it's not the start that we wanted. To see hello to Manas. Manas is in the chat saying that was a good catch. It was a good catch, and nicely done. And even Maya Patel saying very good catch that from the wicketkeeper. As we have a look at the standings there, so the Qalandars looking to make their way up to that, just a couple of points behind the Tigers, and the Kings. The Kings, though, I mean, they'll be the team more disappointed about the way this day has gone as, well, this one just doesn't get taken, so it is an opportunity. So maybe that can be the little bit of luck that they need, as it is Kanamveer Singh that goes to the big shot, doesn't get it right, but this time round the fielder, Naveed Akhtar, well, he took a spicy one that was smashed at him, but this one, more straightforward, he puts down. Patel sees this one blocked out towards him, didn't make the stop.
Very good plan, though. He's going for that leg stump, Yorker Prashant Patel. He's, as this tournament progresses, he's slowly becoming the star player for this Limassol Qalandar side. They regularly turn to him to make the bulk of the runs with a bat in hand, and such an important contributor with the ball. I think he's a must-have in your fantasy team.
Slower delivery, well played. Get stopped there by the fielder. It's a tired-looking stop, wasn't it, from Bharti? As he just sits on top of that one and says, nah, not letting it get past me. Oh, he absolutely thumped this. That's a glorious shot. But get Thappar Maria ball nu, 4 runs. This is a shot. You call this like a slap outside the offside. Take that, he says. 4 runs. 4 carreras. Lovely shot.
Yeah, Patel just giving a little too much width over there. Can't be bowling at that line and length with the sort of pace he has. He needs to cramp the batsman for room, just the way Bhatti was, but of course it's still been a good over despite this boundary. Just the 6 runs off the first 4 deliveries. Let's see if he can finish strong, or Singh might have another response.
Oh, he swivels on this. This is quite an amazing shot, and it's a lot fuller. But you can see, he says, it doesn't matter. Here we go. He gets the MJ. Oh, on the swivel. Sends this to the boundary as well. What a delightful shot that was.
Yeah, this is a very delightful shot. Karnavir Singh just starting to put some pressure back on the Qalandars after his side got off to a rough start.
He's down the leg side, and the ball escapes the wicketkeeper. They get there, some tired bodies chase after it, wide is signalled, so that's a better response in this over. It needed something to give, and they're getting it. Patel, he's gone for 12 with the ball still to go in the over.
Yeah, that final ball shows he's just been just a little bit shaken by the couple of boundaries he's been hit for.
Pushes this one out sensibly as well. A nice pick up there from Parminder Singh, but not before the batters have completed the singles. So 13 come off the over. It's an over that the Napa Royal Kings needed. It takes them to 25 for 2 after 3. End of the power play.
Yeah, good power play for the Limassol Qalandars. They'll happily take the Napa Royal Kings going at just around 8 and over, as well as getting both their openers, Saran Ahmed and Gundeep Singh, have both been sent back to the dugout. And it looks like we'll have Naveed Akhtar bowling this 4th over. Of course, they often use him as a bit of a death over specialist, but they're bringing him in early here. Of course, the thing with Naveed Akhtar is his line always tends to be around the stumps. He just struggles with his length a little bit at times, but they know that if Sarpreet Singh or Karnavir Singh here miss the ball, it's probably going to hit the stump. So this is an aggressive move and a very good move by the captain.
Yeah, Akhtar taking one catch. Did drop one. This is on the legs, just gets turned away, and it's going to racing away. Under, Eva, can't get there. 4 runs, and it's not what the captain wants after a long day as well. Mohammed Farouk, him with his dodgy leg. And, there he goes, and every step hurts, he says. Every step hurts. Hey, why didn't they go back to Junaid Bharti?
Yeah, it would have been a good idea to go back to him, but not quite speedy. Gonzalez watching Umar Farouk sprint there, and Naveed Akhtar will use his feet to stop that one from the fielder at mid-on.
Yeah, so remember, got 2 batters here that can make things happen. Sarpreet Singh, I like what he's done today. And you got Kanamveer Singh with him. This is on the legs once more. The fielder is out there, and he takes an absolute humdinger off a catch. Absolutely sensational. What a catch this is. We've seen some great catches in that part of the ground, and well, catches do win you matches. That one from Sohail Ahmed was absolutely sensational.
This is terrific. I think he's just overrun this slightly, and then he has to reach back, dive back, and get that catch. What a wonderful catch by Sohail Ahmed. And late in the day, he's brought a lot of joy to these Limassol Kalandars, who now look in the driving seat in this match. They've just gotten rid of the dangerous batsman. And Napa, boy, is this going to be a complete reversal of yesterday where they went 3-1. Are they going to go 1-3 today?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like all of the energy has been sucked out of them, hasn't it? It's been a long couple of days. I think yesterday was productive. As you say, they won 3 of the 4 they played. But today, they started so positive. I just wonder whether that long, hard match against the Nicosia Tigers just took too much out of them. And then, of course, they were beaten by Everest in that very close one. And then it looks like that Kalandars are looking to do the double over them. This one gets worked away. They'll take a single. But Manzoor Ali, well, he's had a fine bowling spell in this one. Maybe he's out there to prove a point. But they're going to have to do it without Saprit Singh, because this time he falls for 6 of 8 deliveries.
This one's popped up in the air. Is this another catching opportunity? Someone going to take it. It's very, very well taken. That's another great catch, and Naveed Akhtar gets his 2nd wicket. Good stuff by Mohan Muhsin, who had to go and backpedal a little bit and turn to his left to take that catch. That is never easy for a big, quick bowler. And all of a sudden, the Napa Royal Kings, they look a weary and exhausted side, a shadow of their former self.
Yeah, it's like, I want to go home, and just want to go home. They want to go home, they want to go back home, and they want to run the bath. They want to get in it, they want to have a nice big soak. It's been a long day, a hard day, 30 for 4, and just when you thought they were going to get back into this match after that over from Patel, Akhtar comes on. Smart move from the captain, and Akhtar now picking up wickets for fun. This one gets worked away, and they'll just get the single. They haven't gone with Hardeep Singh. They've gone with Rahul, who really struggled in the last match. Remember, he opened up and couldn't get anything going, so he's not going to set the world alight, I don't think. I'm surprised that they haven't gone with the captain here. Maybe he could get something going. End of the over. What a good one. 2 runs, 2 wickets, and only 6 runs conceded. 31 for 4.
Yeah, this is very good stuff of the Limassol Kalandars, who are keeping Napa at a run rate below 8, and have also managed to get 4 wickets. And really, it's very rare that he say a side or defending a target of just 82 are in front of the game. As we take a look at this innings, it's Napa Royal Kings are on the wrong side of the red line, and it looks like they're nosediving. As, of course, Marnus loose bus change. Of course, Marnus Labuskachni, if you use his South African name. Parody account is on the chat. This one is just played away. It's a 3rd man and a much needed boundary.
All together now. Goal! Well, there I say we might go down, but not before we hit a few goals as well. A nice shot. One thing I will say, one batter gets in, is game still on, because that rate is more than achievable. And Barty, they do bring him back, and after bowling 1 over and just going for 1 run, now they've got the right name on. He's not looking the business. He's thinking, when I was bowling well, you call me something else. Now you got my name right. I get hit for a boundary. And he's probably thinking, well, call me whatever, just don't call me Barty. Yeah, so that one gets defended.
Considering we just have a 1-letter difference in our surnames, him and me, should be proud of his surname.
Okay, Barty once more. Ali. Oh, he chops this one high up in the air. He's going to drop short. Not the right shot to play at all. This ball is one outside the off. He uses his feet. I think he's going to, I thought for a moment he's going to try and hit this out on the offside, and he goes for it straight. Well, at least it lands into an empty space, so he stays. What does he do here now? Oh, he goes right across. He could be in trouble here, you know. And it's a big appeal, and he will get given. It's a delayed reaction from the umpire, and then the finger finally goes up, and he's going to be out. So, does he not run the ball before? Did they not run? So, the ball before because it's still Mansour Ali on strike, so they don't run at all for some weird, peculiar reason. And then here it goes right across the line. I've got no doubt about this one. I think it's full, it's straight. It's going to go hit the stumps. He hits him low down. So Mansour Ali, he will depart.
Yeah, I agree as well. I think that's crashing onto the leg stump, and they're completely unraveling the Napa Royal Kings. It's very sad to watch their decline. Of course, this time yesterday, they were trouncing M-Docs, but it's their fortunes have really turned in the space of 24 hours. I think this is just a side that needs a rest day.
Yeah, I mean, they've been good. They were good this morning. I think they were excited this morning. They worked hard. I think the first two matches they were up for it. And I think if they were able to squeeze the victory earlier against the Everest side in that match number 18, they probably would have been more up for it. I think that one hurts them as well because it was a close match. They lost out by 7 wickets with 3 balls to go. Then ever since then, really, in the last match and this one, they just haven't looked the part. Hardeep Singh, we've said already, he's a little bit one-sided. We know which game he plays. He comes out swinging from the hip. If it's in the slot, it will disappear. But more often than not, he skies the ball and gets out. This time he plays this one, well, a little bit more cautiously. It's nice to see. He gets a single. But the thing is, though, who has he got out there with him? Rahul Bahel, as we said. We've seen Rahul battle once before, and he's certainly not one who can play too many aggressive shots. But maybe he's the right partner. If Hardeep can get going himself, then Rahul could probably stick around there for him and just keep one end going. That's what they're looking to do here. But certainly Limassol Qalandars at the moment are in the driving seat. Well, that's a well-struck shot. He's a bit unfortunate there. He finds the fielder. Well, you know, sometimes you have a bad hair day. Well, this guy here is having a bad beard day, isn't he, from Inder Singh? He's got a lovely beard, but look at that. You wanted to know how strong the wind is. There you go. That's when you go to the fairground on a windy day and you get a bit of candy floss and it goes all over the place.
I mean, his beard's been a good wind vane for a lot of these bowlers on the Qalandars side, but certainly going back to the score, I mean, this looks like a pretty dismal score for the Napa Royal Kings, 38 for 5 at 5 overs, but because of how poorly the Qalandars batted, this game is still well within their reach there. Required is just 8.8. Most sides would take that with 5 overs to go in the match, so by no means the Napa Royal Kings going to down tools, one would hope.
No, I mean, Hardeep Singh, we know how he plays. He gets 10 good shots in. They win the game. It's as simple as that, but he's got to stay there, and somebody's got to stay there with him. And Rahul, he's already played one really nice shot on the offside. He's unfortunate not going to boundary for it. But yeah, I think this man here, the captain, he's done sensational things today. He's led the team well. He's a fighter. And, well, like I say, 10 good shots, they win the match. It's as simple as that. If he stays there and he plays some attacking shots, they win it. And he plays this one into the ground. So we get a single from this. Passes the strike back to Rahul. Waleed is the bowler. And Waleed, who was credited for a wicket early and a 1 over for 1 run. Now that we've got the right men listed, it of course was Bharti that bowled that second over, so Waleed is trying to get a wicket himself now, and he won't with that one. That'll be a wide, and it should be called and will be. So yeah, I mean, look at the score here now. We're into the 6th over. They're at the more or less the halfway point. The required runs per over just around about 9, but that's nothing. We've seen overs go for 20, 16, and I think a 15 in that last one. And this is a lovely shot. I'm liking this. Nicely dealt with by Rahul, and it's another goal. And that's 2-0 then. So nicely played. Just look at the wrist here. It's a beautiful shot.
This is great use of the wrist, and Rahul Bahel has quietly been playing some very good strokes that are largely going unnoticed. Of course, he did mention he was very unfortunate not to get a boundary on the offside earlier. And, you know, maybe, this is why the Napa Royal Kings are still in this game. All they need is 1 boundary every over, and some good running. And they're more than capable of achieving that. So the Qalandars, they're still under a lot of pressure here in these next 27 deliveries as, of course, we just see the skipper for the Napa Royal Kings getting his shoelaces tied.
Waleed. That's a good delivery from Waleed, and he's just covering his stumps there, Rahul. But I think he's far better if he's just playing at this one, allowing it to go through. Well, you see Luther is back saying Napa, Napa, Napa. Well, last time you did that, Luther, they lost. So shh, don't do that. You've got support for both the teams here, and this one is high up in the air. Luther, this is all on you. And I told you, and there he goes. The man who's got the dashing beard is now saying, well, not only my beard is taking off, I'm taking off as well. Parminder Singh now has to give the ball back to the umpire. So a nice celebration from Babu. Nicely done, catch taken. And Luther, as soon as you came on and said Napa, 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 the loser wicket.
Yeah, this is very disappointing because Rahul Bale was going along smartly, and of course, as we say, this required isn't that high. He just played some responsible cricket. He's already hit a boundary this over. He could have simply rotated the strike and tried to see his side home. All the Napa Royal Kings need here is one partnership where both batsmen lock in and focus and try to achieve this target. A lack of concentration has been their biggest Achilles heel so far this match.
They just haven't, you know, the other way of thinking it, I mean, they're passionate, they want to win, they can be pretty dynamic, and they play hard, but they don't play smart. They don't think about the match circumstances. We've seen that with a number of occasions today when they're batting particularly. They make wrong calls, the shot selection is wrong, they don't assess the situation, and despite all the efforts of Hardeep Singh, I mean, they've been there here before. Jasdeep, remember, he was a man that could have been their hero last time round, remember? He needed to hit a boundary to win them the match, and he had 2 balls to try and hit 4. He missed 2 occasions, and that was after earlier he hit a big 6, so maybe he can be the one that changes their fortunes. We keep saying that, maybe. The thing is, at the moment, nobody really is standing up and wanting to fight.
Yeah, as you've said, they've just been using their heart more than their head, playing with more passion, more brains needed rather than brawn. As this one's a full toss, Jasdeep Singh is going to launch this, and this one is massive. They really needed that one, the Napa Royal Kings, and a little bit of pressure right at the end of the over.
Yeah, but look, this is what I'm talking about. I said this before, when Hardeep was out there, I said, you know, if Hardeep hits 10 big shots, they win the match. Well, now that goes down to 6 big shots, not even 6, 5 big shots, you win the match. It's as simple as those. 5 of those, 5 sixes, you win the match. You got players out there can do it, but you're absolutely right. Batters are coming in, not batting well, not batting sensibly, throwing their wicket away, and then we're saying the same things over and over again. Well, maybe. Well, the thing is, forget the maybes. I think the batters have to go out there and say, I am going to be the one that's going to help win the match with you, captain. Well, let's see if that happens. The 2 Singhs are out there. These 2, I think Hardeep Singh, he's certainly got big hitting capabilities in himself. Jasdeep, we know, already does. Remember, Jasdeep was so close, wasn't he, in that last match? All he needed to do, he had 2 balls to try and hit a boundary. He couldn't do so, so he wasn't able to get that win. Maybe he's about to put things right in this one. 30 required of 24 deliveries. And this is high up in the air, and it's an opportunity, and oh, well, he's not going to get out, and he's saying, oh, yaar, door ki karda? Udhar aimi dekhi janda, pare jata. And, well, Hardeep Singh, you see Jasdeep thinks that Hardeep is out because he sees the catch taken, but he doesn't see that the fielder had to release it so he doesn't go over the boundary. So they get a single. That is a huge let-off. And I think they're having a look at the replay. There's no sits because he releases the ball in time. You're not going to get anything from that boundary. It's not a 6. I can tell you that again.
Yeah, we had the perfect vantage point. We could see the fielder right next to us, and there's absolutely no way that crossed the boundary rope. He was really unfortunate he didn't get the catch. That was a good effort.
Yeah, it was a good effort, and he had to release it because he's going backwards. He loses his balance, but he does the right thing. He doesn't allow Hardeep to get a 6. It will be a single, so Jasdeep now on strike. And Jasdeep, that's been his issue, the ball outside the off. He gets beaten there too many times. But you pitch up to him, he'll put it away. So Patel bowling to Jasdeep. Jasdeep now really reaching for this one. He's going to get a wide. Yeah, remember in that last match, the match we were talking about, Jasdeep hit a cracking shot outside the off, which went to the boundary for 4. And he hit a big 6. But he couldn't quite get the final run, so they lost to the Qalandars by 3 runs. And this is going to be another wide. So these all hurt you as well. So a couple of extras. And got to be smart here. Got to be smart. So just deep. That rate, by the way, incredibly, is under 8 now. So they don't have to go too crazy. No, and just as I say that, it's a horrible shot played by Just Deep, and the ball misses the stumps by a whisker.
Of course, they just need to, there's just too many dot balls. That's been the issue. I mean, these could easily have been a couple of singles, and they could have brought this down to 25 runs. They need to play smart cricket. No need to slog everything.
Look where he's standing. If you want to play that shot, you're not going to play it standing there. Take a little step across outside the off and then play. He doesn't move his feet at all. And that's the problem with Just Deep. And that's what the problem was in the last match. Though he did hit a couple of boundaries, it was all the dot balls. This one's at him in the pads. And Hardeep Singh is not backing up either. So they don't even try and get the single here. So looks like they're settling for wides and extras that they're being given here. But the need to get another boundary. Will this be it? The last ball of the over? I get the feeling that Just Deep will try and smash this no matter what. If he's on the stumps, he's got a chance. And he hits a full toss. They get one. I wonder how high this was. We'll have a chance to look at this. All eyes, well, Just Deep is looking at the square leg umpire. Well, let's see where we see this. I think it's certainly on the day down. That would be called, I think. Yeah, it has been called. So, free hit. The license to go to full Monty. Hardeep Singh, the left-hander, on strike. So Patel has to get it right first. Hardeep will want to get this one out of the middle. Free hit. You see the wicketkeeper still saying, hang on a minute, let's get the field right. Hardeep now is ready. And he hits it pretty well. It won't be out. They've got to run. I think his balls are wide. Once again, you've got to be smart. Take the wide and keep the free hit. So end of the over from Patel. He'll go for 19 from his 2. 7 overs complete, 58 for 6.
And there were 4 dot balls in that over, which is really costly. They could easily have knocked the ball around and got a few singles. As we take a look at tomorrow's action, of course, we don't just have a quintuple header, we have a hextuple header. 6 games coming to you. Of course, we'll see M-Docs feature 4 times tomorrow, as well as the Limassol Qalandars with 4 matches. I am really looking forward to the first match of the day. M-Docs against the Nicosia Tigers. These two sides have a lot of bad blood. We remember the night series back in 2021. There were some fiery matches between these two, and I'm really licking my lips for that one. That's going to be a mouth-watering encounter.
It's a huge day, and if there's tired bodies out there today, well, I tell you what, there's going to be some tired ones tomorrow. Here's that. We get ready for this one. So 24 runs in 18 balls, 8 runs required per over. 1 good over could seal this either way. But that will help. And, well, it's still going, and it gets stopped by the man at the boundary. So that's 2 from nowhere. Extras could become the key feature here again. And they just keep an eye on the time. It shouldn't be an issue. You've got to get 2 overs in here in just about, going to be about 9.5 minutes.
Yeah, they're really squeezing themselves for time here. The Qalandars, both these sides almost look very keen to throw this match away. Might just be a case of who makes the fewest mistakes in these last 18 balls.
Just Deep would probably prefer the pace. There's no doubt about it. I think the pace, if the bowler gets it wrong, Just Deep could get it away if it's too over pitch. Issue is being for Just Deep when the ball's outside the off. Well, he makes good contact here, and the fielder, no mistakes from the lead, and just be a single. And that's the other thing, I think. If they make contact with every ball, if they get a run of every ball, it will take it to the last, and it will mean we'll have an interesting finish. The one thing you've got to eliminate here is dot balls. Okay, Mohsin now has to get it right to the left-hander to Singh. Singh, unlike the way he normally bats, he's just going to run a ball at the moment, but he hasn't been able to get one out of the middle as yet. He's got to stay focused. This one goes right through him. That's a very quick delivery. Asking the question. Not out, says the umpire. And you can then see afterwards saying, yeah, he hit his leg, But we might as well have the appeal. Cuts him in half, doesn't it? Cuts him in half. You get to see it again here. Comes back, hits him right high up on the sort of the top of the leg. So not out, but a good delivery. Hardeep probably better off going rocking on the back foot and looking to pull this one. He makes contact. Once again, it would just be a single as Waleed gets the throw in, and he doesn't have to throw it in so hard, Waleed, and he gets a bit of a filthy look from the bowler. Mohsin saying, hey Yard, why are you throwing it in like that for? There's no need for it. So the field now changes again to the right-hander.
Yeah, he's just a bit unlucky how the ball skids across the surface.
And when you look at this again, I mean, we don't know which way this is going to finish, Nish, but when you think of all the, you've got to say, the irresponsible batting that you've seen here once again from the Napa Royal Kings, this one is a good stop. It's once again, poor batting from Jasdeep, step inside it, you get a wide. But yeah, when you think about the sort of batting that we've seen, if they could just apply themselves better, not just in this match, but in the last match as well, it could have been a completely different result.
Just the thing with Napa, as you mentioned earlier, they play with more bronze than brain.
Waits on it, hits it well. That's a nice shot. And that's more like it. He gets a width, but he holds the shot, doesn't he? He just waits, puts it away. 4 runs. That will help.
Yeah, this is very well placed by the batsman. He just picks out the gap. We've seen Jasdeep most of today. Just looking to power every shot over here.
Yeah.
Finds that little gap. So intelligent cricket by him.
Yeah, that's better from him, rather than just swinging wild, looking to hit straight. He waits on this and plays it out on the off. Mohsin wants to reply now. Go straight. This has been hit like a thunderbolt, and Waleed should make the stop. He does, and it was Hardeep Singh then had to get in the way, get out of the way of it, and he does. Now the field will change again. So this is the other little thing that will play in the bowler's mind. Every time the batters cross, every time there's a single, he's got to get a different line. Well, that was the end of the over. So Mohsin goes for 20 of his spell. The score moves on to 67. So 67 for 6, 12 balls to go. That means that 15 required from 12 deliveries. Now, they've been in positions before where they've required 15 off and over, and I can tell you exactly that that's what they needed. Yeah, that's what they needed in the last match, and they almost got there. So this time, well, that's a run. You've got to take that, and credit to the fielder. Parminder makes a stop. So remember, they needed 15 in the last, and almost got there. They fell 3 runs short. So Naveed Akhtar has the ball in his hand. I'm not sure why they didn't take that single. Maybe Jasdeep says no. Launches into this. Oh, this is so hard hit. It goes all the way 6 runs. Look at Hardeep Singh, the captain, applauding him. He nearly knocks himself over hitting this. Oh, he hits that so hard that he does the 360. What a belt that was. That's a monster strike.
Enormous shot there by Jasdeep Singh. He's managed to clear the fielder at cow corner. He really isn't paying no attention to the field, just backs himself to beat whoever is out there on the boundary rope, and he suddenly just completely altered the equation. It's less than a run of ball now for Napa.
They've been there before though, haven't they? Jasdeep. This time he doesn't miss it. It's a straight ball, but he gets back onto ball. They'll take the single.
That's all they need now. Singles will do the trick, and probably be wise for the Qalandars to move everyone in, bring in an old-fashioned ring field, but it seems they're still persisting with what they have. They're still giving up singles everywhere.
Yeah, I think they're feeling that whatever the situation, that the Kings will still try and play the big shots. And, well, this is always going to be a dot. And look at Jasdeep there. Jasdeep, look at the Jasdeep. Jasdeep is saying, Yaar, ki karna tu ball udhar thi hami rehne thi. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Just get a bit of bat onto it. Don't leave it. Look at Jasdeep. They're saying, Yaar, ki kar ditta. Well, this one will be a wide, so this one is worth leaving. So that's why Hardeep doesn't play at the last one. Well, what a match. 7 of 8. But you got to say, if one team can still mess this up, it's probably the Kings. High up in the air, and where's this one going? The chase is on. He should get there. He will get there. They'll come back for 2, and Singh, he's certainly going to get there. There's no doubt about that. So that's a bonus, and that makes up for the one that he leaves. So they're back where they want to be.
Just 3 runs needed now, so they're just 1 shot away now, the Napa Royal Kings.
Hits it firmly. Should be fielded by Waleed. Gets down. And they get bat on ball. They get the run. That is the end of the over. Hardeep Singh, he's feeding it. It's been a long, hard day for the captain who goes down. It's like he wants to be knighted or something. Well, maybe he will be if they can pick up a victory here. It's 9 overs complete, 78 on the board, 6 down. They need the score of 82. They need 4 runs in 6 balls. That's what it is. 4 runs in 6 balls, and they will end what has been a marathon day for them on a high. Can they do it? Will they do it? They should do it, but they have a knack of not doing it. Who's going to bowl this one, Nish?
Well, it looks like we're going to have Waleed bowling this final over, but I'm still baffled. The captain, Farouk, hasn't just moved everyone up. They're still offering a free single down the ground.
Full ball, gets contact. They'll take the single. Takes the equation to 3. I mean, listen, the way things are going, a couple of dots in here. We could even be seeing a golden ball. Anything is possible. Remember, that's where we are with them. 3 and 3 golden ball. If it's a tie, it could be a tie, you know. Shouldn't be. Should be straightforward.
I'm not a fan of this. They're just offering singles on the leg side, and everyone needs to come in close here and try to stop the single.
Wide. Oh, well, so I think that now, by my calculation, is 2 required of 5 deliveries.
And Meyer Patel predicting that this match will end with an edge for 4. I think that'd be a very appropriate ending to the way this match has progressed. It's been rather lackluster from both these sides, but Napa, they just know how to grind out wins even when they're not at their best.
And no run, dot ball. Now, he's been in this position before, hasn't he? So he's going to be thinking about the last match when he played out a couple of dots when he needed. Well, on that occasion, he needed to hit a 4. He doesn't need to hit a 4 this time. They only need 2. 2 now of 4 balls. Justy, surely he's not going to bottle it this time. He's made 20 of 14.
Been moving some fielders inside the ring a little closer now to cut out that single, but I'd like to see the fielders on the leg side do the same. It seems they've only moved the cover in extremely close.
Well, this is going to be out, is it? No, his bat is down. Oh, he's being given out. Well, this probably won't be too big a thing because the batter that's had is the non-striker. They get a wicket. Oh, my God, there's not going to be a final twist in this one because that's now 2 in 3 deliveries. The non-striker, Hardeep Singh, gets out because he gets a little touch on this. Just watch. Yeah, the bat is in the air when it makes contact, and though he does put the bat down afterwards, that's very good umpiring as well. He's keeping an eye on the batter, and he says, yeah, I'm sorry, you got to go. Hardeep Singh, the captain, will that break his heart? But look, he's still talking. Look at him there. That is what it means to him. Look, he's gone. He's disappointed, of course, but he's still giving advice to Jusdeep Singh. Jusdeep Durra, you know what you got to do. Don't go crazy. Don't go swinging from the hips. You know what all is needed. Now he's going to have a chat with the incoming batter as well. Is there going to be a final twist here? 3 required of 2 required of 3 deliveries.
It just brushes Waleed's fingertips, and well, this match has more twists and turns than some of the little village alleys we have to drive through here in Ipsanas. It's just gone back and forth, and all. What an appropriate way to end this day. We've seen so many close last over finishes, and I can't think of a more fitting thing than this tight finish. Can Jusdeep Singh finally get his side over the line?
Waleed comes in, pitches up, and that will do it, will it? It's racing away. It will. It's 4 runs. It gets through the fielder, and the Napa Royal Kings, they get a victory. They're so tired they can't even celebrate. They can't even raise their arms aloft. It's been that sort of day, and you see that the man Rof Zaman didn't have to go on strike at all. Well, he's made a fine contribution, the only player that's taken 4 wickets in the series so far, so well played for him. He's the one that's managed to keep it at the low score. Remember the way the innings ended for the Qalandars. The last 3 overs only went to 11 runs, and Rof Zaman played a big part in that one. But congratulations to Napa Royal Kings. It's been a marathon of a day for them. In fact, it's been a marathon of 2 days. They've had to play 8 matches, 4 yesterday, 4 today. They started today upbeat and dynamic when they got a great victory over the Nicosia Tigers, but then things didn't go their way. They lost a couple of games on the spin, haven't they? They lost to Everest and they lost to the Calanders in the last one. That was a close game, but they held their nerve in this one. All thanks to, you got to be said, that partnership between Jasdeep Singh and Hardeep Singh. That partnership was worth 35 runs. And we said at the time, didn't we, even when wickets were falling in it, we were saying, look, they look like they've just made a habit of losing matches. We said then all it took was a batter to hit a couple of boundaries and stay there, and they could win the game. And in the end, that's exactly what they did.
Yeah, this is a terrific stuff as we take a look at the highlights here. That was Saran Ahmed, who had a day to forget. Didn't quite get it going with the bat. He sent that one straight to Naveed Akhtar. There's a very good shot by Karanveer Singh. He had a few nice strikes until this terrific catch by Varun Malhotra. It was a bit of keeper on keeper crime over there. One keeper getting a great catch of another keeper's batting, as we see some of these strokes Karanveer Singh played. He hit 2 4s and of course 1 big 6. He made 17 of 9. And look at that stuff, just turns it away. This is smart stuff. That is not the most fleet of foot, Mohammad Farooq, and of course that injury isn't helping him. What a terrific catch there by Sohail Ahmed. Sarpreet Singh would depart, and then we would see this terrific catch by Mohammad Mosi. Look, it slips right through his hands, and he actually snaffles it with his elbow joint. But all that matters is he takes the catch, and then of course we had a very important partnership between Jasdeep Singh and Hardeep Singh. That one, as he just mentioned, was worth 35 runs and was what saw them through. Of course, Junaid Bhatti had a very solid day with the ball, was just very accurate, stump to stump bowling, everything in and around the off stump. Take a look at some of these. This was nicely chipped up in the air, and then Parminder Singh taking a catch, and out came the glider.
Yeah, I mean, you got to say that Rahul also played his little part as well. He played some really nice shots, but that was what I like seeing. Jasdeep there, rather than just swinging and trying to hit straight, he started to play some nice shots. So that one was unfortunate because that was the departure of Hardeep. But Hardeep had already played his part in that partnership for 35. And then, well, though he wasn't there to see the end of it, this was the boundary that gave him the victory. The fielder came across sliding, trying to stop it. I mean, that would have tied the scores. And a victory it is for the Napa Royal Kings. And what that means is that not only do they stay at the top of the table, but now they're clear at the top of the table by 2 points from the Nicosia Tigers. So they started the day well, and they ended the day well as well. Though they were, you have to say, a little bit tired and probably feeling the strains of being involved in a very long day. But they are rewarded for their hard work and for their battles.
I think they'll take a 2-2 considering the state of play today. I mean, they were absolutely exhausted. The fact that they've come out, they've split the 4 games they had to play today is a pretty decent encounter. And again, the thing about championship teams is they find a way to win games they don't necessarily deserve to.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. And the thing is there, I mean, I'm really, really happy for someone like Hardeep Singh. He's put a big effort in today, and they're also a team, as we know, and we've mentioned this a few times, that as a result of the big day, the 4 matches they played yesterday, 4 here today, that had a number of key players missing, but they produced and performed well. Look at the bowling figures there. I mean, there was those overs from Junaid Bhatti was sensational, picked up 2 wickets for 8. When he came onto bowl, he really changed the way things were going. I think Naveed Akhtar played a good part, not just with the ball as well, but also in the field. You've got to say that none of the bowlers there bowl badly, they all bowl well. I think the batters have to take responsibility, and the Calanders is the way they finished their innings with, just as we mentioned before, the last 3 overs just came for 11 runs. Didn't get enough runs on the board, but the bowlers, they gave them hope. They took key wickets. Junaid Bhatti, as I mentioned already, was I think he bowled brilliantly well, kept it nice and tight. The problem was, though, that you knew and we knew that one partnership would change it. That's why partnerships are so important. It doesn't matter where they come, whether they come at the beginning or whether they come at the end of the innings. You get the partnership, things can happen, and that's exactly what the Kings did. They got that partnership and they got that victory.
No, they certainly didn't. For me, the biggest story of this day is today was the day of the underdog. We saw the underdog win pretty much every game today, with the exception of the last one. It started off with a short-handed Napa Royal Kings side going up against the Nicosia Tigers, who we were certain would finally get a win against Napa. They failed to get a win there. And then the biggest story of the day, Everest. How delightful were they day to watch. They deserve a round of applause.
Yeah, they certainly do. Everest, you know, they're a team that came into today having lost all their matches, all 5 of them. But what a spirited team they are. What a bunch of fighters. And their captain, I think, Bimil Ranabati, I think he's been absolutely outstanding. I mean, a little bit like Hardeep Singh, you know, he led the boys so well. They were passionate, they were dynamic in the field, and they all play for each other, they all play for their captain, and they got the results they wanted. And the nice thing about it was that they had a lot of supporters here that were able to see them get those 2 victories as well. So a massive day for them. Well done, of course, to Everest.
No, certainly, and I'm really glad that Jeevan Lumsdale got a chance to tell our ECN viewers the story of his side. We know how many questions we've been getting about Everest's background, and we're glad that all of you got to know a little bit more about them, just like we did today as well.
Yeah, look, a great day. Look, I want to just finish the day, as I always do, giving our thank yous. One man I really want to thank is, I think his name is Jagseer Singh. Jagseer Singh is here every day. He's the man that has to fight the snakes and retrieve the balls that go into the olive tree. So Jagseer Singh, you're an absolute star. Now this man, he gets to the ground by leaving home at 6 in the morning, gets the bus, he's here all day. He's going backwards and forwards, finding snakes, finding these balls that go into that part of the ground. And that is what makes cricket so sensational, is a lot of players that work behind the scenes that we don't really see or hear of. So Jagseer Singh, thank you very much, and thank you also to the Federation here at Cyprus for looking after us. Hospitality has been absolutely fantastic. Once again, it's been a tough day for everyone here at the ground. I think the umpires have done a superb job. Spring productions have been great. We keep mentioning that it's very windy, it's blustery, yet you get 2 guys that are up in the tower where the cameras are, and it's very, very blowy up there. They've done sensationally well. So Valentine's and Richards, you guys have been brilliant, and of course Martins as well. Spring Productions, simply the best. And also to the ECN crew here. It's not easy. We mentioned the umpires and of course the scorers, the likes of Neil Kesh and Michael and also Mihail, doing a fantastic job as well. So well done to everybody around the ground. It's been a great team effort. Of course, Dana Oris there. Look out for those pictures on the social media, on Facebook and on Instagram as well. Remember, you can go on to EuropeanCricket.com, all the information about the matches. And talking of matches, we've got 6 matches here coming up tomorrow, so get some sleep.
I certainly will, because I'm going to be up here nice and early to watch that Nicosia Tigers against M-Docs match. Those of you who watched our night series back in 2021, you remember how feisty those matches were. I expect some more fire tomorrow. That is a great way for the Nicosia Tigers to rebound, seeing their old foes again.
Yeah, so remember that. I mean, go onto the website, EuropeanCricket.com, all the matches that are coming out, fixtures for tomorrow. We'll put them up there for you now one more time so you can see what's happening tomorrow, and make a note of the times as well. And we are starting, of course, with the M-Docs coming back to take on the Nicosia Tigers. The Tigers, I mean, come on, they haven't had a good day today. They need to really regroup. Let's see how they come back. Will they be roaring tomorrow, or will there be pussycats here again today? And then Everest taking on the Limassol Columbus. I think that will be a good match as well. So plenty of cricket coming up tomorrow, and the one team that won't feature, and they're a team that have had 2 tough days already, so they're looking forward to their rest. So well done to the Napa Royal Kings. They will finish the day at the top of the table. And I know you always look forward to the highlights. We're going to go to the highlights in a moment, but before we do, once again, I want to thank you, our global cricket family, for watching around the world wherever you are. You are simply the best, and opportunity for myself and Nish to say good night to you. Of course, good night, God bless, take care of yourself, be happy, see you tomorrow bright and early. Hasta mañana, mi familia. But he's picked that up beautifully, he sent it all the way. Gidna, but the shaka, that was nice.
Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding the flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. 7 bits of wood and a tape ball taken to an open space. With a swing and a hit, the ball goes flying in the field and makes his chase. A community playing on the field of dreams, no matter race, sex, color, or age. Stars of the future of European cricket are ready to take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with a kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind, pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it rip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat, the ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in, will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
Another one, that's the big one. That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that back in but the shaka, 6-4.
Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you got. Time to cheer and show the world what you
Mentioned
got.
turbo earlier, that's supercharged. 6 runs, that's gone into orbit. It's another Kookaburra ball that's going to be circling our planet for years to come.